Chapter 1. An unforgettable morning. The first thing Luca Hale noticed when he woke up was the pounding in his head. The second was that he wasn't alone. Sunlight filtered through a gap in the curtains, casting pale streaks across the luxury hotel suite. A chair had been knocked over near the window. A woman's high heels rested beside the bed. Clothing was scattered everywhere, creating a trail that led from the doorway all the way to the tangled sheets. Luca stared at the ceiling for several seconds, trying to piece together the events of the previous night. Then reality caught up with him. Well, that happened. Slowly, he turned his head. A woman lay sleeping beside him. Long crimson hair spilled across the pillow like liquid wine. Even in sleep, she carried an air of elegance that felt completely out of place in the messy aftermath surrounding them. Her features were delicate and refined, the kind that could stop conversations when she walked into a room. Luca couldn't help staring for a moment. She was gorgeous, not just attractive, not just pretty, the kind of beauty that made people instinctively look twice. A faint crease rested between her brows, as if she wasn't entirely comfortable even while sleeping. He searched his memory. Nothing. No name. No phone number. Not even a clear recollection of how they'd gotten here. Only fragments remained. A crowded bar. Far too much whiskey. A beautiful stranger sitting alone. A conversation that somehow lasted for hours. Then a hotel. And after that, well, the evidence was difficult to ignore. Luca rubbed his temples. At 25, his life had never exactly gone according to plan. He wasn't some young billionaire or tech genius. He'd graduated from a state university, landed a sales job at a mid-sized advertising company, and spent the last 3 years grinding his way up the ladder. Long hours, impossible quotas, endless client dinners, the kind of work that slowly drained your soul, while promising things would eventually get better. To his credit, they had. A few months ago, he'd finally been promoted. Not rich, not famous, but stable. Yesterday had destroyed all of that. One unfortunate trip back to the office had led him to discovering something he absolutely wasn't supposed to see. His boss, a married man, and a company in turn. The affair would have remained secret if Luca had quietly walked away. Unfortunately, he'd been spotted. By lunchtime, he was unemployed. The official reason had been organizational restructuring. The real reason was obvious. By evening, things somehow got worse. His girlfriend called. The conversation lasted less than 10 minutes. She didn't yell. She didn't cry. She simply informed him that she needed a partner with a future and didn't believe he was that person anymore. Then she hung up. Just like that. Job gone. Relationship gone. Future uncertain. So Luca did what countless broken-hearted men had done before him. He found the nearest bar and ordered something strong. Then another. Then another. And somehow that disastrous night had led him here. To a luxury hotel. Sharing a bed with a woman who looked like she'd stepped out of a movie. Life was weird. Have you finished staring yet? The voice nearly made him jump. Luca turned. Bright eyes were looking directly at him. The woman had apparently been awake for some time. Amusement danced within her gaze. Embarrassed, Luca cleared his throat. Sorry. A faint smile tugged at her lips. Was I that interesting to look at? Luca considered lying, then decided honesty was safer. Yeah. The smile widened. Good answer. She stretched lazily beneath the sheets. The movement nearly made Luca forget how to breathe. Jesus Christ. The woman laughed softly after noticing his reaction. Clearly, she found his discomfort entertaining. For a few moments, neither of them spoke. The atmosphere was strangely comfortable. Then she sat up and reached for her clothes. The spell broke instantly. Luca watched as she gathered her belongings with calm efficiency, almost as if last night had been completely ordinary. Maybe for her it was. A little later, the bathroom door opened. Steam drifted into the room. The woman stepped out wearing a fitted burgundy dress that matched her hair perfectly. Seeing her fully dressed somehow made her even more intimidating. She looked less like someone he'd met in a bar and more like someone who belonged on magazine covers. Luca opened his mouth. We should at least. No. The response came gently but firmly. She picked up her handbag and met his gaze. Last night was supposed to be simple, remember? Luca frowned. Simple? Apparently she'd remembered far more of the conversation than he had. No names. She held up a finger. No personal questions. A second finger. And no expectations afterward. A third. Luca vaguely remembered agreeing to something along those lines. Alcohol really was dangerous. The woman stepped closer. For a brief moment, Luca thought she might reconsider. Instead, she leaned down and kissed his cheek. A faint lipstick mark remained behind. "Take care of yourself, mister." Then she walked toward the door. The lock clicked shut behind her. And just like that, she was gone. Silence returned to the room. Luca sat there staring at the closed door. That's it. No name. No number. No way to find her. Just a memory. And somehow that bothered him more than it should. Ding! A mechanical voice echoed inside his mind. Luca froze. Ding! Detecting host compatibility. Binding God-Tier Cashback System. Binding successful. For several seconds, Luca simply blinked. Then he looked around the room. Nobody. No speakers. No television. Nothing. What? God-Tier Cashback System activated. Core function. Spending money may trigger cashback rewards ranging from 2x to 10x. Special function. Spending on designated female targets may activate critical hit rewards. All funds originate from legal and traceable sources. Additional features will unlock as the host progresses. Lucas stared into space. Then he pinched himself. Hard. Ouch! It hurt. Which meant this wasn't a dream. A system? An actual system? The kind from all those novels he'd wasted countless nights reading? His heart immediately began racing. You're serious? System online. That's a yes. Luca jumped out of bed. The hangover vanished instantly. If this thing was real, everything was about to change. While getting dressed, however, his gaze landed on the bedsheet. A small crimson stain stood out against the white fabric. He paused. For some reason, the image of the mysterious red-haired woman appeared in his mind again. His expression grew complicated. Her first time? The question lingered briefly before he shook his head. There was no point dwelling on it. She'd made her decision. He had no way of finding her. And right now, there was something far more important to verify. The system. 20 minutes later, Lucas stepped onto a busy downtown street. His eyes immediately locked onto a convenience store. Perfect. He grabbed a bottle of water from a refrigerator and carried it to the counter. $2, the cashier said. Luca handed over the money. Ding. Host spent $2. 5x cashback triggered. Reward, $10. His phone vibrated. A bank notification appeared instantly. Plus $10.00. Lucas stared, then stared again, then checked his account balance. The money was really there. For several seconds, he remained completely motionless. And then he burst out laughing. Ha ha! The cashier jumped. Several nearby customers turned to stare. Luca didn't care. It worked. It actually worked. He wasn't dreaming. He wasn't hallucinating. He had a system. The future suddenly looked a whole lot brighter. Grinning like an idiot, Luca headed toward the busiest shopping district in San Fierro. If spending money made money, then he planned to spend a lot of it. A few minutes later, he turned a corner at full speed and immediately crashed into someone. Soft. That was the first thing he noticed. Very soft. The second thing was the startled yelp. Oh my God. I'm so sorry. A young woman stumbled backward, nearly dropping her phone. Luca instinctively reached out and steadied her before she could fall. It's my fault, he said quickly. I wasn't watching where I was going. The woman blinked. She was tall, probably around 5'7", with clear skin and delicate features that gave her an almost doll-like appearance. And her figure, yeah, there was absolutely no missing that. A live stream was running on the phone in her hand. Apparently she'd been streaming while walking. You okay? Luca asked. The woman finally looked up properly. The moment their eyes met, she froze. For a second, she completely forgot what she was about to say. Wait. Naomi Monroe's heart skipped a beat. Why is he so handsome? Chapter 2. An unexpected reunion. It had to be said, as a graduate from a flight attendant university, Naomi Monroe had seen plenty of handsome men and beautiful women. But someone on Luca's level? That was rare. Just thinking about accidentally running into a man this attractive made her heartbeat quicken slightly. I didn't bump into you too hard, did I? Luca asked again when he noticed she was still staring blankly at him. And no. Naomi snapped back to reality, her cheeks instantly turning red as she shook her head repeatedly. She had actually gotten distracted staring at a handsome guy. How embarrassing. That's good then. Luca smiled lightly. I'll get going. Okay. Naomi nodded absent-mindedly, her eyes still fixed on his retreating figure. What she didn't realize was that her live-stream chat had already exploded. My God, that guy is ridiculously handsome. Move aside everyone, he's mine. It's over. Naomi's fallen. My internet wife is about to run away with another man. Naomi, good looks fade. Interesting souls last forever. Look at me instead. Bro looked like a male lead walking out of a drama. The comments flooded the screen so quickly, they were almost unreadable. Meanwhile, Luca had already arrived at the first floor of the commercial district and walked straight into a Versace boutique. The moment he entered, a young saleswoman approached him with a professional smile. Welcome, sir. Is there a particular style you're looking for? I can help recommend something. Although Luca's clothes looked ordinary, luxury brand employees were trained not to judge customers by appearance. Even if they had thoughts internally, none of it showed on their faces. Help me pick out a casual outfit, Lucas said. Something around $3,021. Honestly, he wanted to spend more. The more money he spent, the more cashback he earned. Unfortunately, his wallet only had a little over $3,000 left. Reality simply didn't allow him to go overboard yet. The saleswoman's eyes brightened almost immediately. She hadn't expected this casually dressed handsome guy to actually be wealthy. Of course, sir. Please follow me. She led him upstairs to the second floor, where the clothing selection became noticeably more high-end. A few minutes later, she returned with a fitted casual outfit. What do you think about this set, sir? Luca glanced at it and nodded. Not bad at all. He took the clothes into the fitting room. When he stepped back out a few minutes later, the saleswoman almost froze. Her eyes visibly lit up. Too handsome. The outfit fit Luca perfectly, accentuating his tall frame and broad shoulders effortlessly. Even Luca himself was surprised when he looked into the mirror. Clothes really did make the man. The moment he changed into luxury fashion, his already impressive appearance seemed to rise to another level entirely. How much for the full set? The original price is $3,180, the saleswoman replied quickly. With the current 5% discount, the final total comes to exactly $3,021. Perfect. Any higher, and he wouldn't have been able to afford it. All right. Cut the tags. I'll wear this set directly. Certainly, sir. Please come this way to pay. The saleswoman was secretly delighted. A sale worth over $3,000 meant a very respectable commission. Ding. Congratulations, host. You spent $3,021. 8x cashback triggered. Reward, $24,168. Luca nearly laughed out loud. 8 times cashback. Just like that, over $24,000 landed in his account. This money-making speed was honestly absurd. After leaving Versace, Luca headed straight toward a Vacheron Constantin store. He had admired luxury watches for years, but back then, spending nearly $20,000 on a watch had been completely unimaginable. The old Luca Hale could only look through the glass display cases from afar. But now, if he liked something, he could buy it. Simple as that. This one. Luca pointed calmly at a men's watch inside the display case. Price, $19,980. The sales clerk blinked in surprise. Sir, would you like to try it on first? This was the first time she had seen someone decide to purchase an expensive watch after only one glance. That was nearly $20,000, not 20. No need. Just wrap it up. As he spoke, Luca casually pointed toward another display. And package that women's watch too. I'll pay together. Although the women's watch was cheaper, it still cost over $3,000. The sales clerk almost lost her composure. More than $20,000 spent this casually? All right away, sir. She quickly lowered her head to hide her excitement, though her slightly trembling hands already gave her away. Ding! Congratulations, host. You spent $23,860. 10x cashback triggered. Reward: $238,600. 10 times cashback. Over $200,000 instantly entered his account. Luca finally understood why system protagonists in novels became addicted to spending money. This feeling was unbelievably satisfying. While processing the payment, the sales clerk accidentally caught a glimpse of the balance notification on Luca's phone. Her pupils contracted instantly. So many zeros. Young, rich, handsome. How could someone like this not be attractive? Gathering her courage, she smiled sweetly and said, "Sir, could I add your contact information? Next time you visit, you can contact me directly and I'll prepare everything in advance for you." She even gave him a subtle wink. If this had been the old Luca, he probably would have agreed immediately. But after meeting two top-tier beauties in 2 days, and even spending the night with one of them, Luca found his standards had unconsciously risen. The saleswoman was pretty, just nowhere near those two. "Maybe next time," Luca replied casually. "I'm a little busy today." With that, he turned and left, leaving behind nothing but a clean, handsome silhouette. The sales clerk stood there biting her lip in frustration. Pocketing more than $200,000 in a single day, Luca naturally wanted to buy something for his parents and younger sister too. Just as he was wondering what gifts to get them, a familiar female voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. "Luca Hale? It really is you." The voice carried obvious mockery. "What's wrong? Did you follow our little Vanessa all the way here?" Luca's expression stiffened slightly before quickly returning to indifference. He turned toward the speaker, Camila. Then his gaze shifted toward the girl beside her. And Vanessa. Hello. Chapter 3. Who's hypocritical now? Vanessa had been Luca Hale's girlfriend for 2 years. During those 2 years, he had treated her wholeheartedly. Whatever she wanted, he did his best to provide it. Whether it was gifts, dinners, shopping trips, or little surprises, Luca rarely refused her anything. Out of the 3 years he had spent working, nearly 70% of his salary had gone into this relationship. And yet, the moment Vanessa learned he had lost his job, she didn't comfort him. She didn't even hesitate. Instead, she coldly broke up with him without giving him the slightest chance to explain or fix things. As for Camila, she was Vanessa's best friend. Her appearance was fairly average, but she had a bright personality and a genuinely decent heart. Back when Luca and Vanessa were together, Camila had helped smooth over arguments between them more than once. So when she suddenly saw Luca here, her first thought was obvious. He must have come to reconcile with Vanessa. Vanessa herself thought the same thing. She completely ignored Luca's greeting, glanced at him with obvious disdain, then deliberately looked away as if she couldn't even be bothered to acknowledge him. The atmosphere instantly became awkward. Trying to ease the tension, Camila quickly changed the subject. But just as she was about to speak, her eyes suddenly landed on the shopping bag in Luca's hand. Her eyes widened immediately. "Wait, Vacheron Constantine?" Camila looked genuinely shocked. "Luca, you actually went all out this time. Quick, let me see what you bought." Hearing those words, Vanessa finally turned her head properly. Luca Hale, Vacheron Constantine. Those two things simply didn't belong in the same sentence. Even though she had never owned luxury goods herself, she still knew how outrageously expensive Vacheron Constantine watches were. The cheaper ones started in the 5 figures, while the expensive mechanical models could easily cost hundreds of thousands, or even millions. How could Luca possibly afford something like that after losing his job? The more she thought about it, the more ridiculous it sounded. Vanessa immediately sneered. "Luca, I honestly never realized before just how fake you are." Luca frowned slightly. "Fake? Me?" He pointed at himself, genuinely confused. Seeing that he hadn't immediately argued back, Vanessa assumed she had exposed him. Her confidence instantly swelled. She crossed her arms and lifted her chin proudly. "What? You think carrying around someone else's discarded shopping bag suddenly makes you look rich? Do you even know what Vacheron Constantine is? Those watches cost tens of thousands. Can you even afford the strap? Vanessa looked at him mockingly before letting out a cold laugh. And what now? You're trying to impress me, so I'll get back together with you? Let me make this clear, Luca. That's impossible. Watching her arrogant expression, Luca suddenly felt that his old self must have truly been blind. Otherwise, how could he have tolerated this woman for 2 whole years? His gaze gradually turned cold. Vanessa, stop flattering yourself. I never once said I wanted to get back together with you. And whether I can afford Vacheron Constantine or not has absolutely nothing to do with you. After saying that, Lucas stepped forward, no longer interested in wasting time arguing with her. But Vanessa clearly wasn't finished. Acting tough after getting exposed. Luca, don't pretend to be something you're not. You've always lacked ambition, and now you're pretending to be rich too. I really must have been blind to ever date you. Just as she was about to continue insulting him, hurried footsteps suddenly approached from behind. Sir, sir, please wait. The female sales assistant from Vacheron Constantine came jogging over, slightly out of breath. You forgot your receipt, she said quickly while holding it out. If you ever need to exchange or service the watches, you'll need the invoice. The moment those words fell, the expressions on Vanessa and Camila's faces changed completely, especially after they saw the number printed clearly on the receipt. $23,860. The bold digits looked almost blinding. Vanessa felt as though someone had slapped her across the face. Her expression stiffened instantly. There must be some mistake, she forced out awkwardly. How could he possibly afford your watches? The sales assistant blinked in confusion. Mistake? Of course not. She smiled professionally. This gentleman bought 2 watches from our store just a few minutes ago. 1 men's model and 1 women's model. I personally handled the purchase. As if that wasn't enough, she glanced at Luca's outfit and added casually, and the clothes this gentleman is wearing aren't cheap either. That looks like Versace. As a luxury saleswoman, recognizing designer brands was basic knowledge. Vanessa's eyes widened. Only now did she properly notice Luca's outfit. The cut, the fabric, the logo. It really was Versace. And suddenly, Luca looked completely different from the man she remembered. But none of that mattered anymore. What mattered was one thing. Luca had money now. A lot of it. And if she got back together with him, wouldn't everything he owned become hers too? Vanessa immediately convinced herself that Luca still had feelings for her. After all, hadn't the sales assistant just said he bought a women's watch too? Who else could it possibly be for? Her eyes lit up instantly. So that's it. He bought the watch to win me back. The more she thought about it, the more certain she became. Her attitude changed immediately. Luca! Her voice suddenly turned soft and coquettish as she stepped closer to him. Why didn't you tell me earlier that you bought such an expensive gift for me? You're so annoying. She even stretched out her wrist toward him proudly. Hurry up and put it on for me. I'll forgive you this time. Lucas stared at her for a full 2 seconds. Honestly, he was speechless. How could someone be this self-absorbed? Then suddenly, as if remembering something amusing, he reached into the shopping bag and took out the box containing the women's watch. Seeing this, Vanessa's smile instantly grew brighter. As expected, the moment I soften my attitude a little, he comes crawling back like before. But the next second, Luca turned and handed the watch directly to Camila. Here, he said calmly. This is for you. Camila froze. Vanessa froze too. Luca continued casually. Take it as thanks for helping me so much in the past. Camila looked completely caught off guard. F for me? Of course. Luca smiled lightly. Go ahead and take it. And no, I can't. Camila hurriedly waved her hands. This is way too expensive. It's fine. Luca simply pressed the box into her hands. I've wanted to thank you for a long time already. I just never knew what to buy before. Camila stood there stunned, holding the watch box carefully as though it might explode at any second. Meanwhile, Vanessa's face had already turned ugly beyond belief. Ding! Host spent $3,880 on a female target. 100x critical cashback triggered. Reward, $349,200. Luca's eyes widened slightly. 100 times critical hit. Then he quickly realized why the amount wasn't higher. The The system had already deducted the cashback bonus from the earlier purchase. TSK. No exploiting loopholes after all. Still, seeing his account balance suddenly skyrocket by hundreds of thousands of dollars felt unbelievably satisfying. This watch had absolutely been worth giving away. Just then, another girl appeared at the end of the corridor. She was holding her phone up while walking distractedly, muttering something under her breath as if live streaming again. Chapter 4. Not for you. This was already the second time Luca had run into Naomi Monroe today, yet her beauty still caught him off guard. She didn't need heavy makeup or expensive styling. Just standing there beneath the bright boutique lights, she looked effortlessly radiant, like a scene painted into the middle of the bustling city. Quite a few people nearby slowed down to glance at her, not because they expected anything to happen, but because simply looking at someone like Naomi from afar already felt pleasing enough. Luca suddenly turned toward the saleswoman who was still standing nearby with the receipt in hand. Go bring me another women's watch. Something around 20,000 should be fine. The saleswoman blinked in surprise before quickly smiling. Of course, sir. Please wait a moment. She had only chased after him to hand over the receipt, yet somehow it had turned into another sale. Vanessa heard everything clearly and nearly burst with excitement. So that watch earlier wasn't for his friend because it was special. It was because it was too cheap. Oh my God. He's actually rich. Her heartbeat sped up instantly. Maybe I shouldn't ask for such a high dowry after marriage. 300,000 and a 200-square-meter house should be enough. Less than a minute later, the saleswoman returned alongside a slightly older woman dressed in a fitted black uniform. The younger employee carried a large display case filled with over a dozen elegant women's mechanical watches. The older woman stepped forward with a professional smile. Hello, sir. I'm Mark Davies, the manager of this Vacheron Constantine boutique. Please have a look and see if any of these styles interest you. Luca glanced over them casually before asking the simplest question possible. Which one is the most expensive? To him, they all looked fairly similar anyway. If it's expensive, it can't be bad. Art Davies immediately pointed toward a stunning watch with a delicate pastel-toned movement. This one, sir. It's one of our newest limited edition releases. At that moment, Naomi happened to walk past the boutique entrance while holding her phone, stopping less than 5 meters away from Luca. She instantly recognized him as the handsome man she had accidentally bumped into outside earlier. For a moment, she considered greeting him, but seeing the crowd gathered around him, she decided to pretend she hadn't noticed and casually walk by instead. Little streamer, come here. Luca waved at her before she could escape. Naomi paused and pointed at herself. Are you talking to me? Luca raised an eyebrow. I'm not calling your mother. Of course I'm talking to you. Pfft. Naomi couldn't help laughing as she walked over. I didn't expect you to be this funny. So, why were you calling me? Art Davies immediately gestured toward the female manager beside her. Help her put it on. All right. Even as a store manager who had dealt with wealthy clients for years, Art Davies found this scene unbelievable. From their conversation, it was obvious the two barely knew each other. Yet this man was casually giving away a watch worth over 20,000. If she doesn't want it, you can give it to me instead. Naomi's mind went blank. She only snapped back to reality when she felt the cool touch of metal settle around her wrist. Luca studied the watch for a moment, then nodded with satisfaction. Yeah, it suits you. And honestly, it really did. The elegant watch looked almost perfect against Naomi's slender wrist and fair skin. Art Davies smiled knowingly. Sir, you truly have a good eye. This watch matches the young lady beautifully. Though to be fair, with someone this pretty, almost anything would look good on her. Haha, that's true. Luca laughed before casually pulling out his bank card. All right, swipe it. Wait, hold on. Naomi finally reacted. What's happening right now? Luca looked amused by her flustered expression. Why do you look so confused? It's obviously a gift for you. A gift for me? She stared at him blankly. At the side, Vanessa's expression turned ugly almost instantly. Luca, what exactly are you trying to do? She snapped. Luca's smile faded as he looked at her coldly. What do you mean? He let out a mocking sneer. You didn't seriously think I was buying something this expensive for you, did you? Vanessa's face stiffened. Luca pointed toward the boutique display. Do you even know what brand this is? This is Vacheron Constantine. One watch costs tens of thousands. What makes you think you deserve something like that? Every word struck Vanessa like a knife. Her face flushed red with humiliation. Luca, you bastard, she screamed. Get lost already. Luca replied impatiently. Stop bothering me. He had no interest in wasting another second on her. Camila quickly stepped in before things escalated further. After giving Luca an apologetic look, she hurriedly dragged the nearly tearful Vanessa away. Only after the two women disappeared did Ark Davies approach again with a finalized receipt. Sir, the total comes to $26,800. Here is your receipt. Luca took it casually, then handed it straight to Naomi. Naomi panicked and immediately shook her head while trying to remove the watch. No, I can't accept this. It's way too expensive. Even though she genuinely loved the watch, it was worth more than $20,000. Coming from an ordinary family, she had never even held that much money before. With a little extra added on top of that amount, someone could already put down a payment on a house in San Fierro. How could she possibly accept something so valuable from a man whose name she had only learned today? Naomi had graduated from a flight attendant academy, but she never entered the industry. An airline executive had tried pressuring her into sleeping with him in exchange for a position. She refused. And just like that, her spot disappeared. That was why she became a streamer instead. So now, standing before a man casually gifting her a luxury watch worth over $20,000, how could she not suspect hidden intentions? Of course, her assumptions weren't entirely wrong. Faced with a woman as beautiful as Naomi, Luca would be lying if he said he wasn't tempted. But there was one thing he would never do. He would never force anyone. If a woman wasn't willing, he would never cross that line. It's fine. Luca gently stopped Naomi from taking the watch off. Keep it on. Then he smiled faintly. Just agree to one condition for me later. That'll be enough. Chapter 5. Owning the block. Naomi's face instantly turned red. And no, absolutely not. You really are such a bad person. The moment Luca saw her reaction, he realized she had misunderstood him completely. He quickly raised both hands helplessly. Hey, don't overthink it. I just wanted you to help me figure out what gifts to buy for my family. Naomi narrowed her eyes suspiciously. That's all. That's all. Really? She still looked unconvinced. Luca couldn't help laughing softly. What? You sound disappointed. He leaned slightly closer, lowering his voice teasingly. Or were you hoping for something else? Naomi's entire face flushed crimson. I wasn't. She pointed at him accusingly, completely flustered. You bad person. Seeing her panicked reaction, Luca almost laughed again. This girl was honestly too easy to tease. Ding. Host has made a purchase for a female target. Critical hit triggered. Congratulations, host, for obtaining ownership of San Fierro Commercial Street. Luca's smile froze. San Fierro Commercial Street? Wasn't that the very place they were standing in right now? More importantly, the system's definition of San Fierro Commercial Street didn't only include the shopping district itself. Even the San Fierro Grand Hotel and the iconic San Fierro building at the far end of the street fell under its ownership. Altogether, the estimated value was close to $300 million. Luca slowly turned to look at Naomi. His eyes burned with emotion. This woman was literally his lucky star. Naomi immediately became nervous under his intense stare. What are you looking at me like that for? Luca suddenly took a step closer with a grin. Can I not look? Naomi instantly lowered her head. Her pale earlobes turned faint pink. We agreed, you can't do anything strange. Luca almost lost it. Damn. So, this is what being in love feels like. He suddenly understood why so many rich second-generation heirs enjoyed chasing girls all day. Cute girls were genuinely dangerous, especially one as naturally adorable as Naomi. Not daring to tease her too much anymore, Luca lightly flicked her forehead. What nonsense are you thinking about? Weren't you supposed to help me pick gifts? Now let's go already. Naomi covered her forehead and puffed her cheeks slightly before nodding obediently. Oh, okay. Then, after hesitating for a moment, she finally gathered the courage to ask, My name's Naomi Monroe. What's yours? The two of them wandered around the commercial district for nearly 2 hours. By the end of it, Luca had spent close to $100,000. For his mom, he bought jewelry, cosmetics, and several luxury skincare products. For old Hale, his dad, he picked out a few bottles of high-end liquor. As for his younger sister, Trish Hale, who was preparing for her college entrance exams, Luca bought her a practical but elegant watch. This time, unfortunately, no critical hit appeared. Still, the cashback alone returned nearly $500,000. At this point, Luca's liquid cash savings had officially exceeded $1 million. $1 million in pure cash flow. Even in San Fierro, very few people could casually produce that amount of liquidity. And that wasn't even counting the fact that he now owned the entire San Fierro commercial street. In a single afternoon, Luca had gone from an unemployed office worker to someone standing among the city's true wealthy elite. After finishing their shopping spree, Luca treated Naomi to lunch at an upscale restaurant nearby. The atmosphere between them had become noticeably more relaxed compared to earlier. Naomi no longer acted as nervous around him, though she still blushed every time Luca teased her. After the meal, the two exchanged contact information before reluctantly parting ways. Luca then headed alone toward the far end of the commercial district. Standing before the luxurious San Fierro Grand Hotel, he slowly looked up at the towering building in front of him. A strange feeling rose in his chest. From today onward, this entire place belonged to him. Walking into the lobby, Luca approached the reception desk calmly and placed down his ID card. "Open a presidential suite for me." "Certainly, sir. Please wait a moment." The receptionist politely accepted the card. But the instant she saw the name on the ID, her expression changed dramatically. Her eyes widened. Then she immediately looked up at Luca again, almost as if confirming his face. A second later, she hurriedly bowed respectfully. "C.A. Chairman Hale. Welcome." The other receptionists nearby also reacted immediately. "Welcome, Chairman Hale." "Good afternoon, Chairman Hale." Luca blinked. Then he asked a very stupid question. "You recognize me?" The receptionist almost looked confused. "Of course, sir. General Manager Roman Pierce already sent your photo to all hotel staff this morning." "I see." Luca coughed lightly to hide his embarrassment. "Then have the manager come over." "Right away, Chairman Hale." Less than 3 minutes later, a middle-aged man with a slightly receding hairline hurried out from the elevator. "Chairman Hale." He immediately extended both hands respectfully. "I'm Roman Pierce, General Manager of the San Fierro Grand Hotel. Welcome to inspect our operations." Luca shook hands with him briefly. "No need to be nervous. I'm not here to inspect anything. I'm just staying here for a while today." Although Luca still rented an apartment, it was located far outside the city center because suburban rent had been much cheaper back then. But now, why would he continue living in a cramped rental apartment when he literally owned a luxury hotel? Roman Pierce immediately nodded. "Understood, Chairman Hale. Your exclusive presidential suite has already been prepared. Please follow me." As soon as the elevator doors closed behind them, the hotel lobby instantly erupted into whispers. "Oh my God, our new boss is ridiculously handsome. I thought the photo sent this morning was edited. I wonder what kind of woman someone like General Manager Hale would date." Another receptionist sighed dramatically. "Forget it. A man like that definitely comes from some huge wealthy family. Ordinary people like us probably don't even qualify to stand beside him." Ahem. The lobby manager quickly walked over with a stern expression. "Stop gossiping about Chairman Hale during work hours." But even while saying that, she couldn't stop herself from glancing toward the elevator. Honestly, Hale really was unbelievably handsome. Meanwhile, Luca followed Roman Pierce all the way to the top floor. The entire floor contained only 2 rooms. One office, one ultra-luxury suite. Both belonged exclusively to him. Roman opened the suite doors respectfully. "This is your private suite, Chairman Hale." The room includes panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows and covers over 200 square meters. Luca slowly walked inside and looked around. Luxury. That was the only word that came to mind. The decor was elegant without being overly flashy, while the massive floor-to-ceiling windows overlooked almost the entirety of San Fierro's commercial district. High-end. Atmospheric. Perfect. Not bad, Luca said honestly. Roman Pierce secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as you're satisfied, Chairman Hale. If you need anything, simply use the bedside phone to contact us. All right, go ahead and get back to work. After Roman left, Luca immediately threw himself onto the massive king-sized bed. Awesome. This was the life he had dreamed about. The exhausting days of endless overtime, constant pressure, and barely having money in his account were finally over. From now on, all he needed to do was enjoy life properly. Still, there was one person Luca had never forgotten. Richard Sterling, the superior who fired him yesterday. Originally, Luca had assumed their paths would never cross again after leaving the company. But fate clearly had other ideas. After all, the company he used to work for happened to be located inside the San Fierro building. And now, the entire building belonged to him. Chapter 6. A Rocket in a Deserted Stream. After dinner and a long shower, Luca Hale lay back against the soft hotel bed and casually opened his phone. Without much hesitation, he transferred $100,000 directly into his mother's bank account. As expected, less than 30 seconds later, his phone rang. "Son." Mother Hale's anxious voice immediately came through the speaker. "Why did you suddenly transfer so much money to me? Where did you get all this?" Although she trusted her son and knew he wouldn't do anything illegal, the amount was simply too shocking. Luca's parents both came from farming backgrounds. They had worked hard their entire lives just to afford a modest 3-bedroom apartment in the county town. Even then, their life was already considered decent compared to many of their old neighbors, who still lived in self-built countryside homes because they couldn't afford commercial housing at all. $100,000 was an unimaginable amount to ordinary people like them. Truthfully, Mother Hale and Father Hale had never seen so much money in their lives. Luca smiled helplessly. "Mom, relax. Don't you know your own son?" After thinking for a moment, he smoothly made up an explanation. "Actually, after graduation, I partnered with one of my classmates to invest in a small business while working. Recently, the business finally started making money, so everyone got a pretty good payout." It was the safest excuse he could think of. After all, there was no way he could explain the existence of the system. Even if he did, nobody would believe him. Besides, technically speaking, owning San Fierro Commercial Street counted as doing business anyway. On the other end of the call, Mother Hale finally let out a sigh of relief. "My son can really earn money now." Her voice carried obvious pride. "Then Mom will help you save it. We'll keep it for when you get married in the future." Luca instantly laughed. "Mom, just spend it with Dad if you need anything. Once you run out, I'll transfer more." "How can we spend so much?" Mother Hale immediately rejected the idea. "Your father and I are already old. We don't need much money. Your younger sister still has college ahead of her, and that'll cost a lot." Luca knew very well how frugal his parents were. After struggling for most of their lives, they had developed the habit of saving every possible cent. Trying to convince them to spend lavishly now was almost impossible. So he could only agree helplessly. The mother and son chatted for over half an hour before finally hanging up. After the call ended, Luca stood quietly beside the floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the river. The dazzling night lights reflected in his eyes as homesickness slowly rose in his chest. "It's already been almost a year since I went home. I should visit in a few days." After calming down a little, Luca lazily scrolled through short videos on his phone. Then suddenly, a familiar face appeared on his screen. Naomi Monroe, the little streamer he met earlier today, had posted her streaming schedule online. Curious, Luca immediately downloaded Twist Streaming and created an account. The moment he entered Naomi's live stream, he was stunned. The stream was practically deserted. Only a dozen viewers floated around the room. The streaming industry was brutally competitive these days. Pretty girls who could sing were everywhere. And compared to those streamers who relied on revealing outfits and provocative dances for attention, Naomi seemed completely out of place. She could sing well. Her looks and figure were top tier too. But she stubbornly refused to wear revealing clothes or act flirtatiously for views, making it incredibly difficult for her to attract traffic. At that moment, Naomi sat in front of the camera with a forced smile, trying hard to maintain the atmosphere. Bosses who just entered the stream, please remember to click the follow button in the top right corner. If anyone thinks little Naomi sings okay, please send some gifts to support the streamer. But looking at the nearly frozen viewer count, Naomi felt increasingly helpless inside. She had already been streaming for nearly 2 months. Not only had she failed to make money, she had actually spent quite a bit buying equipment, decorations, lighting, and setting up her background wall. And now rent was due again soon. The pressure was becoming overwhelming. Back in college, there had never been a shortage of wealthy young men pursuing her thanks to her appearance and figure. Some had even openly offered to keep her as a sugar baby. But Naomi had always refused. Her family background might have been ordinary, but she still had her principles. She didn't want to lose the most precious thing she had just because she lacked money. The livestream comments slowly drifted across the screen. Poor little streamer. Unfortunately, I'm broke too, so I'll just send some free flowers. My finances are okay, but I'm a proud freeloader. No one can change me. Haha, same here. We're all freeloaders. When Luca saw there were barely 10 viewers in the room, he genuinely felt Naomi was a little pitiful. At that moment, Naomi noticed the new account entering the stream. Welcome, Sober Tiger. Her eyes brightened slightly. Boss Sober Tiger, could you click the follow button in the top right corner? Luca immediately clicked follow. Thank you for the follow, Boss Sober Tiger. Meanwhile, the chat suddenly became much more active. LMAO, is the streamer getting fished? Haha, little streamer is too innocent. This streamer is honestly kinda cute. Followed. Hope she's not another fake, innocent type streamer. The streamer sings really well actually. It's just her dancing. Never mind. Dancing. Luca's eyebrows lifted slightly. So Naomi could dance too? He immediately typed into the chat. Sober Tiger. Streamer, dance for me and I'll send gifts. Freeloader King. Streamer, did you see that? Boss wants a dance. Great Grandpa. Run. The streamer's about to expose her dance skills. Cooking while cutting my toenails. Stop dreaming. Brand new account. 0 gifts, probably broke. Naomi also assumed the comment was just teasing her. So she shook her head obediently. Boss Sober Tiger, little Naomi would rather sing. My singing is actually pretty good. Seeing that, Lucas smiled faintly. Then he directly recharged $10,000 into the platform. Ding! Host spent $10,000. 4x cashback triggered. Reward: $40,000. $40,000 instantly returned to his account. This money-making speed was honestly ridiculous. Without hesitation, Luca immediately sent a rocket gift worth $50. A flashy rocket animation exploded across the livestream screen. At once, the entire chat became lively. Holy crap! Big boss! My eyes were blind earlier. Streamer, hurry and dance. Your rich supporter has arrived. Naomi's heart began pounding rapidly. After streaming for nearly 2 months, this was the first time she had ever received such an expensive gift. The most valuable gift she had received before was a $10 plane gift. But after sending only 2 planes, that viewer had immediately started privately messaging her for contact information with obvious ulterior motives. Although Naomi could be a little silly sometimes, she definitely wasn't stupid. Someone casually throwing rockets on their first visit was obviously wealthy. She didn't know what Luca's intentions were yet, but at the very least, she knew she needed to maintain a good relationship with this viewer called Sober Tiger. After hesitating briefly, Naomi finally nodded shyly toward the camera. Alright then, since Sober Tiger wants to see it, little Naomi will dance. Chapter 7. Gifting is too tiring. To perform the dance, Naomi actually went out of her way to change into a flowing Hanfu outfit. The elegant white and blue robes draped around her figure beautifully, and paired with her delicate features, she looked like a fairy who had stepped out of an ancient painting. Luca leaned comfortably against the headboard, staring at the live stream on his phone with genuine anticipation. For the first few seconds, everything looked promising. Then the music started, and Luca's expression slowly froze. The problem wasn't that Naomi danced badly. The problem was that what she was doing barely qualified as dancing. The movements were stiff, awkward, and completely disconnected from the rhythm. If someone claimed she was performing an entirely different activity, most people would probably believe it. The result was immediate. The live stream chat exploded. Ha ha. Sober Tiger bro, do you regret your decision now? I was literally about to go to the bathroom. Streamer, why would you show me this? Day 1 of the 365-day NoFap challenge. If you call this dancing, I don't believe it. But if you call it a lion dance, I'm convinced. Oh my god. The streamer is performing a pole dance online, haha. Where are the moderators? The barrage of comments flew across the screen so quickly that it became difficult to read them all. 2.5 painfully long minutes later, the performance finally ended. Lucas sat there in complete silence. The dance itself had been catastrophic. But somehow, it was incredibly entertaining. In fact, thanks to the comedy value alone, the stream had become noticeably more active than before. Even occasional small gifts from viewers began appearing. Sugar cubes, flowers, cheap virtual gifts. It wasn't much, but it was a huge improvement compared to earlier. Luca opened the gift menu. Then he started clicking. Sober Tiger gifted Super Fire ×1. Sober Tiger gifted Super Fire ×2. Sober Tiger gifted Super Fire ×3. Sober Tiger gifted Super Fire ×10. 10 consecutive Super Fires. A total value of $2,000. The entire live stream exploded. Holy crap! Big Boss is generous. $2,000 without blinking. Sober Tiger Boss, you're confused. How is that dance worth $2,000? Bro, do you need a leg accessory? I'm 200 pounds and only cost $2,000. Even Naomi was stunned. The dazzling gift effects covered almost the entire screen. Then a bright smile blossomed across her face. After the platform took its share, she would still receive around $1,000. At the very least, next month's rent was no longer a problem. Could today really be her lucky day? This morning, Luca had given her a luxury watch worth over $20,000. And now, at night, this mysterious viewer named Sober Tiger had sent $2,000 worth of gifts. Suddenly, Naomi blinked. A thought flashed through her mind. Sober Tiger. Her eyes widened. Wait, could he be that guy from earlier? Naomi immediately grabbed her phone and opened WeChat. A message quickly appeared on Luca's screen. Naomi Monroe. Luca, is that you? Seeing the notification pop up, Luca couldn't help smiling. It seemed the little streamer wasn't quite as slow as he thought. Luca Hale. Yeah, I saw your post and decided to come take a look. A few seconds later, her reply arrived. Naomi Monroe. Thanks for coming to support me, but don't send gifts anymore. It's a waste of money. Naomi wasn't some naive teenager. She knew exactly how hard it was for ordinary people to earn money. Many people couldn't save $2,000 even after months of work. Unfortunately for her, Luca happened to be earning money every time he spent it. Luca Hale. It's fine. Just pocket change. Luca Hale. Considerate payment for watching the dance. The moment Naomi read that message, she almost exploded. Naomi Monroe. Humph. Naomi Monroe. You're the one who asked me to dance. Naomi Monroe. And now you're making fun of me. Naomi Monroe. You're the worst. The worst. The worst. Luca chuckled. Even through the screen, he could imagine her puffing up her cheeks in anger. Luca Hale. All right. Luca Hale. I'll treat you to a meal next time. Seeing that message, Naomi's anger instantly weakened. In truth, she was more touched than upset. After all, she had only casually posted her streaming schedule. Yet Luca had actually remembered it, downloaded the platform, watched her stream, and even supported her with so many gifts. A dangerous thought suddenly surfaced in her mind. Could it be? Do I really have to give myself to him someday? The idea scared Naomi so badly that she nearly dropped her phone. A blush spread rapidly from her neck all the way to her cheeks. Meanwhile, the livestream audience noticed immediately. The streamer checked her phone and started blushing. Something happened. Private messages from Sober Tiger Boss? It has to be. No. The streamer has fallen in love. I've lost my chance. The guy above is taking the internet too seriously. I don't love the streamer. I love Sober Tiger Boss. Oh, so you're a girl? As long as Sober Tiger Boss likes it, I can become a girl too. Shy. Luca nearly choked. Sober Tiger. That's insane. The internet really was full of weird people. No matter where you went, there were always jokers lurking around. After that, Naomi sang several more songs. Her voice was genuinely pleasant, soft and clear like flowing water. Luca listened comfortably while continuing to send gifts. Before he knew it, he had spent the remaining few $1,000s sitting in his account. Naturally, this caused the viewers to practically worship him. Private messages flooded in almost immediately. Several female streamers even invited him to visit their channels. Luca ignored every single one. He didn't know any of them. Besides, what if there was actually a catfish hiding behind the camera? Wouldn't that be a massive loss? Eventually, after spending enough money, Luca prepared to log off. Before leaving, he typed one final message. Sober Tiger. Giving gifts is tiring. Sober Tiger. That's it for today. Sober Tiger. We'll have a meal together another day. For a brief moment, the live stream went silent. Then it exploded harder than ever. This is what rich people sound like. Giving gifts is tiring. I want to be tired too, but my wallet disagrees. Forget the gifts. Did nobody notice he said they're having a meal together? So what? He spent thousands. Having a meal is normal. Today it's a meal. Tomorrow it'll be making noodles. LMAO. My little Luca is about to become little Naomi. Holy crap, the person above is completely unhinged. Meanwhile, Luca put down his phone and stretched lazily. Just then, an unfamiliar number called him. He answered casually. Hello. A respectful male voice came through. Hello, President Hale. This is Jared Prince, the manager responsible for San Fierro building. There are several ownership documents that require your signature. Would you have time to come by in the next few days? Luca raised an eyebrow. Perfect timing. He had already planned to visit San Fierro building tomorrow anyway. Sure, Luca replied calmly. I'll stop by tomorrow morning. Very well, President Hale. The call ended shortly afterward. Luca walked over to the floor-to-ceiling window and poured himself a glass of red wine. The city lights glittered below like countless stars. Slowly swirling the wine in his hand, a cold smile appeared on his lips. Back when he worked at Horsa Advertising Company, Richard Sterling had made life difficult for him at every opportunity. Finding fault, assigning impossible tasks, suppressing promotions. And in the end, after Luca accidentally discovered his affair, Richard had fired him without hesitation. Originally, Luca assumed their relationship had ended there. But fate had a funny way of arranging things. After all, Horsa Advertising Company happened to be located inside San Fierro building. And now, San Fierro building belonged to him. Luca took a slow sip of wine, amusement flickering in his eyes. I really wonder what kind of expression Richard Sterling will have when he sees me tomorrow. Chapter 8. The tables have turned. The next morning, Luca Hale arrived at San Fierro building bright and early. He knew this place like the back of his hand. After all, he had spent 3 years working here. The building stood 33 stories tall. Floors 30 through 33 were managed directly by San Fierro building itself, while floors 2 through 29 were leased to various companies throughout San Fierro as office space. Before everything changed, Luca had worked at Horsa Advertising. He started as an ordinary salesperson and, through consistently strong performance, eventually earned a promotion to sales team leader. Unfortunately, talent wasn't always enough. His direct superior, Richard Sterling, happened to be the boss's nephew. After Luca accidentally discovered Richard's uncle having an affair, he was fired without hesitation. Back then, he had been powerless. Now, things were different. Very different. The former employee who had been kicked out of the company could now decide the fate of businesses operating inside the building with a single sentence. Life really had a way of turning the tables. Although working hours hadn't officially started yet, the building receptionist was already at her post. The moment she spotted Luca entering through the main doors, she immediately stood up. Good morning, President Hale. Morning. Luca nodded politely. It seemed Jared Prince had already informed the staff about his identity, just as Roman Pierce had done at the hotel. Walking to the lounge area near the corner of the lobby, Luca sat down comfortably. Has Jared arrived yet? He asked. The receptionist quickly brought over a freshly brewed cup of tea before replying respectfully. Not yet, President Hale. He should be here shortly. That's fine. Luca picked up a magazine from the coffee table. I'll wait here. Go ahead and do your work. Of course, President Hale. The receptionist smiled before returning to her desk. About 10 minutes passed. Jared Prince still hadn't arrived. However, someone else did. Richard Sterling. The moment he entered the lobby, his eyes landed on Luca. A smug smile immediately spread across his face. What a coincidence. Well. Richard swaggered over with his hands in his pockets. For a second, I thought I was seeing things. He looked Luca up and down mockingly. But it really is you, Team Leader Hale. Then he pretended to suddenly remember something. Oh wait, my mistake. You're not Team Leader Hale anymore. You got fired. Luca calmly turned a page in his magazine. You seem very happy about that. Of course I am. Richard's grin widened. My uncle already told me I'm about to be promoted to department director. He folded his arms across his chest. As for you, have you even found a job that pays $300 a month yet? Richard had always carried an inferiority complex toward university graduates. He never attended college himself and had only earned a diploma through night school after entering the workforce. As a result, he took great pleasure in seeing educated people fail. In his eyes, Luca was the perfect example. 3 years of hard work, a degree, excellent performance, and yet he still got kicked out. What a joke. Naturally, Richard conveniently ignored the fact that without his family connections, he likely wouldn't have gotten his current position in the first place. Actually, Richard continued proudly, my uncle and I already arranged a meeting with the new owner of this building. If we can secure a partnership, my position will rise even higher. Then he shook his head dramatically. Sigh. Why am I even telling you all this? We're not on the same level anymore. Luca finally lowered his magazine. His expression had become strangely amused. The new owner? A partnership? Since when? Why was this the first he was hearing about it? After a moment, Luca smiled faintly. Richard, I suggest you stop getting your hopes up. Richard frowned. What do you mean? The partnership you're dreaming about isn't happening. Luca casually crossed one leg over the other. And if I were you, I'd start looking for a new office location. Otherwise, it might be embarrassing when your company ends up homeless. For a brief moment, silence hung between them. Then Richard burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. He pointed at Luca as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Who do you think you are? You think you can influence Manager Jared's decisions? Luca shrugged. Whether I can or not. He raised a hand and pointed toward the entrance. Why don't you ask him yourself? Richard instinctively turned around. At that exact moment, Jared Prince walked through the building's revolving doors. Dressed in a tailored black suit, the slightly overweight manager moved quickly across the lobby. The receptionist immediately pointed toward Luca. The moment Jared spotted him, he changed direction without hesitation and headed straight over. Richard's eyes lit up. This was perfect. He immediately stepped forward and extended his hand enthusiastically. Manager Jared, hello. I'm Richard Sterling, supervisor at Horsa Advertising. You can call me Richard. But Jared walked right past him, as though he didn't exist. Not even a glance. Instead, he stopped directly in front of Luca. Then he slightly bowed his head. President Hale, I'm very sorry. Traffic delayed me. The entire lobby suddenly seemed to go silent. Richard froze. President Hale? The word struck him like a hammer. His extended hand remained hanging awkwardly in midair. His face turned pale. President Hale? Why would the general manager of San Fierro building address Luca that way? A terrifying possibility surfaced in his mind. Slowly, he turned toward Luca. His voice trembled. Why you? Who exactly are you? Even now, he desperately clung to the tiny hope that he was wrong. Please, anything but that. Luca looked at him calmly. The smile on his face never changed. I'm the new owner of San Fierro building. His voice was steady and unhurried. The one you were just talking about. Then he tilted his head slightly. Tell me, Supervisor Richard, is that answer satisfactory? Richard's eyes widened. No. His face twisted in disbelief. That's impossible. I don't believe it. He spun toward Jared like a drowning man reaching for a lifeline. Manager Jared, tell me this is fake. This has to be fake. His voice was becoming increasingly hysterical. Yesterday, we discussed cooperation. Your company agreed. We already talked about it. Jared frowned. At this point, even a fool could see that Richard and Luca were enemies. There was no chance he would side with Richard. That's not what happened, Jared said flatly. Richard's face instantly lost all color. Luca slowly stood up. Jared. His tone wasn't loud, but it instantly made Jared nervous. Yes, President Hale? A thin layer of sweat appeared on the manager's forehead. Luca's gaze remained fixed on Richard. Is what he's saying true? Did you negotiate some kind of partnership with him? Of course not. Jared immediately shook his head. Yesterday, Horsa Advertising's owner came with him hoping to discuss cooperation. But I never agreed to anything. So the deal wasn't approved? No, President Hale. Nothing was approved. Luca nodded. I see. Then his expression cooled. In that case, his eyes shifted toward Richard. Why are you still standing here talking? Can't you see that I'm in a very bad mood right now? Chapter 9. Watch your language. Having offended his new boss during their very first meeting, Jared Prince was already feeling uneasy. Looking at Richard Sterling, the man responsible for this entire mess, he wished he could personally throw him out of the building. Richard Sterling, get out. Jared's face darkened. And while you're at it, pass a message to your uncle. Horsa Advertising's lease expires at the end of this month. Tell him to pack up and move out of San Fierro building. Richard's face instantly turned white. It felt as though the sky had collapsed on top of him. And no, Manager Jared, Mr. Hale, please give me another chance. His previous arrogance had vanished completely. He stumbled forward desperately. Please don't kick us out. We can talk about this. Seeing the pleading look on Richard's face, Jared became even more irritated. If this fool hadn't run his mouth earlier, none of this would have happened. Noticing the cold expression on Luca's face, Jared immediately made up his mind. Security. Several guards hurried over. What are you standing around for? Jared barked. Drag him outside. He's making President Hale uncomfortable. Before Richard could continue begging, the security guards grabbed him by the arms and hauled him toward the exit. No, President Hale. Mr. Hale. Please listen to me. I was wrong. His desperate cries echoed through the lobby until they gradually disappeared outside. Only then did Jared quietly breathe a sigh of relief. At least his own position seemed safe for now. Luca casually sipped his tea. If Horsa's boss comes looking for you later, handle it yourself. Understood, President Hale. Jared immediately nodded. Luca's gaze turned colder. Also, investigate every company in this building that has business dealings with Horsa. If they want to continue working with them, they can leave too. Jared's heart jumped. Understood. Afterward, Luca attended a company-wide management meeting in the building's conference room. To everyone's surprise, his first decision was simple: a 20% salary increase for all employees. The announcement was met with thunderous applause. In an instant, Luca's reputation among the staff skyrocketed. Of course, Luca had no interest in becoming some hard-working executive. Management, reports, meetings, paperwork, those headaches could stay with Jared and the others. As for him, he preferred enjoying life. So for the next several days, Luca practically disappeared into the presidential suite at San Fierro Grand Hotel, spending his days eating well, sleeping well, and enjoying the luxury lifestyle. Still, after nearly a week, he began to feel that something was missing. No matter how luxurious a hotel was, it never truly felt like home. Standing beside the floor-to-ceiling windows one morning, Luca looked out over the city and muttered, "Time to buy a house. And while I'm at it, a car too." Once the thought appeared, he acted immediately. Pulling out his phone, he called Naomi Monroe. Meanwhile, Naomi had been in an unusually good mood these past few days. Ever since meeting Luca Hale, it felt as though her luck had finally begun to change. Her livestream traffic was steadily growing. She was receiving more followers every day. Even her gift income had improved significantly. Yet despite all that, she occasionally found herself feeling strangely empty. For some reason, she kept thinking about Luca, so when she saw his name appear on her phone screen, her eyes instantly lit up. After ending the call, she hurriedly got dressed, applied some light makeup, and rushed out to their meeting spot. The moment she arrived, she spotted Luca sitting at an outdoor cafe. Naomi sneaked up behind him and lightly patted his shoulder. Luca Hale. Today she was wearing a light beige floral dress. The skirt swayed gently around her knees, revealing her slender calves. Combined with her carefully done makeup and naturally beautiful features, she looked absolutely stunning. For a brief moment, Luca was genuinely caught off guard. A flash of admiration appeared in his eyes. Although it only lasted a second, Naomi noticed, and immediately became even happier. Luca stood up with a smile. "You haven't eaten breakfast yet, right?" He pointed at the extra meal on the table. "I ordered some for you." "Thank you." Naomi sat down obediently and took a sip of milk. Then she looked up curiously. "So, what kind of car are you planning to buy?" Naomi knew very little about cars, but she knew one thing. Someone as rich as Luca definitely wasn't buying an ordinary vehicle. A G-Class. The moment the words left his mouth, Naomi's eyes widened. "Hey!" She quickly glanced around nervously. "Don't say things like that in public." Luca blinked. "What?" Naomi leaned closer and lowered her voice. "You're not allowed to swear in public anymore. It's not classy." Luca stared at her for several seconds. Then he finally realized what she thought he had said. The corners of his mouth twitched. "Woman, your thought process is seriously broken." Soon afterward, they arrived at the Mercedes-Benz dealership. The moment they stepped through the doors, several employees looked over. Then they froze. The pair standing together looked ridiculously attractive. Tall and handsome, beautiful and elegant. They looked like a couple straight out of a movie. The store manager recovered first and hurried over. "Welcome to Mercedes-Benz." He smiled professionally. "Do you have any models in mind, sir?" "A GCLA." Before Luca could finish speaking, a sharp pinch landed on his waist. "Ouch!" Naomi glared at him. "I told you to watch your language." The manager was briefly confused before understanding. His expression immediately became strange. Trying hard not to laugh, he said, "Very well, sir. 2 G-Class AMG models arrived just today. Please follow me." Only then did Naomi finally realize that G-Class was actually a vehicle model. Her face instantly turned red, especially when she noticed Luca trying not to laugh. "You jerk!" Naomi gritted her teeth. Luca laughed openly this time. "Who told you to react so adorably?" Without thinking, he reached over and ruffled her hair. Her silky hair slipped through his fingers, carrying a faint floral fragrance. Naomi froze. She had not expected such an intimate gesture. But strangely, she wasn't angry at all. In fact, she found herself thinking, "His hand feels nice. If he touched my face, wouldn't that feel even better?" The thought startled her so badly that she almost jumped. Quickly lowering her head, she stole a glance at Luca, who was discussing specifications with the manager. Thankfully, he hadn't noticed anything. Only then did she secretly let out a breath of relief. Soon, they arrived at the showroom. Only 2 G-Class AMGs sat under the bright lights. One khaki, one black. Both looked imposing, luxurious, and incredibly powerful. "Mr. Hale, these are the newest arrivals." The manager smiled. "What do you think?" Luca circled the black one once before nodding. "Not bad." Then he asked the most important question, "Can I drive it away today?" "Absolutely." The manager's smile widened. "We can handle the registration process for you as well." "Perfect." Luca didn't hesitate. "I'll take the black one." The manager's eyes nearly lit up. This was the easiest sale of his career. "I'll prepare the contract immediately." Ding. Host spent $300,000. 7x cashback triggered. Cashback reward, $2,100,000. Another $2 million entered his account. Luca couldn't help feeling satisfied. This was his first time owning a luxury vehicle worth several million. Anyone would be excited. Still, years of driving experience kept him calm on the surface. Naomi, however, was a completely different story. The moment she sat in the passenger seat, she began touching every button she could find. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. "So happy?" Luca asked while starting the engine. "Of course." Naomi puffed out her cheeks. "Not everyone is as rich as you. I've never even ridden in a car worth millions before." Luca chuckled. "Then I'll make you even happier in a little while." The moment those words left his mouth, Naomi froze. Her heartbeat instantly accelerated. She slowly lowered her head and nervously twisted the corner of her dress between her fingers. Her imagination immediately began running wild. "Even happier? He can't possibly mean." The tips of her ears slowly turned red. Chapter 10. The Lucky Star's Multiplier. Luca Hale drove straight to the Porsche dealership with Naomi Monroe in the passenger seat. The moment they stepped out of the car, a young sales associate in a fitted professional uniform approached them with a warm smile. "Welcome to Porsche." Although management constantly reminded the staff not to judge customers by appearance, experience had taught them otherwise. A person's clothes, accessories, and even the car they arrived in often revealed a lot about their spending power. And Luca practically screamed premium customer. Designer clothes, a luxury SUV, a striking appearance, and a beautiful woman by his side. To any salesperson, he was exactly the type of client they hoped would walk through the doors. Of course, seeing Naomi beside him immediately extinguished any unrealistic fantasies. Compared to the girl standing next to Luca, she didn't stand a chance in either looks or temperament. "Sir, is there any particular model you're interested in?" she asked politely. Before Luca could answer, Naomi tugged lightly on his sleeve. "Wait a minute." She lowered her voice. "Aren't we here right after buying a car? Why are you buying another one?" In Naomi's mind, a car was simply transportation. One car was enough. Two seemed excessive. Three was completely unnecessary. If Luca knew what she was thinking, he would definitely disagree. To him, there was no such thing as too many good cars. "Because this one isn't for me." Luca smiled. "It's for you." Naomi froze. Huh. Her eyes widened. "For me?" Then she immediately shook her head. "No, absolutely not." The refusal came so quickly that even the sales associate looked surprised. "You already gave me such an expensive watch," Naomi continued. "Now you want to buy me a car too? I can't accept something that costly." The sales associate instantly sensed danger. If the girlfriend successfully talked him out of buying the car, her commission would disappear. Naturally, she stepped in. "Miss, you're so fortunate." She smiled gently. "Your boyfriend is being thoughtful. You should let him spoil you a little." Naomi's cheeks immediately turned pink. "We aren't." She was about to explain, but halfway through, she suddenly stopped. Rejecting the relationship outright in public would only embarrass Luca. After hesitating for a moment, she awkwardly changed her words. "I just think it's too expensive." Then, almost in a whisper, she added, "It wouldn't be too late to buy one after we get married." The final two words nearly disappeared into the air. Naomi lowered her head immediately afterward, too embarrassed to look up. Inside her shoes, her toes curled tightly. Lucas stared at her. Then realization dawned. A smile slowly appeared on his face. He reached over and rubbed her head. "That's fine. I'll buy you something even better after we get married." Naomi immediately rolled her eyes. This jerk. She was trying to save his dignity, and he was taking advantage of the situation to tease her again. Watching the interaction, the sales associate suddenly felt very full. Emotionally full. The kind of full that made lunch seem unnecessary. She had just been force-fed a truckload of affection. Meanwhile, Naomi looked back at Luca. "Are you seriously buying me a car? Let's take a look first. What if you find one you like?" The sales associate guided them around the showroom. The more Naomi looked, the more frightened she became. Originally, she had been thinking that if Luca insisted on buying her something, maybe she could choose a cheaper model worth a few tens of thousands and slowly pay him back later. Unfortunately, reality was cruel. Forget tens of thousands. She couldn't find a single vehicle priced below $40,000. After seeing several price tags, Naomi finally couldn't take it anymore. "Luca," she tugged his sleeve again. "Why don't we go somewhere else? These are way too expensive." Luca already knew where this would end if he let Naomi continue choosing. At this rate, they'd still be here after dinner. So he simply turned toward the sales associate. That red 911 we saw earlier. Do you have one available? The sales associate's eyes lit up instantly. A Porsche 911? For his girlfriend? What kind of fairy tale boyfriend was this? Of course we do, she replied enthusiastically. Although we'll need about 2 days to transfer it from headquarters. No problem. Luca nodded casually. Give me the highest configuration. Let's do the paperwork. Before Naomi's brain could even process what was happening, Luca had already handed over his card. Swipe. Done. Ding. Host spent $248,000 on Naomi Monroe. Critical hit triggered. Reward. Villa obtained at Elvis Muscov Villa Complex. A villa? Luca's eyebrows shot up. The Elvis Muscov Villa Complex was the most prestigious residential area in San Fierro. Even the cheapest villa there cost over $5 million. The premium properties could easily reach $7 or $8 million. More importantly, money alone wasn't enough to buy one. Connections were usually required, and now the system had simply handed him one. Originally, he had been planning to buy a house next. Now that problem was solved. As expected, Naomi Monroe truly was his lucky star. A few minutes later, the sales associate returned with all the documents. Mr. Hale, everything has been processed. She handed over the paperwork respectfully. Just bring Miss Monroe's identification in 3 days, and the vehicle can be collected. Thank you. Luca nodded. Then he turned toward Naomi, only to discover she was still standing there in a daze. Apparently, her brain hadn't fully rebooted yet. Amused, Luca waved a hand in front of her eyes. Hello. Earth to Naomi. Come back. Only then did she blink. Huh. Let's go. Luca grabbed her wrist and gently led her outside. The trip had been incredibly rewarding. Not only had his available cash climbed past $2.5 million, but he had also received a luxury villa worth millions. Life was becoming easier and easier. Once they were back inside the car, silence filled the cabin. For a long moment, Naomi simply stared out the window. Eventually, she spoke. Luca. Her voice was unusually soft. Why are you so good to me? When Luca glanced over, he noticed her eyes were slightly red. She looked as though she might cry at any moment. Naomi wasn't stupid. Over the years, plenty of wealthy young men had pursued her. Many had spent money trying to impress her, but none of them had ever made her feel this way. Whenever she spent time with Luca, she felt happy. When several days passed without seeing him, she found herself missing him, thinking about him before bed, wondering what he was doing, checking her phone more often than usual. If that wasn't love, then what was? Luca didn't avoid her gaze. Instead, he answered honestly, because I like you. The simple sentence instantly made Naomi's heartbeat lose control. Her fingers tightened around her skirt. Even her voice trembled slightly. Why, you mean? You want us to be together? For the first time, Luca hesitated, because while he genuinely liked Naomi, there was still someone else occupying a corner of his heart. The mysterious woman from that unforgettable night. The woman whose name he still didn't know. The woman who had disappeared the next morning without leaving anything behind except memories. No matter what happened, he still intended to find her. And until he did, there were some answers Luca couldn't give lightly. Chapter 11. Sober Tiger belongs to everyone. Seeing Luca remain silent, Naomi immediately understood. She wasn't naive. During her years at university, she had seen plenty of wealthy young men surrounded by women, one on each arm. Men like Luca weren't rare in that world. He likes me, maybe even a lot, but there must be someone else in his heart too. The thought stung, yet strangely, it didn't make her angry. After a brief silence, Naomi lifted a hand and gently wiped away the tears gathering at the corners of her eyes. Then she smiled, a bright, beautiful smile. Luca Hale, I like you. Her voice was soft but sincere. But can you give me a little more time? Sunlight filtered through the windshield, falling across her face. Combined with that radiant smile, she looked like a sea of flowers blooming beneath a summer sky. Beautiful enough to make someone lose themselves. Luca looked at her quietly before shaking his head. No. Naomi blinked. Huh. I should be the one thanking you. His voice was gentle. Thank you for giving me a chance. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Then their eyes met, and both burst into laughter. The heaviness that had lingered between them quietly faded away. Luca glanced at the time. I promised to treat you to lunch. It's already noon. What do you want to eat? Naomi immediately answered without hesitation. Chinese food. Then she pulled out her phone. Can I start a live stream? Luca sighed helplessly. As long as you don't point the camera at my face. Don't worry. Naomi happily adjusted her phone stand. I'm planning to do a mukbang stream anyway. Ever since that night, when Luca had sent $10,000 worth of gifts, her channel had gradually gained traction. The tiny livestream room that once struggled to gather a dozen viewers now regularly attracted 100 or 200 people every evening. Sometimes even more. Occasionally, viewers would send gifts too. Of course, compared to Luca's generosity, those donations were little more than pocket change. The stream connected. Naomi flashed a cheerful smile at the camera. Hello everyone. Good afternoon. Comments immediately began pouring in. Little Naomi is streaming during lunchtime. Perfect. Wait, is streamer wearing a skirt today? Show us the legs. Legs +1. Legs +2. Legs plus 10,086. Why are you all looking at her legs? Did nobody notice she's sitting in the passenger seat? What's weird about sitting in the passenger seat? The passenger seat isn't weird. The important question is who's driving. Damn, that's a good point. Streamer, reveal the driver. Watching the comments flood in, Naomi couldn't help laughing. You guys can guess. How are we supposed to guess? Just turn the camera around. Exactly. Let us see. Naomi mischievously tilted the camera toward the driver's seat. The audience could see Luca's shoulder, his hands on the steering wheel, and part of his profile. Everything except his face. The chat instantly exploded. Damn. Handsome guy detected. Streamer, stop hiding him. Wait a second. Isn't that a Mercedes G-Class? Holy crap, you're right. That thing costs hundreds of thousands. Streamer has fallen. The temptations of money have corrupted her. Forget everything else. That car is cool as hell. Even if it were a pile of scrap metal worth hundreds of thousands, I'd still think it was cool. Streamer, who exactly is driving? Naomi grinned. I already told you. Guess. Since you're making us guess, it must be someone we know. Exactly. And among the people we know, who's rich enough to drive a G-Class? Do we even need to continue? Suddenly, another comment appeared. Damn it. Streamer secretly ate all the good stuff herself. Naomi stared blankly. What does that even mean? The replies arrived instantly. Humph. Sober Tiger belongs to everyone. Hand over Sober Tiger. Sharing is caring. Luca glanced at the scrolling comments and couldn't help laughing. These netizens are ridiculous. The moment his voice entered the microphone, the live stream went wild. Ah, he spoke. His voice sounds amazing. You're listening to his voice while I'm already taking out tissues. You're taking out tissues while I'm lighting a cigarette. You're smoking while my hands have already turned to ashes. How are you still typing then? Typing with my tongue. Peak talent. Luca shook his head helplessly and continued driving. Following the navigation, they eventually arrived at a private Chinese restaurant hidden away from the bustling city streets. The restaurant occupied a large traditional courtyard compound. Elegant pavilions stood beside winding pathways. Stone bridges arched over koi ponds. Small streams flowed through carefully arranged gardens. The air carried the faint fragrance of flowers and freshly brewed tea. The atmosphere was peaceful and refined. Even before tasting the food, one could tell this place wasn't cheap. A waitress dressed in a tailored cheongsam approached gracefully. Good afternoon, sir. How many guests? 2. This way, please. She led them through the courtyard and into a private dining area. Their table sat beside a pond covered with blooming lotus flowers. The waitress gently raised a bamboo curtain. Instantly, the picturesque scenery outside came into view. Sunlight shimmered across the water's surface. Lotus leaves swayed gently in the breeze. Several koi fish glided lazily beneath them. Naomi's eyes widened. So beautiful. Her voice was filled with genuine admiration. A soft smile curved her lips as she stared at the lotus flowers. Luca's gaze drifted from the pond to Naomi herself. Under the gentle sunlight, she seemed every bit as elegant as the flowers outside. For a brief moment, it felt as though the lotus blossoms and the girl before him were competing for beauty. And somehow, Naomi won. "Yeah," Luca said quietly. "It really is beautiful." Naomi turned her head. Only then did she realize Luca wasn't looking at the pond. He was looking at her. Their eyes met. A blush instantly spread across her cheeks. Meanwhile, because the camera remained pointed in Naomi's direction, every subtle change in her expression was faithfully captured by the live stream. The audience immediately noticed. "That's it. I'm convinced. Streamer is definitely in love. I'm so jealous I need a truckload of lemons. I came here for food and got force-fed romance instead. I'm already full. Woof." Just then, the waitress returned carrying a menu. She placed it gently on the table and smiled. "Sir, Mississippi, may I take your order?" Chapter 12. A Stamped Seal. "Of course." Luca Hale nodded and tapped a picture on the menu. "We'll take the 8,888 set meal. 2 portions." The waitress blinked in surprise for a split second before her professional smile returned, even brighter than before. Many guests came here specifically for the restaurant's famous private dishes, but very few ordered the most expensive set menu without even glancing at the price. After all, one set cost $888.8. 2 of them came to more than $1,777, enough to make most people hesitate. "Certainly, sir. Please give us a moment." She bowed politely and hurried away. Across the table, Naomi Monroe stared at the menu in disbelief, her tongue peeking out slightly. A single meal costs almost $2,000. What is this food made of? Gold? Is it supposed to make people immortal? Then she remembered that Luca Hale had casually spent hundreds of thousands that very morning. Compared to that, this amount suddenly seemed insignificant. A moment later, Naomi froze. "Wait, since when did I start thinking nearly $2,000 is a small amount? What's wrong?" Luca asked, noticing the constantly changing expressions on her face. Naomi immediately straightened up and put on a fierce expression. "It's too expensive. If it doesn't taste good later, I'm arguing with the owner." Luca couldn't help laughing. This girl's train of thought really went wherever it wanted. Soon the appetizers arrived. The delicate aroma instantly filled the air, making both of them reach for their chopsticks. The biggest difference between them was their eating style. Luca ate quietly and elegantly. Naomi, on the other hand, was busy doing 2 things at once: enjoying the food and chatting with her livestream viewers. Fortunately, their table was tucked away in a quiet corner. Since there weren't many customers during lunchtime, they weren't disturbing anyone. Meanwhile, the livestream chat was exploding. "That lobster looks amazing. I can't afford it, but at least I can watch someone else eat it." "Streamer, take another bite of that matsutake mushroom." Food aside, Streamer is the real feast. Beautiful girl plus expensive food. This stream is dangerous. Most viewers would probably never get the chance to eat such premium ingredients, but watching someone else enjoy them was entertainment in its own right. Besides, Naomi's stunning appearance made the stream even more enjoyable. The meal stretched on for nearly an hour and a half. Not because there was too much food. The restaurant simply served each dish one at a time, treating every course like a small performance. And to be fair, every dish deserved the attention. At least for Luca and Naomi, this was easily one of the best meals they had ever eaten outside. Of course, no matter how luxurious a restaurant was, there was still one thing it could never surpass: home cooking. The food your mother makes may not be the most expensive, but somehow it always tastes the best. Maybe because she knows exactly what you like. Or maybe because every dish carries something no restaurant can replicate. A feeling called family. A warmth that stays with you long after the meal is over. After they had eaten their fill, Luca stood and headed to the front desk. Ding! Host spent $888.8 and received a 10x rebate. Reward: $8,888. Lucas smiled. Not bad. Getting nearly $9,000 back from a meal was already satisfying. Then another notification appeared. Ding! Host spent $888.8 on Naomi Monroe and triggered a critical hit. Reward: Master-level culinary skills. Luca's eyes widened slightly. A skill reward? This was the first time the system had given him something other than money or property. For a moment, a massive flood of information poured into his mind. Cooking techniques, ingredient knowledge, knife skills, seasoning control. Countless recipes and years of culinary experience seemed to merge with his memories. It felt as though he had spent decades mastering the culinary arts. Host, don't underestimate this system. Luca's eyebrow twitched. Why does that laugh make you sound like a villain? Seriously, your character settings seem a little suspicious. The system instantly fell silent. In the afternoon, Luca drove Naomi back to her apartment complex. The car slowly came to a stop beneath the shade of several trees near the entrance. Go on, Luca said, and don't forget to bring your ID when you pick up your car in a few days. Naomi lowered her head. Yet she didn't move. She simply stood there beside the car. Luca raised an eyebrow. What? Don't tell me you're reluctant to part with me. I am not. She immediately stomped her foot. The reaction only made Luca laugh harder. All right. I already explained it. It's not that I don't want to go with you when you pick up the car. His expression softened. I just need to go home. I haven't seen my parents in a long time. It had been nearly a year since his last visit. Going home had already been part of his plans, and it was one of the reasons he had rushed to buy a car. Naomi nodded quietly. I know. Then she folded her arms. You leave first. I'll go upstairs after you're gone. So stubborn. Humph. Luca smiled and returned to the driver's seat. He closed the door and reached for the ignition. Luca Hale. A voice suddenly called out. He turned in confusion. What is it? Before he could react, a soft fragrance drifted toward him. Then came a warm, delicate touch, light as a dragonfly skimming across water. For a brief moment, something soft brushed against his cheek. Luca froze. Naomi quickly stepped back, her face completely red. A mischievous grin slowly spread across Luca's face. Miss Monroe, what exactly are you doing? Naomi lifted her chin proudly. I'm leaving a mark, so you won't forget me. The words sounded confident enough. Unfortunately, her bright red ears completely betrayed her. Luca pretended to think seriously. That doesn't seem fair. Ha! You stamped me. He leaned slightly out of the car window. I should stamp you back. You wish. Naomi squealed. With her cheeks burning crimson, she turned and ran toward the apartment gate. The breeze carried a faint trace of her perfume as she disappeared inside. Watching her retreating figure, Luca chuckled and shook his head. This girl is way too cute. After leaving Naomi's neighborhood, Luca drove toward the Elvis Muscov Villa complex. Located in the suburbs, the area felt completely different from the busy city center. The air was cleaner. The roads were quieter. Trees lined both sides of the streets, and beautifully maintained gardens stretched across the community. Most impressive of all was the artificial river winding through the estate. The most expensive villas had all been built along its banks, offering both privacy and stunning scenery. As Luca's black G-Class approached the entrance gate, a young security guard immediately stepped forward. Good afternoon, sir. The guard offered a respectful smile. Welcome to Elvis Muscov Villa Complex. How may I assist you today? Chapter 13. Becoming the Boss of Twist. Elvis Muscov Villa Complex truly lived up to its reputation as the most prestigious residential community in San Fierro. Even the security staff carried themselves with remarkable professionalism. Of course, that professionalism was helped by the vehicle Luca Hale was driving. A luxury SUV worth several $100,000 was enough to command respect anywhere in the city. Yes, I recently purchased a villa here, Luca said after lowering his window. Could you help me register my license plate information? My name is Luca Hale. The security guard's posture became even more respectful. Certainly, Mr. Hale. Please wait a moment while I notify the property manager to assist you. Less than 3 minutes later, a woman strode over from the administration building. She wore a fitted business suit, black high heels, and a pair of rimless glasses. Her short hair was neatly styled, giving her a capable and professional appearance. As the property manager of Elvis Muscov Villa Complex, she naturally possessed both competence and charm. Residents paying millions for their homes expected a certain standard of service. Still, compared to someone like Naomi Monroe, her beauty paled considerably. Carrying a tablet, the woman approached the driver's window and bowed politely. "Good evening, Mr. Hale. My name is Francis Excel, property manager of Elvis Muscov Villa Complex. I'll be handling your registration today. May I see your identification, please?" "Of course." Luca handed over his ID card. The process was surprisingly efficient. After taking a photo for the records and verifying a few details, Francis completed everything within minutes. "All set, Mr. Hale." She returned his ID with a smile. "I'll take you to Building 7 now. Please follow my vehicle." Luca shook his head. "No need. Just hop in and give me directions." Francis hesitated briefly before nodding. "All right, Mr. Hale. Sorry for the trouble." After settling into the passenger seat, she finally got a clear look at Luca. Even after years of meeting wealthy clients and successful businessmen, she couldn't help feeling slightly stunned. He was simply too handsome. Yet throughout the drive, Luca remained focused on the road. Not once did he steal a glance at her. That realization left Frances feeling oddly disappointed. For the first time in a long while, she found herself questioning her own attractiveness. Guided by her directions, Luca drove deeper into the community until they arrived beside a magnificent riverside villa. The evening lights reflected off the water, creating shimmering ripples that danced across the property's exterior walls. "We're here, Mr. Hale." Frances stepped out of the vehicle. "Welcome home." Her professional smile returned. "If you need anything at all, please don't hesitate to contact me. I'll be happy to assist." "Thank you." After seeing her off, Luca walked through the front garden and pushed open the villa's gate. The moment he entered, he was greeted by an enormous living room. The ceiling soared at least 7 meters high, creating an overwhelming sense of space. Massive floor-to-ceiling windows allowed moonlight to spill across the polished marble floor. The villa consisted of 2 levels. The ground floor housed a guest bedroom, dining room, entertainment area, and several luxurious living spaces. The entire second floor was dedicated to private suites, each equipped with its own balcony overlooking the river. Naturally, a luxury villa valued at $8 million came with every premium feature imaginable. A private swimming pool, a landscape garden, an underground garage, and one of the best river views in all of San Fierro. Luca slowly toured the property. The more he saw, the more satisfied he became. Yet another thought soon entered his mind. His parents were still living in an old 3-bedroom apartment back home. Compared to this place, it felt cramped and outdated. They had worked tirelessly their entire lives. Every dollar had been earned through hard work and sacrifice. Now that he finally had the means, it was time for them to enjoy life as well. "When I go home this time, I'll buy them a proper house. A big one. They deserve it." That evening, Luca lounged on the sofa while casually scrolling through videos on his phone. Suddenly, several private messages popped up. They were from viewers of Naomi Monroe's livestream. "Hey, Sober Tiger, are you there? Naomi's participating in a PK competition in 10 days. Are you coming?" Luca raised an eyebrow. A PK competition was essentially a streamer tournament. The streamer whose viewers contributed the most gifts would advance. The higher the ranking, the greater the exposure. For smaller streamers, reaching the top 10 could completely change their careers. Some even became annual earners worth millions. Luca immediately understood why Naomi hadn't mentioned it. She probably didn't want him spending more money on her. Unfortunately for her, he already knew. "Of course I'm coming." Without hesitation, Luca opened the app and recharged $1 million. Ding! Host spent $1 million on Naomi Monroe. Critical hit triggered. Reward: 30% ownership of Twist Streaming. Luca nearly sat upright. 30%? Twist Streaming was one of the largest live streaming platforms in the country, with a valuation of approximately $1.5 billion. 30% meant ownership worth roughly $450 million. That was worth more than everything he currently owned in San Fierro combined. For a moment, Lucas simply stared at the notification. Naomi Monroe truly was his lucky star. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away at Twist Streaming's headquarters in New Orleans, chaos had already erupted. Inside the executive conference room, an assistant hurried in. Chairman, Romero Dennis looked up. What happened? We've received notification that a large portion of our publicly traded shares has been acquired by a private individual. Romero's eyes widened. What? Who acquired them? A man named Luca Hale. How much did he buy? 30%. The room instantly fell silent. Romero frowned. Luca Hale. I've never heard that name before. Is he the heir of some major conglomerate? The assistant quickly checked his tablet. We found additional information. Speak. He recently registered a private account on our platform. Romero blinked. A private account? Yes. His first deposit was $10,000. And today, the assistant swallowed. $1 million. $1 million. Even Romero couldn't hide his shock. Someone who casually spent $1 million on live-stream gifts had also quietly acquired shares worth hundreds of millions. What kind of financial monster was this? The assistant continued. We believe the spending may be connected to a female streamer named Naomi. What makes you think that? Because Mr. Hale only watches her broadcasts. He has never entered any other live stream room. Romero stared silently for several seconds. Then he slowly leaned back in his chair. I always thought I was rich. A bitter smile appeared on his face. But compared to people like this is what real wealth looks like. After a moment, he looked toward his assistant. Put that streamer, Naomi, on the homepage. The assistant looked startled. Chairman, she's just a small streamer with a few hundred followers. If she gets matched against top streamers during the PK event and loses, won't Mr. Hale be unhappy? Romero immediately slammed his hand onto the table. Use your brain. Do you honestly think someone who can spend hundreds of millions would let the streamer he's supporting lose? The assistant froze. Go. Promote her everywhere. Increase her exposure immediately. Back in San Fierro, Naomi was live streaming as usual when a massive flood of viewers suddenly poured into her room. The viewer count skyrocketed. Comments flew across the screen so quickly she could barely read them. For a moment, she was completely bewildered. Only after several viewers explained what had happened did she realize her stream had been featured on the platform's homepage. As for the man responsible for everything, Luca Hale remained completely unaware. At that very moment, he was busy packing his luggage for tomorrow's trip home. Chapter 14. The Girl in White. The next morning, just as the first light of dawn stretched across the horizon, Luca Hale set off on his journey. His hometown, Ashford, was located in Silver Province, a small inland city that was nowhere near as prosperous or bustling as San Fierro. The drive would take him across provincial borders, through winding mountain roads and countless tunnels carved through towering peaks. The black G-Class cruised steadily along the highway. By the time Luca finally entered Silver Province, the afternoon sun was already hanging low in the sky. Feeling slightly fatigued, he pulled into a highway service area to refuel and take a short break. As he stepped out of the vehicle, something nearby immediately caught his eye. A white Ferrari 488 sat parked not far away. Of course, the luxury sports car wasn't the only thing worth noticing. Standing beside it was a woman dressed entirely in white. She held a phone to her ear while speaking quietly. Although her expression remained calm, the faint beads of sweat on her forehead revealed the anxiety she was trying to conceal. Luca couldn't help glancing over. It wasn't difficult to piece together what had happened. The woman had also traveled from San Fierro and was heading toward Crestfall, the provincial capital. Unfortunately, her Ferrari had broken down midway through the journey. Fortunately, she had managed to reach the service area before the vehicle completely failed. Otherwise, being stranded on the highway would have been far more dangerous. The issue now was that she was stuck waiting for a tow truck, and whatever plans she originally had were clearly being delayed. After listening for a moment, Luca walked over. Hello, do you need any help? Only then did he get a clear look at her face. For a brief moment he froze. Luca had always considered himself fortunate. After all, He had already met stunning women like Naomi Monroe and that mysterious enchantress from that unforgettable night. Yet standing before him now was someone who could rival them both. She looked like a beauty who had stepped straight out of an ancient painting. More importantly, she gave off an entirely different feeling. The enchantress was seductive. Naomi Monroe was sweet and innocent. This woman, she was tranquil, like a frozen lake under moonlight, cold, elegant, and untouched by the chaos of the world. Arabella Windsor looked at him quietly before speaking. My car broke down. I need to get to Crestfall. Even her voice carried a calm, almost detached quality. Even when the tow truck arrives, I won't be able to continue my trip anytime soon. Luca nodded. That's convenient. I'm heading back to Ashford, and I'll be passing through Crestfall on the way. If you'd like, I can give you a ride. Arabella didn't answer immediately. Instead, she simply stared at him. 1 second, 2 seconds. Several more passed. Luca began feeling slightly uncomfortable beneath that crystal-clear gaze. Is there a problem? He asked. Arabella shook her head. Without saying another word, she walked back to her Ferrari, opened the door, and retrieved a backpack. Then she headed straight toward the G-Class. Click. The passenger door opened. She got inside. The entire sequence was so smooth and decisive that Luca was left standing there in confusion. That's it. No hesitation? No questions? No suspicion? The idea that she was after money didn't even cross his mind. After all, she drove a Ferrari 488 herself. Combined with her designer outfit and natural elegance, it was obvious she came from a wealthy family. Leaning slightly out of the window, Arabella asked calmly, "When are we leaving?" Luca blinked. "You're just leaving your Ferrari here? It's already been arranged. Someone will tow it away later." All right then. He returned to the driver's seat and started the engine. Soon, the G-Class merged back onto the highway. The journey resumed. Along the way, Luca discovered that Arabella was an exceptionally quiet person. Most of the time, she simply gazed out the window. Occasionally, she would unlock her phone, check a few messages, then place it aside again. The silence eventually became a little awkward. Unable to bear it any longer, Luca cleared his throat. Ahem. To be honest, I don't even know your name yet. Arabella Windsor. Her answer was brief. Luca nodded. My name is Luca Hale, right? Arabella casually held up his ID card. Apparently, she had noticed it sitting beside the center console earlier. Right. Luca immediately gave up introducing himself. After a brief pause, he voiced the question that had been bothering him. By the way, you got into my car pretty quickly. Aren't you worried I'm a bad person? In Luca's opinion, people should always be cautious when traveling, especially someone as beautiful as Arabella. Being vigilant was simply common sense. Arabella calmly lifted her phone. Only then did Luca notice what was displayed on the screen. A live location sharing page. Alongside it was a conversation window containing both his license plate number and vehicle information. I wasn't foolish enough to get into a stranger's car without preparation. Her tone remained completely matter-of-fact. Luca chuckled helplessly. Fair enough. The two continued chatting occasionally as the miles passed beneath the wheels. Neither of them was particularly talkative, but the atmosphere remained surprisingly comfortable. By the time they left the highway, the sun had already disappeared beneath the horizon. The city lights of Crestfall illuminated the evening sky. When they reached the outskirts of the city, Arabella finally spoke. You can stop here. I'll take a taxi the rest of the way. Luca glanced at the darkening streets. Neon signs glowed on both sides of the road, while traffic flowed endlessly through the city. He shook his head. Forget it. I've already brought you this far. I might as well take you all the way. After a brief pause, he added, Besides, it's almost 8 o'clock. I'd rather not leave a girl like you alone at night. For the first time, Arabella's expression changed slightly. She looked at him. Her eyes reflected the colorful city lights outside. Then she blinked. Thank you, Luca Hale. The words came softly, and noticeably faster than her usual slow, measured speech. Half an hour later, the G-Class finally stopped outside her destination. Arabella stepped out of the vehicle. You should head back now. She looked at him seriously. It's getting late, and you still have a long drive ahead of you. Lucas smiled. All right. With a wave, he drove away. Arabella stood there quietly, watching the taillights disappear into the night. Only after the vehicle vanished completely did she speak softly. Have a safe journey. After arriving at the hotel she had booked in advance, Arabella made her way upstairs and knocked gently on a room door. A familiar voice came from inside. Who is it? It's me, Arabella. A few seconds later, the door swung open. Standing there in pajamas was Camille Jose. The moment she saw Arabella, she let out a huge sigh of relief. Thank goodness. You're finally here. Camille grabbed her friend's shoulders. I was so worried when you told me your car broke down. Arabella tilted her head slightly. Then why didn't you come pick me up? The teasing tone caught Camille completely off guard. I only got my driver's license recently. She stuck out her tongue sheepishly. I'm terrified of driving on the highway. Then she suddenly narrowed her eyes. Something felt wrong. Very wrong. As Arabella's best friend, Camille knew her personality better than anyone. Arabella was always calm, always composed, always detached. So why had she just spoken in a slightly coquettish tone? Camille's eyes immediately lit up. A dangerous smile spread across her face. She leaned closer. What happened? Arabella paused. Then, after a moment of thought, she nodded slightly. I suppose something good did happen. Chapter 15. What a small world. By the time Luca Hale returned to Ashford, it was already 10 o'clock at night. After spending the entire day on the road, he was starving. Knowing there probably wouldn't be any food waiting for him at home at this hour, he parked the G-Class by the roadside and headed toward a bustling night market nearby. The aroma of grilled meat, stir-fried noodles, and sizzling spices filled the air. Rows of food stalls lined both sides of the street, their bright lights cutting through the darkness while groups of diners laughed and chatted over drinks. Luca found a small fried rice stall, ordered a large portion, and sat down. A few minutes later, a steaming plate was placed in front of him. After taking a bite, he couldn't help raising an eyebrow. Even with his newly acquired master-level culinary skills, he had to admit one thing. Anyone capable of running a successful late-night food stall in Silver Province definitely had real talent. Sometimes, a Michelin-starred restaurant wasn't nearly as satisfying as a random roadside stall that had spent decades perfecting a single dish. The food carried something expensive restaurants often lacked: soul. Luca had only finished half his meal when a loud crash suddenly echoed from the barbecue stall next door. Bang! The sound instantly attracted everyone's attention. Luca looked up. A bald man covered in tattoos stood beside one of the tables, his face twisted with rage. In front of him sat a young couple. The atmosphere was explosive. I knew something was wrong lately. The bald man glared at the woman. Julie, so this is what you've been doing behind my back. Without warning, he grabbed a beer bottle from the table and smashed it against the ground. Crash! Shards of glass scattered everywhere. The next second, he slapped the woman across the face. Smack! You like pretty boys like this, don't you, you slut? The woman named Julie let out a cry and covered her cheek. The bald man then pointed at the young man sitting opposite her. The young man wore glasses and looked more like an office worker than someone used to street fights. You! The bald man jabbed a finger into his chest. Do you know she's my woman? You've got some nerve trying to steal my girl. The bespectacled man immediately panicked. Brother, I really didn't know. He hurriedly raised his hands. Julie told me she didn't have a boyfriend. Hearing that explanation, Luca finally pieced everything together. So that's what's going on. Apparently, the woman had been dating multiple men at the same time. Interesting. Luca took another large bite of fried rice. Honestly, this drama was more entertaining than the food itself. Soon, a crowd began gathering around the scene. After all, nothing in the world could stop ordinary people from watching a good spectacle. The number of spectators doubled within minutes. Everyone stretched their necks forward, afraid of missing even a second of the excitement. Fortunately, before things escalated into a full-blown fight, someone secretly called the police. Not long afterward, several officers arrived. The arguing trio was escorted into police cars and taken away, bringing the drama to an abrupt end. Only then did the crowd reluctantly disperse. Luca finished his meal, paid the bill, and continued his journey home. By the time he arrived, it was nearly 11 o'clock. Click! The key slid into the lock. The door opened. The familiar scent of home immediately greeted him. Luca looked around at the modest apartment and smiled. Finally back. The house wasn't large. The furniture wasn't luxurious. But the moment he stepped inside, an indescribable sense of comfort settled over him. This was home. Son. Mother Hale appeared from her bedroom wearing pajamas. The moment she saw him, surprise filled her face. Why didn't you tell us you were coming back? It's so late. I thought someone was trying to break into the house. Father Hale also emerged from his room. He walked over and patted Luca's shoulder firmly. You've lost weight. Luca grinned. Mom, Dad, I missed you guys so much. He immediately wrapped both of them in a hug. For the first time in a long while, his smile was completely genuine. Father Hale pushed him away with a look of disgust. You're already a grown man. Can't you act a little more mature? His tone sounded harsh, but the corners of his mouth couldn't hide a smile. Your son just got home, and you're already criticizing him? Mother Hale shot her husband a glare before grabbing Luca's arm and inspecting him from head to toe. My son is so handsome. Of course he is. Father Hale puffed out his chest proudly. Look at who his father is. That wasn't entirely false. Back in their younger days, Father Hale and Mother Hale had been considered one of the most attractive couples in the village. What a superficial society. Suddenly, Mother Hale seemed to remember something. All right. She hurried toward her bedroom. Perfect timing. You're back just in time. Luca blinked. Mom, what's going on? Before Mother Hale could answer, Father Hale spoke. Your third aunt stopped by recently. She said she knows a good girl and wants to introduce you. Since you just broke up with your girlfriend, your mother agreed. Luca froze. What? A blind date? He never expected something like this to happen to him. Mom! He immediately raised his voice. I already have a girlfriend. Don't trouble third aunt. Unfortunately, Mother Hale didn't believe a single word. You broke up a few days ago and suddenly have a new girlfriend? Who would believe that? Clearly, her son was just trying to escape the blind date. A moment later, she hung up her phone excitedly. Tomorrow, she nodded decisively. It's settled. Then she turned toward Father Hale. Go buy extra groceries tomorrow. The whole family will be coming. Luca rubbed his forehead helplessly. Mom, do you really have to be this enthusiastic? There was no point arguing. Everyone in the Hale family knew exactly who held the highest authority. Mother Hale's decisions were final. No enthusiasm? Mother Hale crossed her arms. You're already 25. If you don't hurry up, I'll become an old woman. You should get married while your father and I are still healthy enough to help take care of the children. Like many parents of her generation, she valued family and grandchildren above almost everything else. And now that Luca's career seemed to be doing well, she had even fewer concerns. In the end, Luca could only surrender. It was just a blind date. It didn't mean they would actually end up together. The next morning, before the sun had fully risen, Luca was dragged out of bed by Mother Hale. The entire morning disappeared in a blur of chores. Cleaning, washing vegetables, cooking, setting up tables. Before he knew it, noon had arrived. Ding-dong. The doorbell rang. Mother Hale immediately poked her head out from the kitchen. They must be here. Son, hurry and open the door. Luca walked over and pulled the door open. The first person he saw was third aunt. Behind her stood three strangers, a middle-aged couple and a young woman. The young woman stood quietly at the very back. She was fairly attractive, and judging by the situation, she was clearly today's blind date candidate. Good afternoon, third aunt. Luca. Third aunt's face lit up. You've become even more handsome since the last time I saw you. Then she immediately began making introductions. Come, come. She pointed toward the middle-aged couple. These are Julie's parents. Luca nodded politely. Hello, uncle. Hello, auntie. Then third aunt pulled the young woman forward. This is Julie. She smiled proudly. Pretty, isn't she? The moment the woman stepped fully into view, Luca stared for a second. Something felt strangely familiar. Then it hit him. His expression became slightly odd. Wait, Julie? The Julie from last night? Wasn't this the exact same woman who had been caught between two men at the roadside barbecue stall? The very same player whose relationship drama had provided free entertainment with his fried rice? For a moment, Luca didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 16. Do you think she's worthy? Luca Hale couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The moment Julie's family stepped through the door, he noticed it. Her parents carried themselves with an air of superiority, their eyes sweeping across the modest apartment as though they were inspecting something beneath them. It was obvious they looked down on his family, and after what he had witnessed the previous night, he had absolutely no interest in getting involved with them. Before Luca could say anything, Julie's mother turned to third Aunt May and clicked her tongue. "May, is this your nephew?" she asked, her tone dripping with thinly veiled disdain. "He's handsome enough, but his family's financial situation seems rather ordinary." Third Aunt's smile stiffened. Ignoring her reaction completely, Julie's mother shifted her attention to Luca. "Young man, besides this apartment, do you own any other property?" "No," Luca replied calmly. "This is the only house my family has in Ashford." He wasn't lying. The villa he owned was in San Fierro. "Oh dear." Julie's mother sighed dramatically. "That makes things difficult." She folded her arms and continued as though she were discussing a business transaction. "Our Julie has been pampered since childhood. She's never suffered a day in her life. Naturally, as parents, we want her to enjoy an even better life after marriage. We're not some extraordinarily wealthy family, but we have our own house, our own car, and never worry about food or money." She looked directly at Luca. "You understand what I'm saying, don't you?" "I understand," Luca replied. "So what?" Julie's mother paused. Then she smiled. "If you understand, then don't blame Andy for being straightforward." Luca already knew what was coming. "Here it comes." "First," she said, raising a finger, "we've spent years raising our daughter. A dowry of $100,000 isn't excessive, is it?" Third Aunt's expression changed immediately. $100,000? She knew Luca's family circumstances better than anyone. To an ordinary family in Ashford, that was an enormous sum, but Julie's mother showed no sign of stopping. Second, the house should be at least 200 square meters. Third, the car doesn't need to be anything extravagant. Something around $50,000 will do. My colleague's son-in-law drives a BMW 5 Series. That's quite decent. She crossed her arms and leaned back proudly. "Those are my requirements for now. What do you think?" Luca almost laughed. A woman who had been juggling multiple relationships behind her boyfriend's back was sitting here demanding conditions like a prized treasure. Like mother, like daughter. Outwardly, however, his face remained calm. "Auntie," he said evenly, "aren't your standards a little too low?" The room fell silent. Too low? Julie's family had already prepared themselves for rejection. What they hadn't expected was this answer. Julie's mother blinked. "What do you mean? A 200 square meter house and a $50,000 car?" Luca shook his head. "That's practically nothing." The three members of Julie's family froze. Their eyes lit up instantly. At that moment, Luca wasn't a man. He was a walking gold mine. "That's right, that's right," Julie's mother exclaimed, her attitude changing at lightning speed. "Then what are your plans, son-in-law?" The sudden change of address made Luca almost admire her shamelessness. "Although I don't come back to Ashford often, my parents still live here," he said casually. "This apartment is too small, so I'm planning to buy them a villa." A villa. The word exploded in the minds of Julie's family. Nothing else registered. Villa. In Ashford. Even an ordinary villa was worth several $100,000. And if Julie married him, their hearts began racing. As for a car, Luca continued, casually twirling a set of keys in his hand. "I already own a Mercedes-Benz G-Class parked downstairs, so there's no need to buy another one." A Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Julie's family stared at the keys. Their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. The black G-Wagon parked downstairs, the one they'd secretly admired when they arrived. It belonged to Luca? Moments ago, they had been wondering what kind of successful person owned such a vehicle. Now they discovered that person was standing right in front of them. "Ha ha! Excellent," Julie's father finally joined the conversation, grinning from ear to ear. I like ambitious young men like you. Come, let's sit down and discuss the wedding arrangements. The entire family immediately started acting like relatives. They moved toward the doorway, preparing to enter. Bang! A hand slammed against the doorframe. Luca stepped forward and blocked their path. The sudden movement startled everyone. Julie's mother forced out an awkward smile. Son-in-law. What does this mean? Son-in-law. Luca laughed. The sound held no warmth whatsoever. When you first arrived, you looked at me like I wasn't worth your time. When you thought I was poor, your faces couldn't have been colder. But the moment you heard I had money, suddenly I'm your son-in-law? His eyes swept across the family. Don't you think that's a little shameless? The smiles on their faces stiffened. $100,000 dowry. A 200-square-meter house. A $50,000 car. Luca looked directly at Julie. Do you really think your daughter is worth that price? Julie's face instantly darkened. Luca Hale, she snapped. What gives you the right to look down on me? Her voice rose with anger. Julie had always considered herself attractive. Maybe not stunning enough to turn heads everywhere she went, but she was undeniably beautiful. With her looks, she believed she could easily marry into a wealthy family if she wanted. So who was Luca Hale to humiliate her like this? Luca chuckled. Julie, it seems last night's trip to the police station didn't teach you much. The color drained from Julie's face. Her eyes widened. You. Her voice trembled. You were there? Luca looked at her with undisguised contempt. What do you think? If you didn't want people finding out, maybe you shouldn't have done it in public. Julie's legs nearly gave out beneath her. The scene from the barbecue stall flashed through her mind. The angry boyfriend, the shattered bottle, the crowd, the police, everything. Julie's parents looked back and forth between them in confusion. Police? Her mother repeated. Julie, what is he talking about? Mom. Julie's face burned with embarrassment. Stop asking. What happened? Mom, let's go. What about the blind date? Even now, Julie's mother wasn't willing to give up. A rich son-in-law like Luca Hale wasn't someone they could easily find. Why are you still thinking about the blind date? Julie shouted, mortified. She wanted nothing more than to disappear into the floor. Without another word, she grabbed her parents and hurried away. Bang! Luca calmly shut the door behind them. Silence filled the apartment. Third Aunt May blinked several times. Luca, she said cautiously. What's going on? I feel like I missed half the story. Mother Hale emerged from the kitchen, carrying the final dish. That's right, she said curiously. Do you know that girl? Even old Hale, who had been quietly sitting on the sofa the entire time, looked over with interest. All three pairs of eyes settled on Luca. Chapter 17. The Former School Belle. After telling everyone about what he'd witnessed at the roadside stall the previous night, Luca Hale sat back and watched their reactions. Mother Hale was the first to respond. She shook her head repeatedly, disbelief written all over her face. Oh my goodness, such a pretty girl. And she's doing things like that? That's unbelievable. Third Aunt May looked equally stunned. She had never imagined that not only were Julie's parents difficult people, but Julie herself was nothing like the innocent, well-behaved girl she appeared to be. Luca, I'm really sorry, Third Aunt said awkwardly. I never expected Julie to be that kind of person. Her face flushed with embarrassment. After all, she had been the one who introduced Julie in the first place. It's all right, Third Aunt. Luca smiled reassuringly. She's just very good at pretending. Even her own parents don't seem to know about all the mess she's involved in. That's true. Third Aunt let out a sheepish laugh. The topic quickly died there. As lunch continued, nobody brought Julie up again. The mere thought of her family was enough to spoil everyone's appetite. A little later, Mother Hale placed a piece of chicken into Luca's bowl. All right, don't forget to pick up your sister tomorrow afternoon. Okay, Luca replied casually. Trish Hale was currently a senior in high school and only a month away from her college entrance exams. The school gave students just 2 days off each month, so tomorrow's break would likely be her last chance to rest before the final sprint toward graduation. That evening, around 9 o'clock, Luca received a phone call. The caller was Mason Reed, his closest friend from high school. "Luca, did you see the message in the class group?" Mason's voice sounded rougher and more mature than Luca remembered. "No, not yet. Let me check." Luca opened the class group chat and immediately saw dozens of messages. A class reunion was being organized. "Are you going?" Luca asked. Truthfully, he wasn't particularly interested. Back in high school, he'd gotten along reasonably well with most of his classmates, but Mason was the only one he considered a genuine friend. If Mason wasn't attending, Luca had little reason to go either. "Let's go together," Mason said. "Sure. Let me know the details." After hanging up, Luca turned off his phone and went to bed earlier than usual. The following morning, he suddenly remembered something. The gifts he'd bought for his family were still sitting in the trunk of his car. While taking out the trash, he carried several bags upstairs. Mother Hale looked up in confusion as he made trip after trip through the front door. "Son, what are you moving?" Luca grinned and placed a beautifully packaged gift box on the table. "Cosmetics for you, Mom." Then he added dramatically, "I wish you eternal youth." Mother Hale rolled her eyes. "Your mother is already getting old. Why waste money on things like this?" Even so, the smile on her face gave away how pleased she was. Luca reached into another box and carefully took out a jade green bracelet. The bracelet shimmered softly under the light. He gently slipped it onto his mother's wrist. Although Mother Hale knew little about jade, she could tell at a glance that it wasn't cheap. The cool stone rested comfortably against her skin. "This must have cost quite a bit, right?" she asked softly. Seeing how much she liked it made Luca happy. As long as you like it, that's all that matters. Since he clearly wasn't planning to reveal the price, Mother Hale wisely stopped asking. In reality, the bracelet had cost nearly $50,000. Fortunately, Luca wasn't worried about money anymore. Meanwhile, he carried another gift over to Old Hale. 5 bottles of premium brandy lined up neatly on the table. "Dad, I bet you've never tried this before." Old Hale's eyes immediately lit up. Wine was his greatest hobby. "How much?" he asked eagerly, picking up a bottle. "Not expensive. About 5,000. The moment he heard the number, Old Hale's hand visibly trembled. He nearly dropped the bottle. 5,000 isn't expensive." He shot Luca an annoyed look. "Do you know Harold Bennett down the street? His daughter brought him 2 bottles worth $200 each last month." Old Hale snorted. He spent an entire week showing them off. Luca couldn't help smiling. He knew exactly who Harold Bennett was. A decent man, just a little too fond of bragging. Old Hale laughed happily. "These bottles are so fancy. In a few days, I'll bring one over and let Harold and the others have a taste." Watching his father's smug expression, Luca almost corrected him. Almost. The problem was that Old Hale had misunderstood. Luca meant $5,000 per bottle. Old Hale thought the 5 bottles together cost $5,000. Would he still be willing to share them if he knew the truth? Luca wisely kept that information to himself. That afternoon, he drove to Ashford High School. Not only was it Trish's school, it was also his alma mater. Classes hadn't ended yet, but numerous vehicles were already parked outside the gates. Parents had started arriving early. The moment Luca's black Mercedes-Benz G-Class rolled into view, it immediately attracted attention. A G-Class wasn't something people saw every day in a small city like Ashford. Conversations began popping up among the waiting parents. Luca ignored the curious looks and sat in the driver's seat scrolling through videos on his phone. Then his eyes landed on someone familiar. A petite young woman stood not far away. She wore a simple green dress that swayed gently in the afternoon breeze. Her short hair framed her delicate features perfectly. Even after all these years, Luca had to admit she was stunning. Her beauty wasn't inferior to Naomi Monroe's or Arabella Windsor's. The difference lay in her temperament. Naomi was sweet and lively. Arabella was elegant and distant. This young woman was bright and refreshing, the type who naturally drew attention wherever she went. Most importantly, Luca knew her. Sophie Kennedy, his former classmate, the undisputed beauty of their graduating class. Back then, if their school had held a campus beauty contest, Sophie would have won by a landslide. Seeing her again after so many years stirred a faint sense of nostalgia in Luca's heart. After all, what teenage boy in their class hadn't secretly admired Sophie Kennedy at some point? Just as he was wondering how to greet her, Sophie spotted him first. Her eyes brightened slightly. Then she walked over with a smile. Luca Hale. Long time no see. Chapter 18. A heavy burden. It's been a long time indeed. Luca Hale smiled. How have you been, class beauty? A trace of complexity flickered across Sophie Kennedy's face. I'm not the class beauty anymore, she said softly. Just call me Sophie. She never answered his question. Luca noticed immediately. Back in high school, Sophie had been the pride of Ashford High. Not only was she beautiful, but she excelled academically as well. She graduated as the school's top student and earned admission to Silver Province University, one of the province's most prestigious institutions. Her future had seemed limitless. After graduation, she had planned to continue her studies. She intended to work part-time while preparing for the postgraduate entrance examination. Then life struck without warning. Sophie came from a single-parent household, and her family had never been wealthy. When her mother was diagnosed with kidney failure, everything changed overnight. The mounting medical bills crushed her plans. She had no choice but to abandon her postgraduate ambitions and return from Crestfall to Ashford. Since then, she'd been working while caring for her mother and helping support the family. And there was still Rachel. Her younger sister would soon be entering university, which meant even more expenses in the future. Can a life like this really be called good? The thought lingered in Sophie's mind. The faint crease between her brows deepened unconsciously. Seeing the shadow in her expression, Luca wisely chose not to press further. Instead, he changed the subject. Do you have a younger sibling studying here too? Yes. Sophie nodded. My younger sister, Rachel Kennedy. She's a senior this year. Luca's eyebrows lifted. That's a coincidence. My sister Trish is graduating too. They might even be in the same class. Trish. Sophie's eyes widened in surprise. Trish Hale is your sister? You know her? Sophie laughed softly. Not only do I know her, but Rachel and Trish are very close friends. Now it was Luca's turn to be surprised. The world really was smaller than it seemed. The two continued chatting while students gradually gathered behind the school gates. Then the familiar bell rang through the campus. The same old ringtone. The same sound that had once marked the end of countless school days. Luca couldn't help smiling. They never changed it. No. Sophie looked toward the school buildings, a nostalgic smile appearing on her face. It's always been the same. Moments later, streams of students poured out through the gates. Among the crowd, Luca immediately spotted Trish Hale. At 18 years old, she was already tall and slender, standing around 168 centimeters. Her youthful energy made her stand out even among the sea of graduating students. Walking beside her was Rachel Kennedy. Unlike her older sister, Rachel was petite, barely reaching 160 centimeters. Yet she shared Sophie's delicate features and sweet appearance. Without question, both girls attracted plenty of attention. Trish, look. Rachel suddenly pointed ahead. I see my sister. Following her gaze, Trish spotted Sophie standing near the roadside. Beside her stood a familiar-looking man. Huh. Trish blinked. Why does that guy look exactly like my brother? Rachel stared at her. Before she could respond, a voice drifted over. It's not that he looks like your brother. It is your brother. Luca rolled his eyes. Honestly, he was speechless. He had imagined all sorts of emotional reunion scenes on the drive over. Maybe Trish would be surprised. Maybe she'd run over excitedly. Maybe she'd even miss him a little. Instead, she couldn't recognize him from 20 meters away. All his expectations shattered instantly. And he'd even prepared a gift for her. Yep, definitely my biological sister. The more he thought about it, the more annoyed he became. Without hesitation, Luca reached over and ruffled her neatly styled hair into a mess. Brother! Trish pouted immediately. You touched my hair again. To outsiders, her angry expression looked more like she was acting spoiled. It was a side of Trish few people ever saw. Since childhood, she'd always been independent and outgoing. She got along well with girls and boys alike. Whenever she faced a problem, she'd solve it herself instead of asking others for help. That independence had become part of her personality. Yet for some reason, whenever she was around Luca, she became noticeably more childish. Sometimes she acted even more spoiled toward him than she did toward Mother Hale. Rachel stood nearby, completely stunned. She had never seen this version of Trish before. So Trish can act cute too. The revelation left her speechless. By the way, Trish grabbed Rachel's arm. "Brother, this is my best friend, Rachel Kennedy." Then she turned toward Rachel. "And Rachel, this is the stingy older brother I've told you about." She grinned mischievously. "Pretty handsome, right?" Rachel's cheeks turned slightly pink. "Hello, brother Luca Hale." Her voice was so soft that Luca almost didn't hear it. Then silence returned. The shy girl immediately lowered her head. Luca couldn't help smiling. With Trish and Rachel in tow, he walked back towards Sophie. "Sister Sophie," Trish called happily. The familiar greeting made it obvious they had known each other for years. After learning that Sophie and Rachel had come by bus, Luca offered them a ride. The sisters accepted. Trish had already been shocked when she learned Luca bought a car. But the moment they reached the parking area and saw the black Mercedes-Benz G-Class waiting there, her eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. "Brother," she pointed at the SUV. "That's yours." "Yep." Luca casually unlocked the doors. "What do you think? Looks pretty good, right?" "Pretty good," Trish exclaimed. "This thing is incredible." Then she narrowed her eyes suspiciously. "Where did you get all this money?" Not only Trish, but Sophie and Rachel were equally curious. They knew the Hale family's circumstances. Both of Luca's parents came from ordinary rural backgrounds. They had worked hard their entire lives just to afford a modest apartment in Ashford. In terms of finances, the Hale family had once been even worse off than the Kennedys before Sophie's mother became ill. Yet only a few years after graduation, Luca was driving a luxury SUV worth hundreds of thousands. It was difficult not to be curious. Luca simply laughed. "Your brother earned it, of course." As he spoke, he felt a surge of gratitude. Without the system, he would still be trapped in the same exhausting cycle, working endless overtime, dealing with unreasonable bosses, handling difficult clients, living paycheck to paycheck. Compared to that life, everything now felt almost unreal, and for that he was genuinely thankful. The engine rumbled to life. With Sophie, Rachel, and Trish seated inside, Luca steered the G-Class onto the road. Their destination was Ashford Medical Center, because the place the Kennedy sisters needed to go wasn't home. It was the hospital. Chapter 19. Golden Water Bay. The atmosphere inside the car felt noticeably heavier than before. Hospitals had a way of casting a shadow over any conversation. The moment one was mentioned, people instinctively thought of illness, hardship, and bad news. Combined with the troubled look Luca Hale had noticed on Sophie Kennedy's face earlier, it wasn't difficult to guess that whatever her family was dealing with was serious. When they arrived at the entrance of Ashford Medical Center, Luca pulled the Mercedes-Benz to a stop by the curb. Sophie took a quiet breath before turning toward him. "Thank you." Luca simply shook his head, letting her know there was no need for thanks. The Kennedy sisters stepped out of the vehicle. As Sophie walked toward the hospital entrance, her slender figure seemed even more fragile beneath the afternoon sunlight. Luca hesitated for a moment before leaning out of the driver's window. "Sophie." She stopped and looked back. "If you're ever in trouble, just tell me. If there's anything I can do, I'll help." For a brief second, Sophie froze. Her delicate shoulders trembled ever so slightly. Then she turned her head and gave him a faint smile, accompanied by a small nod. It was simple, but it carried more emotion than words could express. Only after the Mercedes-Benz disappeared from sight did Sophie finally turn around and walk toward the hospital. Beside her, Rachel Kennedy watched the departing vehicle. "Brother Luca Hale is a really good person," she said softly. "And he's amazing too." Sophie nodded. A gentle smile appeared on her face. "Yes," she murmured. "He hasn't changed at all." On the drive home, Luca learned about the Kennedy family situation from Trish Hale. Birth, aging, illness, and death. No matter how wealthy or powerful someone became, these were burdens no one could completely escape. For someone Sophie Kennedy's age, carrying the weight of her mother's illness, supporting her younger sister, and sacrificing her own future was far too much to bear alone. Luca didn't mind helping her. Not at all. But since Sophie hadn't asked for help, he wasn't going to force money into her hands. That would only create misunderstandings, make outsiders question his motives, and perhaps wound Sophie's pride. After all, he could tell she was a proud person. A girl like Sophie, with her looks and qualifications, could have chosen easier paths if all she cared about was money. Yet she never had. That alone spoke volumes about her character. After dropping Trish off at home, the Hale family was finally reunited around the dinner table. The atmosphere was warm and lively. Halfway through the meal, Luca suddenly placed a luxurious gift box in front of his sister. Here. Trish blinked in confusion before opening it. The moment she saw the watch inside, her eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Patek Philippe? Even the chicken drumstick she'd been happily chewing on lost all appeal. She immediately set down her chopsticks and snatched up the watch. Her face lit up with excitement. She had wanted a watch for years, but she'd never been willing to spend that kind of money on herself. What she never expected was that her brother wouldn't just buy her one. He had bought her a Patek Philippe. Luca couldn't help laughing. He was honestly surprised his high school-age sister could recognize the brand immediately. Kids these days really knew a lot more luxury labels than he had at their age. Whether that was a good thing or a bad thing was another discussion entirely. Mother Hale glanced at the watch before reminding her daughter, "Be careful at school. Don't lose it." She didn't know much about luxury brands. Whether it was Patek Philippe or something else made little difference to her. What she did know was that Luca adored his younger sister. Anything he bought for her would naturally be the best he could afford. In her mind, the watch probably cost several $1,000s already. I know, Mom. Don't worry. Trish was still floating on cloud nine. She hurriedly stuffed a few more bites of food into her mouth, grabbed the watch box, and sprinted toward her bedroom. Before shutting the door, she proudly announced, "I'm full." Bang! The bedroom door closed. Mother Hale immediately frowned. "Look at her. She doesn't act like a proper young lady at all." Then she pointed directly at Old Hale. "It's all your fault." Old Hale wore an innocent expression. Luca lowered his head and covered his mouth, trying not to laugh. Unfortunately, Mother Hale caught him immediately. "Luca Hale, don't laugh." She narrowed her eyes. "You're exactly like your father, always spoiling your sister." The father and son exchanged helpless glances. Some disasters were simply unavoidable. After dinner, Luca leaned back in his chair and brought up the topic he'd been thinking about. "Mom, Dad, now that Trish is home, how about we go look at houses tomorrow?" The moment the words left his mouth, both parents visibly brightened. Their current apartment really was too small. For everyday life, a family of four could manage comfortably enough. But whenever relatives visited during holidays, the place became unbearably crowded. Not to mention the building was already over 20 years old. Problems were beginning to appear everywhere. More importantly, both of their children were adults now. Sooner or later, they'd get married and start families of their own. A bigger house would eventually become necessary. Mother Hale thought for a moment before nodding. "All right, we'll use the $100,000 you transferred me and buy a larger apartment." In a city like Ashford, where housing prices averaged around $700 per square meter, $100,000 could already purchase a fairly decent home. But Luca had different plans. An apartment wasn't even on his list. His goal from the beginning had been simple: a villa. The next morning, Old Hale received an urgent call from the factory and rushed off to work. That left Luca, Mother Hale, and Trish Hale heading out together. Luca already knew exactly where he wanted to go. Instead of visiting ordinary developments, he drove straight to the most prestigious residential community in Ashford, Golden Water Bay. The moment Mother Hale saw the sign, she frowned. "Son, why are we here? Property here is incredibly expensive." Golden Water Bay was famous throughout Ashford. Even people who paid little attention to real estate knew the name. "If we're buying a house," Luca said casually, "we might as well buy the best one. Otherwise, 20 or 30 years from now, we'll still be thinking about upgrading. By then, it'll be too late to regret not buying something better." Mother Hale thought about it and nodded. After all, whatever they bought would eventually belong to the children. Buying something better wasn't necessarily a bad thing. The moment Luca parked the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, a sales consultant was already walking toward them with a bright professional smile. Luxury car owners truly received different treatment. Welcome to Golden Water Bay. The saleswoman greeted them politely. What kind of property would you like to see today, sir? A villa, Luca answered without hesitation. The saleswoman's smile didn't waver in the slightest. Honestly, seeing someone arrive in a Mercedes-Benz G-Class worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, she would have been more surprised if he had asked about ordinary apartments. Of course, she led them inside. All villas in Golden Water Bay are riverside properties. They're fully furnished and ready for immediate occupancy. Luca followed calmly. Compared to the villa he owned in San Fierro's Elvis Muscov Villa Complex, Golden Water Bay was still a level below. But for Mother Hale and Trish, everything felt dazzling. The landscaped gardens, the elegant architecture, the luxurious interiors, especially the prices. Every number they heard felt like a heavy stone pressing down on their hearts. Before the saleswoman could continue her introduction, Luca raised a hand. Let's skip the rest. The saleswoman paused. Luca smiled. Just show me the most expensive villa you've got. As always, his philosophy was simple. If he was going to buy something, he would buy the best. Chapter 20. The 100x Cash Bonus Returns. Mr. Hale, Villa Number 1 at Golden Water Bay, is priced at $1.5 million. Would you like me to show you around? The saleswoman's eyebrows rose slightly. The reason she had initially shown Luca Hale villas in the $600,000 to $700,000 range was simple. Those properties were the development's best sellers. Villas worth over $1 million belonged to an entirely different market. Buying a property at that price wasn't just about being wealthy. It required substantial liquid assets. Unless someone had tens of millions in total wealth, very few people could casually pay for $1 million villa outright. That was why she had deliberately started with more conventional options while carefully observing Luca's reactions. Among the 3 family members, it was obvious who held the final say. Sure, Luca said calmly. Let's take a look. The saleswoman's heart skipped a beat. He didn't even blink. Her excitement grew instantly. It seemed she had seriously underestimated this handsome young man driving a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Brother, Trish Hale tugged nervously on his sleeve. Are you really planning to buy a house this expensive? That's over $1 million. Just how rich are you? Even Mother Hale was stunned. More than $1 million. How much money had her son earned over the years? Luca laughed softly and pinched Trish's cheek. Enough to support you for the rest of your life. You. Who wants you to support me? Trish slapped his hand away and rolled her eyes dramatically. In truth, none of them knew that Luca only had a little over $1.6 million in liquid cash left. Yet he remained completely calm. After all, he had the system. That was his real confidence. Villa Number 1 was in a completely different league from the properties they had seen earlier. The moment they stepped inside, the difference was obvious. The living space was significantly larger, the ceilings higher, and every detail reflected luxury. Custom-built furniture, imported appliances, premium materials, and designer finishes filled every corner of the home. Compared to Luca's riverfront villa in San Fierro's Elvis Muscov Villa Complex, it was still slightly lacking. But for a city like Ashford, this place was nothing short of extraordinary. Mom, what do you think? Luca asked. After all, he wouldn't be staying in Ashford for long. Trish would eventually leave for university as well. The people truly living here would be his parents. Mother Hale slowly looked around the spacious living room, the sunlight pouring through the floor-to-ceiling windows, the elegant staircase, the beautifully landscaped river view outside. Her eyes were clearly shining. It's beautiful, she admitted honestly. But it's so expensive. $1 million property still felt unreal to her. Lucas smiled. If you like it, then we'll buy it. When relatives come over in the future, everyone will have enough room. Mother Hale didn't answer immediately, but the look in her eyes said everything. She had already fallen in love with the place. Luca turned toward the saleswoman. Prepare the contract. The saleswoman blinked. I'll take it. Full payment. The words landed like a thunderclap. For a second, she simply stood there. Then she nearly jumped. Okay. Right away, Mr. Hale. She spun around and practically sprinted toward the sales office, her high heels clicking frantically against the polished floor. Back in the sales center, the branch manager immediately stood up. Rosa, what's going on? Did they decide? His voice was tense. Golden Water Bay sold homes steadily enough, but premium villas were another matter entirely. Those deals were rare. A single sale could determine an entire month's performance. Rosa Shannon's face was glowing red with excitement. They're buying it. The manager's eyes widened. Which one? Villa number 1. What? His voice instantly jumped an octave. The most expensive villa? Rosa grabbed a glass of water from his desk and drank it in one gulp before nodding vigorously. Not only that, Mr. Hale is paying the entire amount up front. The manager nearly dropped his paperwork. Villa number 1. Paid in full. What kind of monster was this young man? Move. The manager slapped the desk. Why are you all standing around? Get the contracts ready. Finance department, start printing immediately. The entire sales office burst into action. Less than 30 minutes later, the contracts were finalized. The sales manager personally accompanied Rosa back to Villa number 1. Mr. Hale. The manager greeted him with a smile so wide it nearly split his face. I'm the sales director of Golden Water Bay. All paperwork has been prepared. We can complete the transaction immediately if you'd like. Let's do it now. Luca took the contract. Instead of signing it himself, he handed it directly to Mother Hale. Mom, I already own property in San Fierro. Let's register this one under your name. Of course, that wasn't his real reason. He knew exactly how the system worked. Spending money on women could trigger enormous critical hit rewards. Why would he waste an opportunity like this? Mother Hale immediately waved her hands. Why put it under my name? It should be registered under Trish's name. That's fine too. Luca agreed without hesitation. Trish froze. Wait, what? I'm still in high school. Why are you putting a villa under my name? Sign it. Luca and Mother Hale spoke in perfect unison. Trish looked utterly defeated. Fine. Pouting dramatically, she picked up the pen and signed her name. Beside them, the sales manager and Rosa watched in complete disbelief. Most families fought over expensive property. This family looked like they were trying to avoid owning it. That was a $1.5 million villa. How could they act so casually? Ding! Ho spent $1.5 million on Trish Hale. 100x cash rebate triggered. Reward granted. $150 million. Luca's heartbeat instantly accelerated. The legendary 100x multiplier had appeared again. A single purchase had generated a staggering $150 million. The money flooded into his account almost immediately. At that moment, he couldn't help feeling grateful that he hadn't insisted on putting the property under his own name. Otherwise, the reward would have been dramatically reduced. He had nearly missed out on over $100 million. That would have been painful. After finishing the villa purchase, Luca took Mother Hale and Trish to Ashford's largest commercial plaza to celebrate. The three of them spent the afternoon shopping. Designer clothes, luxury household goods, premium appliances. They bought enough items to fill half the car. Unfortunately, the total bill only amounted to a few $1,000s. Not nearly enough to trigger another major system reward. On the drive home, Luca's phone suddenly began vibrating from the rear console. Brother, your phone's ringing. Trish reached into the back seat and picked it up. I'm driving. Luca kept his eyes on the road. Just answer it for me. Okay. Trish glanced at the screen. The caller ID read, Naomi Monroe. A mischievous grin immediately appeared on her face. Without saying a word, she secretly turned the volume all the way up. Then she answered the video call. The moment the connection went through, a bright and cheerful voice filled the entire cabin. Luca, the dealership just delivered the sports car. Come take a look and tell me what you think. Naomi sounded genuinely excited. Then she froze, because staring back at her through the screen wasn't Luca. It was an unfamiliar young girl. Oh, Naomi's eyes widened. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I must have called the wrong person. She immediately reached for the disconnect button. Before she could hang up, Trish burst into laughter. Sister Naomi, you called the right person. My brother's driving right now. My name is Trish Hale. The moment Naomi's voice echoed through the car, a chill ran down Luca's spine. Only then did he remember. Today was the day Naomi was scheduled to pick up her brand new Porsche. And more importantly, he could already feel Mother Hale slowly turning around in the passenger seat. Her sharp gaze locked onto the phone screen like a hunting hawk spotting its prey. Luca suddenly had a very bad feeling. Chapter 21. The Accidental Daughter-in-Law. Are you Luca Hale's sister? Hello, Trish. You're so beautiful. The moment Naomi Monroe realized the girl on the screen was Luca's younger sister, she secretly let out a breath of relief. Thank goodness. At the same time, she couldn't help being amazed. The Hale family's genes were truly unfair. Both brother and sister were ridiculously good-looking. Naomi, why aren't you saying anything? Trish teased with a grin. Good thing I answered. If my parents had picked up instead, wouldn't that have been awkward? The instant those words left her mouth, the atmosphere inside the car froze. Luca's grip tightened on the steering wheel. Trish blinked. Silence. Ahem. Luca deliberately coughed twice. Naomi's smile gradually stiffened. Seeing that neither Luca nor Trish was saying anything, a terrible realization slowly dawned on her. Trish. Her confidence visibly crumbled. It can't be. Trish, give me your brother's phone. Before Trish could react, Mother Hale had already reached over with sparkling eyes and taken the device. The screen shifted. A middle-aged woman with features strikingly similar to Luca's appeared before Naomi. For a split second, Naomi's mind went completely blank. Her face turned crimson. Yeah, Words failed her entirely. Mother Hale, meanwhile, looked delighted. What a beautiful girl. And judging from how red she turned after seeing her, she seemed sweet, sincere, and easy to read. Mother Hale's smile widened. If calling me Annie feels too formal, you don't have to. She paused. You can just call me Mom. Mom. Pfft. Luca nearly hit the brakes. Trish burst out laughing so hard she doubled over in the back seat. Even Mother Hale was momentarily stunned by how quickly that panicked Mom came out. Then her face lit up. Good. She was so happy that she could barely stop smiling. On the screen, Naomi covered her burning face with both hands. She wished she could disappear on the spot. This was too embarrassing. It was all Luca's fault. That horrible man. For the next 30 minutes, Mother Hale enthusiastically questioned Naomi about everything from her hobbies to her work, practically stopping just short of asking for her identification number. By the time the call finally ended, Naomi collapsed against the steering wheel of her newly delivered Porsche 911 and let out a long breath. Her cheeks were still hot. Part of her wanted to strangle Luca, but another part of her couldn't stop smiling. Luca's mother clearly liked her. At least the first hurdle had been cleared. If we get married someday. Her eyes widened. Naomi Monroe, what are you thinking? Have you no shame at all? Alone inside the sports car, she alternated between burying her face in embarrassment and quietly giggling to herself. Back in the G-class, Mother Hale still looked thoroughly satisfied. Son, that girl is wonderful. I like her very much. She handed the phone back to Trish before turning to Luca. When are you bringing her home so your father and I can meet her properly? Luca immediately understood. At this point, any explanation would be useless. His mother had already promoted Naomi Monroe straight to future daughter-in-law status. I'll do my best. What do you mean you'll do your best? Mother Hale shot him a glare. If you come home next time without Miss Monroe, don't bother coming back at all. Luca was speechless. A single video call was all it took for his own mother to switch sides. Mom, you're really... What? Mother Hale narrowed her eyes. Luca immediately corrected himself. Too understanding. Extremely understanding. Humph. Mother Hale looked victorious. Meanwhile, Trish was laughing so hard in the back seat that tears were forming in the corners of her eyes. She clutched her stomach and couldn't even sit up straight. That evening, Luca volunteered to cook dinner. Under Mother Hale's suspicious gaze, he moved around the kitchen with surprising confidence. Soon, steaming dishes began appearing on the table. Boiled sliced pork, bamboo shoot chicken, spicy sliced beef, and tripe. The rich aromas quickly filled the house. Ever since obtaining his master-level culinary skills, Luca had never actually prepared a full family meal. Even so, Mother Hale couldn't hide her surprise. Forget the taste for a moment. The presentation alone looked better than what many restaurants served. Not long afterward, Old Hale returned from work. As usual, he changed clothes, washed up, and headed straight for the dining room. The food smells incredible today. He sat down and looked at the table in pleasant surprise. Before Luca or Trish could say anything, Mother Hale smiled sweetly and placed a piece of beef into his bowl. I made a few improvements. Try it and tell me what you think. Completely unsuspecting, Old Hale popped the beef into his mouth. The moment he chewed, the rich flavor exploded across his taste buds. Tender beef, complex seasonings, perfect balance. He took a sip of his drink and nodded repeatedly. Not bad. Really not bad. Mother Hale's smile grew wider. So, Old Hale looked up. How does it compare to my usual cooking? Something about her expression felt dangerous. But he hadn't noticed yet. Today's dishes are really... Ahem. Lucas suddenly coughed loudly. Sorry. Choked a little. At the same time, Old Hale noticed Trish frantically signaling at him from across the table. Then he looked at his wife's unusually sweet smile. Finally, enlightenment struck. Oh no, that was close. Mother Hale folded her arms. Go on. Her smile remained. What were you saying? Cold sweat appeared on Old Hale's forehead. Today's dishes are indeed. He paused dramatically. Not as good as your usual cooking. Luca lowered his head. Trish nearly exploded. Old Hale continued with complete seriousness. Wife, your home-cooked meals are still the best. His gaze was so sincere it deserved an acting award. Mother Hale's eyes softened immediately. Really? Absolutely. Good. She happily placed a chicken leg into his bowl. Then enjoy your son's cooking. Old Hale blinked. Son's cooking? The entire table instantly went silent. Didn't you say you made it? He asked innocently. Did I? Mother Hale smiled. No. 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 Old Hale, Luca, and Trish shook their heads in perfect synchronization. After dinner, Luca carried a cup of tea onto the balcony. The evening breeze drifted through the neighborhood, carrying the scent of summer flowers. Leaning against the railing, he quietly enjoyed the rare moment of peace. Just then, his phone began vibrating. Ring, ring, ring. Luca glanced at the screen. The caller ID displayed a familiar name. Sophie Kennedy. Chapter 22. Old Crushes and Fleeting Clouds. Luca Hale had initially assumed Sophie Kennedy was calling because of her mother's illness. To his surprise, that wasn't the case at all. The only thing Sophie asked was whether he planned to attend the class reunion. When Luca confirmed that he was going, Sophie hesitated briefly before asking if she could go with him. Luca agreed without a second thought. The following afternoon, Luca drove Trish Hale to Sophie Kennedy's apartment complex. By the time they arrived, Sophie and Rachel Kennedy were already waiting outside. The moment they saw the G-Class pull up, the two sisters walked over. Without exchanging a word, Trish and Rachel slipped into the back seat together, deliberately leaving the front passenger seat vacant. Through the rearview mirror, Luca caught Trish repeatedly shooting meaningful looks at Rachel. He immediately felt a headache coming on. This girl is hopeless. What he couldn't understand was why Trish was still trying to match him with Sophie after already meeting Naomi Monroe. Did she really want her brother to become a scumbag? Thankfully, those thoughts remained safely inside his head. Sophie smiled helplessly when she noticed the arrangement and opened the passenger door. She was wearing another dress today. Yesterday's had been green. Today's was a soft purple. The color had changed, but her beauty hadn't. The elegant dress highlighted her petite frame perfectly. Who said cute girls couldn't compete with sexy ones? At least in Sophie Kennedy's case, cuteness was undefeated. As the vehicle rolled toward Ashford High School, Trish suddenly leaned forward from the back seat. "Brother, after you drop Rachel and me off, are you taking Sister Sophie on a secret date?" She covered her mouth and giggled mischievously. Luca didn't even react. Years of dealing with Trish's antics had given him near immunity. Of course, his exceptionally thick skin helped too. Sophie, however, wasn't nearly as resistant. Although she tried to maintain a calm expression, the tips of her ears slowly turned red. "First of all," Luca said calmly, "Sophie and I are attending a perfectly normal class reunion. Secondly, I still need to pick someone else up afterward." He hadn't forgotten Mason Reed. Luca was not the type to abandon his best friend for romance. Soon, they arrived at the school gates. Luca parked by the roadside. "Brother, we're going in." Trish lingered beside the car. "That's it? Don't you have anything else to say?" Luca thought seriously for a moment. "Study hard." Trish froze. Then she puffed up her cheeks. "You're so boring." Sticking out her tongue, she grabbed Rachel's hand and hurried toward the campus. Watching them disappear through the gates, Luca finally drove away. Their next stop was Mason Reed's house. Mason lived in an old bungalow on the outskirts of town. Back in high school, Luca had visited countless times. Unlike Luca, Mason had never been particularly strong academically. Although he managed to get into a junior college, various family circumstances eventually forced him to drop out. Now he worked on a factory assembly line, earning just enough to get by each month. When the G-Class pulled up outside the familiar red iron gate, Luca honked twice. A few moments later, the gate swung open. A towering man, nearly 1.9 meters tall, stepped out. His buzz cut hadn't changed much since high school. The moment he saw Luca, his face split into a huge grin. "Luca!" Then his eyes landed on the Mercedes-Benz. "Damn, a G-Class." Mason stared in disbelief. He had heard Luca bought a new car recently, but hearing about it and seeing it were two completely different things. A G-Class, the dream vehicle of countless men and women. As he approached the car, he was about to open the front passenger door when a familiar female voice suddenly greeted him. "Mason Reed, long time no see." Mason froze. Only after looking carefully did he recognize the woman sitting in the passenger seat. His eyes widened. "Sophie Kennedy?" The former class beauty smiled and nodded. Mason scratched the back of his head and laughed awkwardly before wisely opening the rear door instead. "I remember, of course I remember." He climbed into the back seat. "Our class beauty." Then he leaned forward and quietly gave Luca a thumbs up. "Luca, you're incredible." Back in high school, Sophie Kennedy had been the dream girl of countless boys. Not only students from their own class, but students from other grades and even neighboring schools had pursued her. Every single one failed. At the time, many classmates believed Sophie rejected everyone because she liked Luca Hale. Unfortunately, Luca had spent 3 years secretly crushing on her without ever gathering the courage to confess. Mason had always felt sorry for his friend. Yet now, seeing them arrive together, he couldn't help thinking, maybe fate really does exist. Naturally, Luca could tell Mason had misunderstood everything. Still, he didn't bother explaining. After all, what if something actually happened in the future? The G-Class eventually arrived at the stone-free Grand Hotel. As the luxury SUV rolled beneath the grand entrance canopy, it immediately attracted attention. Several elegantly dressed women standing near the steps glanced over instinctively. Their eyes lingered on the vehicle with unmistakable envy. Mason climbed out first. Sophie followed. The moment they appeared, voices erupted from the crowd. "Wait, isn't that Sophie Kennedy? And that's Mason Reed." Many former classmates recognized them instantly. But who owns the G-Class? Among the crowd stood a woman with curly hair and an elegant crystal handbag. Her name was Chloe Hilton. Back in high school, she had been considered one of the prettier girls in their class. Combined with her excellent fashion sense, she had attracted no shortage of admirers. However, the person she had liked most was always Luca Hale. He had been the most handsome boy in their entire year. After gathering all her courage to confess back then, she had received nothing more than a polite rejection. The memory still stung a little. Of course, she was married now. Those youthful feelings had long since become part of the past. Then the driver's door opened. Luca Hale stepped out. A look of realization flashed across Chloe's face. It's Luca Hale. Beside her, Natalie Bennett stared openly. He's still unbelievably handsome, and he's obviously doing very well for himself. For a brief moment, a trace of regret surfaced in her heart. Perhaps she should have tried harder back then. Maybe if things had worked out, she'd be the one stepping out of that G-class today. The thought vanished almost as quickly as it appeared. After all, life didn't work that way. Meanwhile, the moment Sophie Kennedy stepped gracefully from the passenger seat and walked to Luca's side, every woman standing at the entrance reached the same conclusion. They never had a chance. Not back then, and certainly not now. Chapter 23. Making it official. Coincidentally, every man present was just as stunned by the sight of Luca Hale and Sophie Kennedy standing together. The pair looked perfectly matched, as if they had stepped straight out of a romance novel. For a brief moment, countless hearts shattered in silent unison. Most of them were already married, some had children, and others had built successful careers. Yet no matter how much time had passed, who could truly forget their first love? As for Mason Reed, who had arrived with them, he was completely ignored by the crowd. "What's going on?" Luca asked as he walked over with an easy smile. "Why is everyone standing around outside?" "Luca, long time no see." Chloe Hilton was the first to recover. The curly-haired beauty stepped forward in her high heels, her crystal handbag hanging from her wrist as she greeted him with a graceful smile. "We were just shocked by the handsome men and beautiful women in front of us. None of us knew how to react." A complicated emotion flickered across her eyes before disappearing. "Exactly," Natalie Bennett immediately joined in. "You two are unbelievable. You've been secretly dating all this time and didn't tell any of us. At least make it official. Seriously, why are you acting like secret agents?" Even Mason Reed nodded vigorously from the side. Luca couldn't help smiling bitterly. "We're really not dating. At least, not officially." Unfortunately, looking at everyone's expressions, he knew that even if he explained himself right now, nobody would believe a word of it. Just then, Sophie suddenly moved a little closer. Their shoulders brushed. Before Luca could react, he felt a soft warmth against his arm. A faint floral fragrance drifted into his senses, carrying Sophie's unique scent. He turned in surprise. Without the slightest hesitation, Sophie slipped her arm through his. The movement was so natural that it left Luca momentarily speechless. Ignoring his stunned expression, Sophie smiled at the crowd. "It's not too late to make it official now." Her voice was gentle, but there was a playful glimmer in her eyes. "So please stop making things difficult for Luca." The crowd exploded instantly. "That's it. I'm full already. No need for lunch. These two are too much. Not only did you secretly get together, but you're showing off right in front of us. Luca Hale, you're not leaving this reunion sober." "That's right. We're drinking him under the table today." The male classmates looked at Luca with envy so obvious it was practically written across their faces. Back then, Sophie Kennedy had been the dream girl of the entire school. Now she was standing beside Luca, holding his arm. How could they not be jealous? Amidst the laughter and teasing, everyone finally entered the hotel. Soon, lunch officially began. The atmosphere at the table was surprisingly comfortable. Nobody brought up salaries, job titles, or social status. Those topics often made reunions awkward. Instead, everyone reminisced about the past. The conversation quickly shifted back to their high school days. Stories that had seemed embarrassing back then had somehow become hilarious years later. Someone exposed an old secret crush. Someone else confessed to writing anonymous love letters. The entire room was filled with laughter. Then Chloe suddenly raised her wine glass. Speaking of high school romances, a mischievous smile appeared on her face. "Back then, didn't we all think our class beauty never dated anyone because she liked Luca Hale?" Instantly, every head turned towards Sophie. "That's right, class beauty. Tell us the truth. We've been curious for years." A male classmate sighed dramatically. "I confessed to Sophie once, and got rejected on the spot." The person beside him immediately burst out laughing. "Liam Carter, that's nothing. I spent 3 nights writing a love letter. What happened? Someone asked. A gust of wind blew it away before I could give it to her. The room erupted into laughter. I took that as a sign from heaven. After that, I never tried again. Faced with countless curious gazes, Sophie simply smiled. Then she turned to look at Luca. Her eyes were calm, yet there was something hidden beneath them. Luca suddenly felt nervous. Truthfully, he'd secretly loved that rumor back then, perhaps more than anyone else. In high school, Sophie said softly, I only wanted to focus on studying. I really wasn't interested in dating. Everyone nodded. That answer sounded exactly like the Sophie they remembered. Just when they thought the topic was over, Sophie's ears slowly turned pink. Then she lowered her gaze. Her next words were almost drowned out by the noise of the restaurant. But I was really embarrassed by that rumor. A pause. Then a faint smile appeared on her lips. And honestly, I'm still embarrassed by it now. The entire room froze, then exploded. Oh, so that's what it was. The mystery has finally been solved. Luca Hale, I'm so jealous. Cheers erupted throughout the room. Everyone began raising glasses and offering blessings. Lucas sat there silently. For a moment, all he could do was stare at Sophie. His hand unconsciously lifted, as though he wanted to reach out and hold on to something. Yet before his fingers touched her shoulder, he stopped. Slowly he lowered his hand. I'm sorry, Sophie. His voice was barely above a whisper. Only she heard it. Sophie's body trembled slightly. Silence lingered between them. A few seconds later, she turned back around. The smile on her face remained unchanged. Elegant, beautiful, gentle. She raised her wine glass toward him. Luca understood immediately. Their glasses clinked softly. Then both of them drained their drinks in one go. The reunion continued for several more hours. Laughter echoed throughout the private room. Wine bottles emptied one after another. By the end of the meal, almost everyone was drunk. Some staggered as they walked. Others slumped over the table. A few couldn't even stand properly anymore. Taking advantage of a trip to the restroom, Luca quietly went downstairs to settle the bill. At the front desk, the cashier smiled politely. Sir, your total comes to $2,580. How would you like to pay? Card. Luca handed over his black bank card. Oh, and booked 20 standard rooms as well. Most people had drunk far too much to drive. Some would be picked up by family members, but many would need a place to stay for the night. Of course, sir. The cashier immediately began processing the request. Ding! Host spent $3,280 and received a critical hit reward. Congratulations! You have obtained 100% ownership of Stone-Free Grand Hotel. The familiar mechanical voice echoed in Luca's mind. His drunkenness vanished instantly. Stone-Free Grand Hotel wasn't comparable to the San Fierro Grand Hotel he already owned. But exchanging a few $1,000s for an entire hotel? Only a fool would complain. Not bad. No. This is amazing. After completing the payment, Luca returned upstairs. The moment everyone learned that he had paid for the entire reunion and reserved 20 rooms, the room erupted into cheers once again. Luca, you're incredible. Boss Luca is treating us today. Let's drink another round. The noise continued for quite a while before the reunion finally came to an end. One after another, classmates said their goodbyes. Some were picked up by family. Others headed upstairs to rest. Meanwhile, Sophie had clearly drunk more than she could handle. Her cheeks were rosy. Her eyes were half open. She leaned weakly against Luca's shoulder. Supporting her carefully with one arm, Luca escorted her toward the elevators. Together with the remaining classmates who were staying overnight, they made their way upstairs toward their respective rooms. Chapter 24. Consider it a bride price. Several male classmates shot Luca Hale, knowing looks before heading toward their own rooms. Even Mason Reed leaned close and whispered into his ear, "Take care of yourself tonight, brother. Get lost." Luca laughed and shoved him lightly. Mason burst out laughing and disappeared down the hallway with the others. The standard room contained 2 separate beds. Luca guided the heavily intoxicated Sophie Kennedy inside and carefully helped her sit down on one of them. Sophie. He crouched beside her, and gently patted her shoulder. "Wake up for a minute. At least wash your face before sleeping." Sophie opened her eyes halfway before letting out a soft hum. Instead of answering, she simply stared at him. The alcohol had dyed her cheeks a delicate shade of pink, and her usually calm eyes seemed hazy and unfocused. A moment later, she suddenly smiled. It was the kind of smile Luca had rarely seen from her. Soft, sweet, and dangerously beautiful. "You've always been this nice." Her voice was quiet. Luca paused. Before he could respond, Sophie slowly reached out and grabbed his sleeve. "Luca, I used to think about what would happen if I had been braver." The room fell silent. Outside the window, the lights of Ashford shimmered in the distance. Luca's heart skipped a beat. Sophie lowered her head slightly, her fingers still clutching his sleeve. "If I had said something back then," her voice grew softer and softer, "would things have been different?" Luca froze. He wasn't stupid. He understood exactly what she meant. For years, Sophie Kennedy had been the unreachable class beauty in everyone's eyes. Yet at this moment, she wasn't the perfect girl everyone admired. She was simply Sophie, a girl carrying years of regret, a girl who had drunk too much, a girl who was vulnerable. Sophie slowly looked up at him. Their eyes met. For a brief second, neither of them spoke. The atmosphere inside the room became strangely warm. Luca felt his heartbeat quicken. Any man would be lying if he claimed he wasn't affected, especially when the person in front of him was Sophie Kennedy, the girl he had once quietly admired for years. For an instant, he almost forgot himself. Almost. Then he suddenly remembered the smell of alcohol lingering in the air. Remembered the look in Sophie's eyes. Remembered that she wasn't fully conscious. His expression immediately cleared. No, this wasn't right. No matter what Sophie truly felt, no matter what he himself felt, this wasn't the time. Luca gently removed her hand from his sleeve. "Sophie." His voice was calm. "You're drunk." A trace of disappointment flashed across Sophie's face. She seemed to want to say something else, but the alcohol had already exhausted her strength. Her eyelids grew heavier and heavier. Luca pulled the blanket over her shoulders. "Get some sleep." Sophie stared at him quietly for a few seconds. Then she gave a small nod, perhaps because she was truly exhausted, perhaps because the alcohol was finally winning. She slowly lay back against the pillow. Within minutes, her breathing became steady. She had fallen asleep. Luca sat beside the bed for a long time. Only after confirming she was completely asleep did he let out a long breath. A bitter smile appeared on his face. That was close. He stood up, switched off the main lights, and left only the bedside lamp glowing softly in the darkness. Then he walked to the other bed and lay down. Neither of them spoke another word that night. The next morning, Luca Hale was still half asleep when he vaguely heard the sound of running water nearby. His brows furrowed slightly. Water? Still groggy from yesterday's drinking, he slowly opened his eyes. At that exact moment, the sound of the shower stopped. The bathroom door clicked open. Wrapped in a soft white bath towel, Sophie Kennedy stepped out. Her long hair was still damp, tiny droplets of water clinging to the tips as they slid quietly onto her exposed shoulders. Without a trace of makeup, her face looked even more delicate than usual. Her fair skin glowed from the lingering warmth of the shower, and her elegant collarbones were fully visible above the towel. For a moment, Luca completely froze. Sophie looked like a lotus blooming after the rain, fresh, graceful, and breathtakingly beautiful. Of course, her petite frame meant she lacked some of the curves that women like Naomi Monroe possessed, but that only added to her unique charm. "You're awake." The moment Sophie stepped out and found Lucas staring blankly at her, a wave of embarrassment washed over her. Yet beneath that embarrassment was a small sense of satisfaction. At least his reaction proved that she was still attractive. "Luca Hale, about last night." "I didn't do anything to you last night." Luca immediately raised both hands in surrender. His answer came so quickly that Sophie didn't even have time to finish her sentence. He simply wasn't the type of man who would take advantage of a woman while she was drunk. A fleeting look of disappointment flashed through Sophie's eyes. It appeared for only a second before disappearing. Oh. She lowered her head slightly and nodded. After a brief silence, she picked up the hairdryer from the dressing table. Then she turned toward him. Can you help me dry my hair? Sure. Luca climbed out of bed and took the hairdryer from her hand. Standing behind her, he switched it on. Warm air flowed through Sophie's damp hair. The strands slipped effortlessly through his fingers. They were smooth and silky, carrying a faint fragrance of shampoo that lingered in the air. Luca had to admit that Sophie's hair felt unbelievably soft. By the time it was dry, he almost felt reluctant to stop. Done. He switched off the dryer and placed it back on the table. However, Sophie remained seated. She didn't turn around. Her slender shoulders trembled ever so slightly. A few moments later, she suddenly asked, Luca, am I pretty? Her voice sounded fragile, almost vulnerable. The unexpected question caught Luca off guard. For a second, he thought he had heard wrong. Sophie, what did you say? This time she raised her voice slightly. I asked if I'm pretty. Of course you are. Luca answered without the slightest hesitation. In his eyes, Sophie had always been beautiful, even back in high school, especially back in high school. The moment his answer fell, Sophie's emotions finally broke through. She suddenly turned around. Her eyes were already red. Then why? Her voice trembled. I deliberately got drunk last night and gave you the perfect opportunity. So, why were you still completely unmoved? Luca felt as though 1,000 horses had just stampeded through his mind. For a split second, a ridiculous thought surfaced. Wait, was I actually supposed to do something? Fortunately, reason quickly returned. No, absolutely not. He liked Sophie. He wanted her. But he wanted both of them to be completely awake and clear-minded when that day came. Not under the influence of alcohol. Not because of desperation. Not because of pressure. Luca. Sophie's voice softened. I'm really tired. You already know about my family situation, don't you? Luca nodded gently. Trish had already told him everything. Sophie's mother was seriously ill. The burden of the entire family rested on Sophie's shoulders. For someone their age, it was almost crushing. Sophie lowered her head. Then she took a step forward and buried herself in Luca's chest. Her arms wrapped tightly around his waist. Luca, take me in. And, can you lend me $50,000? The moment those words left her mouth, her entire body began trembling. Luca's heart tightened. He could hardly imagine how much courage it had taken for Sophie to say those words. This was the same proud girl who had always stood at the top of the class. The same Sophie Kennedy who never accepted favors from anyone. Yet now she was forcing herself to ask for help. Slowly, Luca raised a hand and gently stroked the back of her head. His fingers moved through her soft hair. Gradually, Sophie's trembling began to ease. Sophie. His voice was gentle. I told you yesterday, if you need help, all you have to do is ask. He absolutely wanted to help Sophie, but not like this. Never like this. He didn't want money, debt, or desperation mixed into their relationship. But I didn't know how to ask. Sophie's voice sounded small, almost pitiful. It's fine. Luca smiled softly. Just treat it as a loan. You can pay me back whenever you want. Truthfully, $50,000 meant very little to him now. If saving Sophie's mother required $500,000 or even $5 million, he wouldn't hesitate. After speaking, Luca immediately took out his phone. A moment later, he completed the transfer. Sophie's own phone vibrated. When she saw the amount, her eyes widened. $100,000? Luca, I only asked for $50,000. Why did you send double that? Luca shrugged casually. Your mother will need supplements, rehabilitation, and follow-up care after treatment. That all costs money. But this is $100,000. Sophie's anxiety immediately surfaced. How am I supposed to pay all of this back? Luca grinned. If you can't pay it back, then don't. Sophie blinked. What does that mean? Luca laughed. Just treat it as a bride price. For a moment, Sophie stared at him blankly. Then her face instantly turned red. You are so annoying. She lightly punched his arm. I bet this is how you trick all the girls around you. Earlier that morning, she'd accidentally noticed a message notification from a woman on Luca's phone. Although she hadn't asked about it, she wasn't blind. With Luca's looks and current success, there was no way he lacked admirers. Besides, who gives a $100,000 bride price in a small city like Ashford? Luca rubbed his nose awkwardly. That's because you haven't seen the real world yet. Just a few days ago, he'd encountered a family demanding a $100,000 dowry, a luxury car, and a massive apartment before even discussing marriage. Compared to that, his bride price joke was practically charity. Seeing the morning slipping away, both of them finally prepared to get dressed. Naturally, Sophie returned to the bathroom to change. The moment the bathroom door closed, bang, 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 a series of loud knocks suddenly exploded from outside the hotel room door. The violent pounding shattered the peaceful atmosphere instantly. Chapter 25. Ask your dad if he dares. Sophie Kennedy, open the door. I know you're in there. You damn bastard. A furious voice tore through the upper corridor, echoing off the hotel walls and dragging every lingering guest out of their morning haze. Luca Hale frowned, clearly annoyed at the noise, while Sophie stiffened instantly, her shoulders tightening as unease flashed across her face. Luca, that's actually someone from my university, she said quickly. He's been chasing me for months. I've never agreed to anything with him. Luca glanced at her, mildly surprised, then relaxed again as a faint smile returned. Why are you so nervous? You think I'll misunderstand? You're impossible. Even now you're still joking, Sophie muttered, though there was no real anger in it. Stay inside, Luca said calmly, already turning toward the door. I'll take a look. No. Sophie grabbed his arm immediately. I'm coming too. I want to see what kind of mess he's trying to cause. She linked her arm through his without waiting for permission, her expression cooling as they walked toward the door together. The moment it swung open, the hallway outside was already packed. A number of Luca's old classmates, still groggy from last night's reunion drinking, had gathered in confused clusters. At the center stood a man in a sharply tailored suit and polished shoes. He looked ordinary at first glance, but his sunken eyes and pale face carried the unmistakable exhaustion of someone who lived recklessly and slept even worse. The instant Adrian Vale saw Luca and Sophie step out together, his expression twisted. So this is it, he snapped. Sophie Kennedy, I thought you were some pure little goddess, but you're just a cheap. He never finished. Luca moved. No warning, no hesitation. Just a blur of motion, as two sharp slaps landed across Adrian's face in quick succession, the sound snapping through the corridor like a whip. Watch your mouth, Luca said flatly. His tone was calm, almost polite, or I'll make sure you regret every word you say. Adrian staggered, shock overtaking pain for a split second before rage exploded across his face. You bastard! You dare hit me? I'll kill you. He pointed at Sophie next, voice rising. And you, acting so innocent while you're with this guy. I offered you $50,000 and you refused just to end up with him? Hypocrite. That was enough. Lucas stepped in again. One clean punch to the abdomen. The impact folded Adrian instantly. His body lifted off his feet and slammed backward into the carpeted hallway, rolling once before curling up in agony. He gasped, clutching his stomach, unable to even catch his breath. Luca, what's going on here? Mason Reed had just rushed over, rubbing sleep from his eyes, drawn in by the noise. He took one look at the scene and immediately frowned. Luca gave a brief explanation. That was all Mason needed. Are you serious? Mason muttered, his expression darkening. Without hesitation, he strode forward and kicked Adrian twice while he was still down. Hard, controlled blows meant more to humiliate than injure. That's enough talking nonsense outside our rooms, Mason said coldly. Adrian wheezed in pain, but his eyes burned with hatred. You're done, he spat. My father is the general manager of this hotel. You won't walk out of here. He pulled out his phone with shaking hands and dialed. Dad, I've been beaten in your hotel. Bring security up here now. On the other end, Arthur Vale was already under pressure from the sudden ownership upheaval of the hotel. The moment he heard his son's voice, his temper snapped completely. Did you tell them who I am? I did. They still hit me. Dad, hurry. I'm coming. Arthur barked before ending the call. Adrian slowly climbed to his feet again, wiping blood from his lip as his confidence returned. "You're finished," he sneered. Mason leaned closer to Luca, voice low. "This doesn't feel good. We should leave before security arrives. This is their territory." Several classmates nearby quickly agreed, urging the same thing. Sophie tightened her grip on Luca's hand, worry flickering in her eyes. But Luca didn't move. He simply glanced down the corridor, completely calm. "No one needs to panic. Just wait and watch." He patted Mason's shoulder lightly. "Tiger, tell me something. You ever think about being a leader?" Mason blinked. "What? Now?" "Just answer it." "Yeah, of course." "Good," Lucas said quietly. "Then get ready." No one understood what he meant, except Sophie, whose eyes narrowed slightly as something clicked in her mind about who he really was. Footsteps echoed from the far end of the corridor. A powerful voice followed immediately after. "Who touched my son on my property?" Arthur Vale appeared with a full entourage behind him, hotel executives and security personnel filling the corridor like a wave. Adrian's face lit up instantly. "Dad!" Arthur saw his son's swollen face, the handprints, the disheveled clothes. His expression darkened with fury. "Who did this?" he demanded. "Step forward." Luca raised a hand slightly. "It was me." He stepped out casually, hands in his pockets. "So, what are you going to do about it?" The corridor went silent. Arthur opened his mouth to roar again, but his words died the moment he saw Luca's face properly. His pupils shrank. The anger drained from his expression in an instant, replaced by something far worse. Fear. He knew that face. So did the executives behind him. The entire group subtly stepped back without a word, distancing themselves from Arthur as if they had suddenly realized they were standing next to a disaster. Adrian, still oblivious, laughed loudly. "Dad, arrest him. He's the one who hit me." Arthur didn't answer. Not immediately. Sweat formed at his temples as he stared at Luca like he had seen a ghost. "Revenge?" Adrian mocked. "He's finished, right?" Luca tilted his head slightly, his gaze sharpening just enough to silence the corridor. "Go on," he said evenly. "Ask your father again. Does he really dare?" That was when Adrian finally noticed it. The shaking hands, the pale face, the absolute dread in his father's eyes. And in that moment, his confidence collapsed. For the first time since the confrontation began, Adrian Vale realized with chilling clarity. He had just picked the worst possible opponent in the entire building. Chapter 26. Talk to the General Manager. "Chairman Hale, I'm terribly sorry." Arthur Vale's voice trembled as cold sweat rolled down his forehead. "My son has offended you. This is entirely my fault. I failed to discipline him properly." The moment he finished speaking, he spun around and slapped Adrian across the face with all his strength. Smack! The sharp sound echoed through the corridor. "Apologize to Chairman Hale right now." Chairman Hale? The title hit everyone like a thunderclap. Luca's former classmates stood frozen in disbelief. The general manager of the Stone-Free Grand Hotel, one of the most prestigious establishments in Ashford, was bowing his head and addressing Luca Hale as chairman. No one could process it. Just moments ago, they had thought Luca was merely successful. Now they suddenly realized the entire hotel belonged to him. Several people instinctively turned toward Mason Reed. A memory resurfaced in their minds. "Tiger, do you want to be a leader?" At the time, they had thought Luca was joking. Now nobody was laughing. "I'm sorry, Chairman Hale. I was wrong. I was really wrong." Adrian's lips tasted faintly of blood. His body shook uncontrollably as he dropped heavily to his knees on the carpet. His arrogance had completely vanished. He finally understood the disaster he had created. Not only had he openly pursued Luca's woman, but he had threatened to throw Luca in a jail while standing inside Luca's own hotel. The more he thought about it, the colder his body became. All he could do now was pray for mercy. The source of his confidence had always been his father's status and wealth. If Arthur Vale lost everything, Adrian wouldn't have anything left. Luca didn't even spare him a glance. Instead, his gaze shifted toward the executive standing behind Arthur. "Is the Director of Human Resources here?" A balding, middle-aged man immediately stepped forward. Yes, Chairman. Effective immediately, Arthur Vale is dismissed from his position as general manager. Luca's voice was calm. Too calm. Any employee directly affiliated with his faction is to be terminated as well. Understood, Chairman. Arthur's legs gave out. The last trace of color disappeared from his face. Chairman, please. He collapsed onto his knees beside Adrian. I've worked here for years. Even if I haven't made any great achievements, I've devoted my life to this hotel. Luca ignored the plea entirely. Chief Financial Officer. A capable-looking woman in a tailored business suit stepped forward immediately. Present, Chairman. Conduct a full audit. Luca's eyes narrowed slightly. I want every account Arthur Vale has touched reviewed from beginning to end. Any evidence of embezzlement or financial misconduct goes directly to the police. The woman's expression became serious. Understood. We'll begin immediately. Luca didn't believe for a second that Adrian casually had $50,000 lying around to throw at women. Like father, like son, someone had clearly been feeding that lifestyle. Arthur's face turned deathly pale. His heart nearly stopped. No one knew better than he did how many questionable transactions were buried in those accounts. Those records could survive casual inspections. They would never survive a full audit. It's over. The thought echoed endlessly inside his mind. Luca wasn't finished. Head of security. A broad-shouldered man immediately straightened. Chairman, keep a close eye on these two during the audit. If either of them attempts to leave the city. Luca paused. Don't bother coming back to work. The security chief nearly saluted. Understood. I guarantee they won't take a single step outside the city limits. Good. Luca seemed to remember something. Oh, one more thing. A faint smile appeared on his face. The smile made Arthur and Adrian feel even colder. It seems the former general manager's son has a rather aggressive temperament. The security guards exchanged glances. The security department should spend some extra time helping him calm down. Luca looked at them. Anyone who performs particularly well on this assignment will receive double bonuses this month. The guards' eyes lit up instantly. They all looked toward Adrian. Their smiles became extremely meaningful. Adrian's face turned white. He suddenly regretted every decision he had made in his life. Luca no longer cared what happened next. He turned and led his classmates downstairs. The group finally stopped near the grand entrance of the hotel. The atmosphere was strange. Everyone looked at Luca differently now. There was admiration, shock, disbelief, and a little awe. Luca, one of the male classmates, stepped forward hesitantly. What is it? Luca asked. The man scratched his head awkwardly. Well, I was wondering. He took a deep breath. Would it be possible for me to work here? I studied finance in university, and I already have all the necessary certifications. The moment he spoke, several others immediately looked at Luca expectantly. Many of them were trapped in mediocre jobs. The stone-free Grand Hotel offered salaries and benefits most people in Ashford could only dream about. Luca smiled. Don't talk to me about employment. The words instantly caused several faces to fall. Disappointment spread through the group. Of course. Why would someone like Luca casually hand out jobs? Nobody had the right to expect that. Seeing their reactions, Luca burst out laughing. You misunderstood. Everyone looked up. I mean, you shouldn't ask me. He casually pointed at Mason Reed. Ask him. Silence. Then, Mason's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Luca grinned. He's the hotel's new general manager. The crowd exploded. Everyone rushed toward Mason at once. Mason himself looked completely stunned. Luca, he pointed at himself. Me? Yes, you. You're serious? Do I look like I'm joking? Mason stood there in a daze. Just yesterday, he had been working on a factory assembly line. Today he was apparently the general manager of the most famous hotel in Ashford. The change was so dramatic that his brain struggled to keep up. What if I mess everything up? He asked honestly. Luca laughed. So what if you do? He shrugged casually. It's only a hotel worth $20 or $30 million. The surrounding crowd nearly choked. Only $20 or $30 million. Only Luca Hale could say something like that with a straight face. But Mason understood the deeper meaning. Luca trusted him. Completely. That trust weighed more heavily than any title. After saying their goodbyes to the group, Luca dropped Mason off at home so he could prepare for his new position. Then he drove toward Ashford Medical Center with Sophie. The Mercedes-Benz G-Class rolled smoothly into the hospital parking lot. Sophie looked over curiously as Luca switched off the engine and stepped out alongside her. "You're coming up too?" "What?" Luca looked genuinely surprised. "You accepted my $100,000 bride price this morning, and now you're trying to stop me from meeting my future mother-in-law?" Sophie's face instantly turned crimson. "You." Her beautiful eyes widened. Then she shot him a glare that contained absolutely no real anger. "You're impossible." Turning around quickly, she walked toward the hospital entrance. Her pace was slightly faster than usual. From behind, Luca could clearly see the corners of her lips, trying very hard not to curl upward. He smiled. A few long strides later, he caught up effortlessly. Without warning, he reached out and took her small hand into his. Sophie immediately tried to pull away. Just once, very lightly. Then she gave up. Her fingers relaxed in his grasp. She turned her face away, as if refusing to acknowledge what was happening. Only her ears remained visible. Bright red. Cute enough to make anyone smile. Luca tightened his grip slightly. And together, hand in hand, they walked into the hospital. Chapter 27. I like Sophie. Inside a quiet hospital ward, the atmosphere felt unusually still. Behind a drawn white curtain, a middle-aged woman sat propped against the headboard, a cup of warm water cradled between her thin hands. Her complexion was pale, and there was a lingering weariness in her eyes as she stared silently through the window at the bright morning sky outside. "Mom, why are you sitting up by yourself again?" The moment Sophie Kennedy entered, she hurried to the bedside, fussing over the pillows and adjusting the blanket around her mother's legs. Watching her daughter move around so attentively, Diana Kennedy felt a familiar ache in her chest. She knew better than anyone how much Sophie had sacrificed over the past 2 years. Sometimes, when the pain became unbearable, Diana had honestly considered giving up. But every time she looked at Sophie and Rachel, she couldn't bring herself to do it. Those two girls were the reason she kept fighting. "Sophie." Diana's gaze shifted toward the young man who had entered with her daughter. "Who is this?" The question sounded casual, but her eyes immediately sharpened. "Mom, this is Luca Hale. We were classmates in high school." Luca stepped forward politely and placed a fruit basket on the bedside table. "Hello, Auntie." "Hello." Diana nodded lightly. Her eyes lingered on him for several seconds. He was undeniably handsome, tall, well-dressed, confident, the kind of young man who naturally stood out in any crowd. Yet instead of relaxing, Diana became even more cautious. A mother who had spent decades dealing with people knew one thing well. Attractive appearances often hid complicated truths. And right now, the timing was far too suspicious. For months, Sophie had been running herself ragged trying to gather money for treatment. Suddenly, the surgery fees had been paid, and now a handsome young man was appearing at her bedside. Diana wasn't blind. Something didn't add up. "Is Diana Kennedy's family present?" A nurse appeared at the doorway carrying a clipboard. Sophie immediately stepped outside with her to discuss paperwork. As the ward door closed behind them, silence settled over the room. Diana's gaze slowly returned to Luca. The smile had disappeared from her face. "You don't need to worry about the medical expenses anymore, Andy," Luca said gently. "You should focus on recovering." Diana's fingers tightened slightly around her cup. That statement only increased her suspicions. Medical expenses? Did he even know how much those expenses were? A kidney transplant wasn't some ordinary procedure. "Young Luca," Diana said after a moment, "are you originally from Ashford?" "Yes, Andy." "And what do you do for a living?" Luca answered honestly. "Most of my businesses are in San Fierro. I mainly handle investments these days." Diana raised an eyebrow. "Investments?" A young man barely out of university talking about businesses and investments so casually? That answer sounded less reassuring and more alarming. The more she listened, the more uneasy she became. A terrible possibility slowly surfaced in her mind. What if Sophie hadn't told her everything? What if this wasn't simply an old classmate? What if her daughter, desperate to save her mother, had accepted money from a wealthy young man in exchange for something she could never take back? Diana's heart sank. If that was true, she'd rather refuse the surgery entirely. The ward door opened before she could continue down that path. Sophie returned alongside Dr. Hayes. "So, that's the current situation," the physician explained. Fortunately, the surgical funds were secured in time. Any further delay would have been extremely dangerous. Sophie's eyes lit up with relief. "Thank you, Dr. Hayes." After offering a few final instructions regarding diet and recovery preparation, the doctor departed. The moment the door closed, Diana's expression hardened. "Sophie," the serious tone immediately caught her daughter's attention. "Come here." Sophie walked over nervously. Diana looked directly into her eyes. "Tell me the truth. Mom, what exactly is your relationship with Luca Hale?" The room fell silent. Sophie froze. "Mom, why are you asking that all of a sudden?" "Because surgery doesn't pay for itself." Diana's voice remained calm, but there was unmistakable tension beneath it. If he's just a former classmate, then where did tens of thousands of dollars suddenly come from? Sophie opened her mouth, then closed it again. She didn't know how to answer. Diana turned toward Luca. Her gaze was sharp enough to cut through steel. "Young Luca." "Yes, Annie? I know my daughter." Her voice softened slightly. "She's gentle, but she's stubborn. Stronger than most people realize." Diana paused. "I can see she likes you." Sophie's face immediately turned red. "Mom." Diana ignored her completely. But liking someone and trusting someone are two different things. The atmosphere instantly became heavier. "I've seen plenty of young men say beautiful things." Her eyes never left Luca. "I've seen people make promises they had no intention of keeping." "Surgery costs money. A great deal of money. So tell me honestly." Diana leaned forward slightly. "Why are you helping my daughter?" The ward became so quiet that even the faint hum of medical equipment seemed loud. Luca didn't look away. When he finally spoke, his voice was steady. "Because I love her." Sophie's breath caught. Diana's expression remained unchanged. "I liked Sophie back in high school." Lucas smiled faintly. "Back then, I never had the courage to say anything." His gaze shifted towards Sophie. "But after meeting her again, I realized she wasn't just the girl I used to admire. I saw how hard she fights for her family. I saw how much she sacrificed. And somewhere along the way, I fell in love with her." Every word sounded sincere. There wasn't the slightest hesitation in his eyes. Diana studied him carefully. Years of life experience told her he wasn't lying, at least not about his feelings. Still, sincerity and reliability weren't the same thing. Many people meant what they said in the moment. The problem was whether they still meant it 6 months later, or 5 years later. After a long silence, Diana finally nodded. "Just once. I believe you're being honest." Sophie's eyes immediately brightened. But before either of them could celebrate, Diana continued. "That doesn't mean I'm completely reassured." The smile froze on Sophie's face. Diana looked directly at Luca. "My daughter has already suffered enough." Her voice trembled slightly. "I won't stop her from making her own choices. But if you ever hurt her—" She didn't finish the sentence. She didn't need to. The warning was clear. Luca nodded seriously. "I understand." For the first time, some of the tension left Diana's shoulders. Not all of it, just a little. Enough to acknowledge his sincerity. Not enough to fully trust him. After all, trust wasn't built through words. It was built through time. Diana slowly reached out and took Sophie's hand. Then, after a brief hesitation, she placed it into Luca's. The gesture wasn't approval. It wasn't acceptance. It was simply permission to continue. Whether Luca truly deserved her daughter remained something Diana intended to judge for herself. "Mom," Sophie whispered, her face burning red. Diana gave her daughter a tired smile. "Don't look so happy yet." Then she glanced back at Luca. "And don't get comfortable either." Luca laughed helplessly. "I'll do my best, Auntie." "Humph." Diana snorted softly. "We'll see." Yet despite the words, the hostility in her eyes had lessened slightly. Only slightly. The road ahead was still very long. Over the following days, Luca accompanied Sophie to the hospital whenever he could, helping wherever possible while Diana quietly observed everything from the sidelines. She never openly objected, but she never fully lowered her guard either. Then, before anyone realized it, the day of Diana Kennedy's surgery finally arrived. Chapter 28. The moon is beautiful tonight. The bright red words "Operation in Progress" glowed above the operating room doors, casting an uneasy light across the otherwise quiet corridor. No matter how strong she tried to appear, Sophie Kennedy couldn't possibly stay calm under circumstances like these. Luca Hale sat beside her and gently pulled her into his arms. One hand rested reassuringly on her shoulder, while the other stroked her back in slow, comforting motions. "Don't worry, Sophie," he said softly. "The doctors already told us the chances of success are very high. Your mother is going to be okay." Sophie leaned against his chest and closed her eyes. At that moment, the fears she'd been suppressing for months threatened to overwhelm her. If Luca hadn't appeared when he did, how could she possibly have gathered such an enormous amount of money? The thought alone made her shudder. Faced with enough desperation, who knew what choices she might have been forced to make? "Luca," she whispered, clutching his shirt. "Thank you." Luca looked down at the girl in his arms. For as long as he'd known her, Sophie had always seemed strong, composed, and independent. Yet now, with her mother's life hanging in the balance, all those carefully built walls had finally come down. Perhaps this was the first time she had truly allowed herself to be vulnerable in front of him. 3 long hours passed. Finally, the operating room doors opened. Both Luca and Sophie stood at once. "Doctor, how did it go?" Luca asked immediately. Sophie's fingers tightened around his hand until her knuckles turned pale. The surgeon removed his mask and smiled tiredly. "You can both relax. The surgery was a complete success." The tension that had gripped them for hours instantly loosened. "She'll need to remain under observation for around 2 weeks," the doctor continued. "As long as there are no unexpected complications, she should make a full recovery." Sophie covered her mouth. Her eyes immediately filled with tears. Luca let out a long breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. "Thank you, doctor." The surgeon nodded before heading off to continue his rounds. Bye. The host spent $50,000 on Diana Kennedy and received a critical hit, awarded full ownership of San Fierro Canada Hospital. The familiar system notification rang inside Luca's mind. For a moment, he blinked in surprise. He had wondered earlier why the reward hadn't triggered immediately after the payment was made. Apparently, the system only recognized the expenditure after the surgery had been successfully completed. Not that he minded. San Fierro Canada Hospital was one of the most prestigious private hospitals in the entire region. Its specialists, equipment, and reputation were second to none. Adding it to his growing list of assets made Luca's business empire even more astonishing. Alongside San Fierro Commercial Street, San Fierro Building, San Fierro Grand Hotel, his 30% stake in Twist Streaming, the Elvis Muscov Villa Complex, and Stone Free Grand Hotel, he now owned an elite medical institution as well. His total assets had quietly climbed into the tens of billions. Without even realizing it, Luca Hale had already become one of the most powerful figures in the country. Soon afterward, Luca and Sophie were allowed to see Diana Kennedy. She had already been transferred to the intensive care unit. For now, they could only stand outside the glass window and watch her resting peacefully on the hospital bed. Although she was still unconscious, her vital signs were stable. Just seeing her alive was enough. The next morning, Diana successfully passed the critical observation period and was transferred to a private recovery suite. Luca personally arranged for one of the hospital's best VIP rooms. The spacious room, professional nursing staff, and comfortable environment finally allowed Sophie to relax. For the first time in months, she felt like she could breathe. A day later, Diana's condition continued improving. Color had begun returning to her face, and every test result brought more good news. Sophie's smile seemed brighter than ever. After leaving the hospital, Luca drove her to Ashford High School. Rachel Kennedy was waiting near the school entrance when they arrived. The moment she heard her mother's surgery had been successful, tears instantly streamed down her cheeks. Really? Rachel asked, choking back sobs. Sophie nodded. Really? The younger girl's emotions finally burst free. She threw herself into Sophie's arms and cried openly. Months of fear and anxiety vanished in an instant. Now she could finally focus on her studies without constantly worrying about what might happen at home. By the time they finished dinner, it was already 9 o'clock. The two of them strolled side by side along the quiet riverbank. The city lights shimmered across the water, stretching into long ribbons of gold and silver. A cool evening breeze drifted over the river, carrying away the last traces of summer heat. Luca. Yeah, the moon is really beautiful tonight. Luca looked up and smiled. Yeah, it is. For a while, neither of them spoke. The silence wasn't awkward. It was comfortable. The kind of silence that only existed between two people who genuinely enjoyed being together. A few moments later, Sophie spoke again. Luca. Ama. Today is the happiest I've been in a very long time. Luca turned to look at her. The moonlight reflected softly in her eyes. Then from now on, he said quietly, I'll make sure you have more days like this. Sophie's lips curved into a gentle smile. For a while, they continued walking together. Then she stopped. Luca. Yeah. Lower your head a little. What? I said come closer. Luca instinctively leaned toward her. The next moment, something soft brushed against his lips. His eyes widened slightly. Sophie's face was already bright red. The kiss had lasted only a second, but it left his heart pounding. The river breeze seemed to disappear. The sounds of the city faded away. All he could see was her. All he could think about was her. Sophie lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. Say something. Her voice was barely above a whisper. Are you really speechless? Lucas stared at her for a moment before laughing softly. I think I just forgot every line I've ever heard in my life. Sophie covered her mouth and giggled. Hopeless. Lucas stepped closer. Then maybe I'll just tell the truth. What truth? He looked directly into her eyes. I don't think I ever want to leave your side again. That's so cliché. Her voice carried obvious satisfaction despite the complaint. I love you. Too direct. My heart belongs to you. What kind of confession is that? Sophie couldn't stop herself from laughing. Seeing her smile, Luca felt something warm spread through his chest. Without another word, he gently wrapped an arm around her waist. His other hand rose to brush a loose strand of hair behind her ear. The playful teasing slowly faded. Their eyes met. Neither of them looked away. This time, Sophie took the initiative. She rose onto her toes slightly. Their lips met once more. The kiss was nothing like the first. It wasn't brief. It wasn't hesitant. Weeks of longing, years of unfinished feelings, and countless unspoken emotions seemed to pour into that single moment. Luca held her carefully, as though she might disappear if he loosened his grip. Sophie's fingers curled into the front of his shirt. Neither of them wanted to let go. When they finally separated, both were breathing slightly harder. Sophie's cheeks were glowing crimson. Luca rested his forehead lightly against hers. Riverbanks aren't exactly the best place for serious thinking. Sophie's eyes sparkled. Oh, I need somewhere quieter. And what exactly are you planning to think about? You. The answer came immediately. Sophie's heart skipped a beat. After a long moment, she lowered her eyes. Then, her voice grew softer and softer. Maybe we should find somewhere quiet. A few minutes later, the lights of a luxury hotel suite overlooked the river below. The moonlight poured through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a silver glow across the room. For the first time, there were no hospital bills, no surgery worries, no fear about tomorrow. There was only the two of them. Sophie sat at the edge of the bed, her fingers nervously twisting together. Luca walked over and sat beside her. Neither spoke immediately. The atmosphere felt gentle and warm. Luca reached for her hand. Sophie, if you're unsure about anything, we can stop. Sophie looked up. Her eyes were bright and unwavering. For once, there was no hesitation inside them. Slowly, she shook her head. I'm not unsure. A faint smile appeared on her lips. I've never been more certain. Luca gently brushed his thumb across her cheek. Sophie leaned into his touch. Outside the window, the city lights continued to glitter beneath the moon. Inside the room, two hearts that had spent years missing each other finally found their way together. The night quietly carried on, warm, tender, and filled with the promise of a future neither of them wanted to face alone. An hour later, the lights of the city shimmered beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows of a luxury hotel suite overlooking the river. The room was silent except for the distant sounds of the city below. By the end of the night, Sophie had fallen asleep in Luca's arms. Her cheeks still carried a faint blush, and a peaceful smile rested on her lips. Luca brushed a loose strand of hair from her face and watched her sleep for a while. Outside the window, moonlight danced across the river's surface. It was one of the most beautiful nights he could remember. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains. Sophie slowly opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was Luca looking back at her. Almost immediately, memories of the previous night flooded her mind. With a small squeak, she buried her face against his chest. Luca couldn't help laughing. "Good morning. Don't talk to me." Sophie's voice was muffled. Too embarrassing. Luca smiled and wrapped the blanket more securely around her. Then rest a little longer. It was nearly lunchtime by the time they checked out. As they walked toward the parking lot, Luca kept a protective arm around Sophie's waist. She shot him an annoyed glare. Meanwhile, the smile on Luca's face refused to disappear. Seeing that expression only made Sophie even more embarrassed. This scoundrel. Later, while the two were having lunch at a quiet restaurant, Luca's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID before answering. "Hello, Mr. Hale," an elderly voice said from the other end. "This is William Harrington, director of San Fierro Canna Hospital. Do you have a moment to talk?" Luca straightened slightly. For respected professionals, especially doctors, he always maintained a certain level of respect. "Of course, Director Harrington," he replied. "Please go ahead." Chapter 29. The moon disappears into the clouds. "Chairman Hale, I have some official corporate documents here that need your personal signature. Do you have any free time in your schedule soon?" Luca Hale paused for a moment, a quick calculation flickering in his eyes. "I'm actually out in Silver Province right now. Would it work if I head back to San Fierro the day after tomorrow?" "That works perfectly, Chairman Hale. I'll call you the moment you arrive." Director Harrington replied smoothly, then ended the call. Luca set his phone down and looked across the table at Sophie Kennedy, guilt written plainly on his face. They had only taken that final step into a real relationship last night, and here he was already leaving town again. "I feel like a complete scumbag." Sophie caught the unspoken apology in his expression right away. Though she hated the idea of him going so soon, she wasn't the type to cling or make a scene. "It's completely fine, Luca," she said gently, her voice warm with understanding. "You should head back to San Fierro and take care of business. I'll come find you the second my mother is fully recovered." Luca reached across the table and took her soft hand in his, deeply moved by her maturity. What an incredible woman. Her quiet strength only made him want to be a better partner for her. The day before his departure, Luca and his parents had finally finished moving the last of their things into the sprawling new luxury estate. From that moment on, the Hale family had officially left behind the cramped old house they'd called home for over 20 years. Both of Luca's parents were sentimental at heart. After several long family talks, they simply couldn't bring themselves to sell the old place. Luca didn't mind one bit. They could keep the empty house forever if they wanted, a quiet reminder of how far they'd come. That evening, as Mother Hale sat down for her first dinner in the grand dining room of their new home, she looked around with pure contentment shining in her eyes. After years of grinding through hardship, her son's dream had finally come true. His parents were now living in a villa they once wouldn't have dared to imagine. After the celebratory meal, Luca was surprised to see a message from Arabella Windsor light up his screen. "Arabella Windsor. Luca, are you still in Ashford?" Luca Hale. "Yeah, I am, but I'm driving back to San Fierro tomorrow morning." Arabella Windsor. "That's perfect. I'm heading back to San Fierro tomorrow too. Would you mind if I rode with you?" Luca didn't quite understand why someone like Arabella wouldn't just take a private plane or high-speed train, but he figured company on the long drive would beat making the trip alone. Even if she was quiet and reserved, she was still stunning to look at. He typed back quickly, "Okay, sounds good. See you tomorrow morning." As dusk settled over the city, Luca stepped out to the driveway and loaded his bags into the back of his Mercedes-Benz G-Class. While he was heading inside for a glass of water, his phone rang. It was Sophie. "Luca, I miss you already," she whispered, her sweet voice wrapping around him like a caress. His mouth went dry. "I'm coming over right now." "Where are you?" "I'm at home alone. Do you want to come over?" "Wait for me." Luca hung up, gave his parents a quick, casual explanation, and drove straight to Sophie's neighborhood, the big engine rumbling through the streets. "What on earth is that boy rushing off for at this hour?" Old Hale muttered, scratching his head. Mother Hale smiled knowingly. "What else could it be? Your son has quite a few romantic secrets these days." Eager to see her, Luca cut the usual 30-minute drive down to just over 20 minutes. He even made a quick, quiet stop at a convenience store along the way. When he reached Sophie's door and rang the bell, her body trembled inside the quiet apartment. Who is it?" "It's me, Sophie. Open up." The door flew open. Neither of them could hold back another second. They crashed together in a fierce embrace, mouths meeting hungrily. Not here by the door. Take me to your room." Clothes fell away in a heated rush. Luca's hands roamed over her smooth skin, cupping her breasts as he kissed down her neck. Sophie gasped when his fingers slipped between her thighs, finding her already wet and ready. She pulled him onto the bed, legs wrapping around his waist as he entered her in one smooth thrust. Their bodies moved together urgently, her soft moans filling the room as he drove deeper, hips rolling with building intensity. She clung to him, nails lightly scratching his back while pleasure built until they both shattered together, breathless and trembling. Half an hour later, Luca lay relaxed against the sheets while Sophie rested her head on his chest, lost in thought. She still couldn't believe how boldly she'd invited him over while her sister was away. The memory left her cheeks burning. Noticing her unusual silence, Luca smiled gently. "What's on your mind?" "Nothing." Sophie turned her face away, refusing to let him see how shy she felt. But her reddened ears gave her away completely. Luca couldn't resist teasing her. "You were so bold and passionate just a little while ago. Why so shy now?" "Luca Hale." "Stop it," she cried, burying her face deeper. His low chuckle rumbled against her as he pulled her closer into his arms. "Sophie, once your mother is fully recovered and discharged, I want you to move down to San Fierro. I'll arrange a nice, quiet apartment for you so you can focus on preparing for your postgraduate exams." He knew from their talks how she'd given up her dreams of further study because of her mother's illness. He had already decided to support her fully. She had always been brilliant. It would be a shame to let that potential go to waste. "Luca, thank you." Sophie's heart swelled with emotion. She had wanted this so badly, but never had the means until now. She had no reason to refuse him. "Silly girl," he murmured affectionately, stroking her smooth hair. "We don't need to say thank you to each other. Even if you decide to go all the way to a doctorate later, I've got your back 100%. This isn't just about grad school." "Luca, you're too good to me," Sophie whispered, pressing her face against his chest and nuzzling him like a contented cat. The subtle friction instantly stirred his desire again. Sophie noticed the unmistakable change and flushed deeply, but she didn't pull away. Instead, she silently wrapped her slender arms around his neck. The next second, the moon slipped behind thick clouds, and the room fell into soft shadow as they came together once more. The following morning, Sophie slept soundly under the covers, thoroughly exhausted. Luca, however, woke well before dawn feeling refreshed and full of energy. He dressed quietly, washed up, and prepared a fresh breakfast for her. After eating his own portion, he wrapped her plate carefully to keep it warm and fresh. Seeing she showed no signs of waking soon, he didn't want to disturb her. He brushed his fingers lightly over her soft cheek, kissed her forehead tenderly, and slipped out of the Kennedy home. Chapter 30. Not now. After sharing a warm farewell with his parents, Luca Hale officially began the journey back to San Fierro. At exactly 9 o'clock in the morning, he arrived outside the hotel where Arabella Windsor had been staying during her trip. The moment she received his message, Arabella came downstairs with her luggage already prepared. Luca spotted her immediately. She was impossible to miss. Dressed in a simple white dress, she walked across the pavement with calm, measured steps. Her long black hair flowed down her back, swaying gently in the morning breeze. There was nothing flashy about her appearance, yet every passerby seemed drawn to her without realizing it. You somehow managed to get even prettier after only a few days apart, Luca joked as she climbed into the passenger seat. Arabella studied him for a moment before giving a small nod. Thank you. You're quite handsome yourself. Her expression remained completely serious. Luca laughed. I honestly didn't expect you to be the type who gives compliments. I am not blind, Luca. I am simply stating an objective fact. Luca rubbed his forehead. Talking to Arabella was always a unique experience. She was breathtakingly beautiful, intelligent, elegant, and impossibly composed. Yet every conversation somehow felt like discussing philosophy with an emotionless machine. By the way, what exactly do you do? Luca asked as he guided the G-Class onto the highway. I realized I still don't know. I'm currently a junior at San Fierro University. That answer genuinely surprised him. A university student?
He had never once associated Arabella with college life. If someone told him she was an immortal fairy who had wandered into the mortal world by accident, he would probably believe it. You don't really act like a university student. Arabella tilted her head slightly. What does that mean? The brief flash of confusion on her face nearly stunned Luca. For the first time, she actually looked her age. And somehow, that tiny reaction made her even more attractive. You just seem very mature, he explained. Most students are energetic, impulsive, emotional. You feel different. That assessment is inaccurate. Arabella shook her head. I am officially recognized as the campus belle of San Fierro University. According to online discussions, I am considered a symbol of youth. Luca nearly choked. The internet truly was a mysterious place. Still, he couldn't deny the claim. If someone with Arabella's appearance wasn't a campus belle, then the title probably shouldn't exist at all. As the hours passed, the scenery gradually shifted from open roads to winding mountain highways. The weather changed just as quickly. Dark clouds rolled across the sky, swallowing the sunlight. The distant rumble of thunder echoed through the mountains. A powerful gust of wind suddenly swept across the road. Leaves spiraled through the air. Dust danced across the asphalt. Then the rain came. Without warning, torrents of water crashed down from the heavens. Lightning flashed across the horizon. Thunder exploded overhead. The windshield wipers immediately began working at full speed. Luca tightened his grip on the steering wheel. Driving through mountain roads in weather like this was asking for trouble. There is a service area ahead, Arabella said quietly. Luca nodded. A few minutes later, he guided the vehicle into a highway service station and parked beneath a sheltered section. Judging by the storm outside, they weren't going anywhere tonight. Fortunately, Mother Hale had insisted on packing enough food and supplies to feed a small army. For once, maternal overpreparedness had paid off. By 8 o'clock that evening, the rain had only grown heavier. The entire world outside had disappeared behind a curtain of water. It looks like we'll have to continue tomorrow, Luca said. Arabella sat quietly, watching raindrops race down the glass. Luca reclined his seat and stretched. We'll have to sleep in the car tonight. Then he grinned. If you get cold later, you're welcome to borrow me for warmth. Arabella turned to look at him. She seemed to consider the statement seriously. Several seconds passed. Then she replied, Not now. Before Luca could process those words, she calmly reclined her own seat as well. Not now? Luca stared blankly. What exactly is that supposed to mean? His imagination immediately began running wild. The worst part was that Arabella genuinely sounded as though she had evaluated the proposal and simply postponed it. Luca slowly turned his head. Arabella's profile was illuminated faintly by the dashboard lights. Her features were flawless. The close confines of the vehicle made her presence impossible to ignore. A delicate floral fragrance lingered around her. Quiet, subtle, dangerously distracting. Without realizing it, Luca found himself staring. "What are you doing?" Arabella's eyes opened suddenly. Luca immediately snapped back to reality. Only then did he realize he had unconsciously leaned much closer than he should have. Ahem. He cleared his throat awkwardly.
Sorry.
I got distracted. Arabella looked at him for a moment. Then she simply closed her eyes again. Stop thinking nonsense and go to sleep. Luca obediently lay back. Outside, rain hammered endlessly against the roof. Inside the vehicle, the atmosphere gradually settled into silence. Before long, exhaustion overtook him. His eyes slowly drifted shut. The last thing he noticed was the faint outline of Arabella beside him. Then darkness claimed him. Sometime after midnight, Luca was abruptly awakened. Something soft had pressed against him. Something warm. His eyes snapped open. For a brief moment, he thought he was dreaming. Arabella Windsor was lying directly against him. The distance between them had completely vanished. Her face was only inches away. One of her hands was gripping the front of his shirt. Her long hair had spilled across his chest. In the darkness, Luca could even feel the gentle rhythm of her breathing. His heartbeat instantly accelerated. Wait, what is she doing? Just as that dangerous thought appeared in his mind, Arabella shifted slightly in her sleep and moved even closer. Luca froze. The storm raged outside. Inside the silent vehicle, the atmosphere suddenly became indescribably delicate. And for the very first time since meeting Arabella Windsor, Luca began to wonder whether he had completely misunderstood the kind of woman she really was.
Chapter 31. Are you going to San Fierro? Luca's arms tightened instinctively around Arabella. Her body felt wrong, cold and wrong in a way that jolted him wide awake. Her clothes were soaked through, clinging to her skin, and she was shivering violently. When he pressed his palm to her forehead, the heat hit him like a shock. Damn it, she was burning up. At least 39 degrees, maybe more. He had completely misread the current situation. There had been no hidden meaning, no invitation. She had simply been exhausted and freezing, and his mind had twisted it into something else. At that moment, Arabella looked frighteningly fragile. Her lips were pale, her body ice-cold against his, yet her forehead radiated heat. Luca's stomach dropped. They needed a hospital now. The usual remedies in the car wouldn't be enough. He climbed into the back of the G-Wagon, grabbed every warm piece of clothing he'd packed, and pulled her close. Gently, he patted her flushed cheek. "Arabella, can you hear me?" She squinted up at him, eyes heavy with effort. A small wave of relief washed through him. She was still conscious. "I need to get you out of these wet clothes and into something dry. Is that okay?" "Okay," she murmured, no hesitation in her voice. Luca moved quickly, but carefully. He unzipped the back of her dress, revealing her smooth back, then helped her out of the soaked fabric. There was no time to linger on anything else. He dressed her in his own dry shirt and pants, wrapped his heavy coat around her, and buckled her seatbelt. "Don't worry," he said, voice steady as he started the engine. "I'm taking you to a clinic right now." The G-Wagon roared through the pouring rain, slicing down the highway. 10 minutes later, Lucas spotted the exit, followed the navigation, and pulled up to the nearest municipal hospital. "Doctor, we need help." He killed the engine, scooped Arabella into his arms, and ran for the emergency entrance. A doctor in a white coat hurried over. "What's happening?" the doctor asked. "She got caught in the storm and spiked a dangerous fever," Luca explained quickly. "Bring her this way." While the nurses took her temperature, 39.8 degrees Celsius, Luca waited, heart pounding. Thankfully, they had arrived in time. As Arabella finally settled into a hospital bed with an IV in her arm, sleeping peacefully, Luca let out a long breath. This quiet girl had scared the hell out of him tonight. Only then did he notice the delayed system notification hovering in his vision. Ding! The host has successfully authorized emergency medical expenditure for Arabella Windsor. Reward granted. an absolute 15% controlling stake in Octavio Pharmaceutical. Exhaustion crashed over him. He pulled a chair beside her bed, rested his head down, and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Luca woke to find Arabella already sitting up against the pillows, watching him quietly. "Why didn't you wake me?" he asked, rubbing his temples. "You look like you needed the rest," she said. Her intense gaze softened just a little. Even through the fever the night before, she had been aware enough to remember everything. Him changing her clothes, carrying her inside. The memory of his hands on her bare skin brought a flicker of shyness, but it was quickly drowned out by the warmth of how desperately he had fought to help her. "Luca Hale, who are you really? Are you feeling any better?" He stood and pressed his palm to her forehead without thinking. "Fever's gone down." "That's good." Arabella stared straight at him, tracking his every movement with those sharp eyes. Luca suddenly realized how intimate the gesture was and pulled his hand back, touching his nose with an awkward smile. "Sorry, I was just worried. Didn't mean to cross any lines." She shook her head calmly. "It's fine. After all, there isn't much of me you didn't see last night." Luca blinked. "That was a medical emergency, and I asked you first." He paused. "Could you at least pretend to be a little shy about it? Just for my sake." "Believe it or not, I am feeling quite shy right now," she said, face perfectly composed. He stared at her serene expression, no blush, no fidgeting, and couldn't help but laugh. "My mother was right. The more beautiful they are, the better they are at lying with a straight face." "What?" Arabella asked, frowning slightly. "Nothing," Lucas said, still grinning. Later, she quietly explained what had happened. She had only stepped out to use the service station restroom. The wind had been brutal, and even with an umbrella, the rain had drenched her in seconds. She'd planned to dry off in the car's heater, but had fallen asleep, leading to the fever. Though her temperature had dropped, she still looked drained. Luca decided they should stay one more night at the hospital before heading back to San Fierro. He stepped aside to call Director William Harrington at San Fierro Canna Hospital, explaining the delay. The director was understanding and told him not to rush. Arabella overheard the easy, authoritative tone of the conversation and felt a quiet surge of surprise. Director Harrington of the prestigious San Fierro Canna Hospital was absolutely not an ordinary physician that someone could simply schedule a meeting with whenever they felt like it. Yet Luca Hale was currently speaking to such a legendary medical authority as an absolute corporate equal. Who exactly was Luca Hale? She kept her curiosity to herself. If he wanted her to know, he would tell her. That afternoon, messages came in from Sophie and Naomi. Sophie's was warm and full of longing. Naomi's was more casual, but couldn't quite hide her excitement about his return. Lucas smiled as he replied to both. Being this good-looking and capable really does come with its complications. The next morning, after a peaceful breakfast together in the VIP ward, they set off again. The G-Wagon rolled smoothly along the highway and reached San Fierro by mid-afternoon. As they drove onto the San Fierro University campus, hundreds of curious students turned to watch the sleek black vehicle glide past the main buildings toward the women's dormitories. Chapter 32. Next time. We're finally here. Lucas stretched his neck and rolled his shoulders, letting out a long breath. The past few days had been nothing short of exhausting. Between the storm, the hospital scare, and the non-stop travel, he felt as though he'd aged several years. Across from him, Arabella Windsor looked at him quietly. Sunlight filtered through the windshield, illuminating her delicate features and the loose strands of dark hair framing her face. "Luca, thank you," she said sincerely. "For everything." There was genuine gratitude in her eyes. If she hadn't run into Luca during her trip to Silver Province, her broken-down car would have forced her to abandon the journey altogether. Then there was the night of the storm. He had rushed her to the hospital without hesitation and stayed by her bedside until she recovered. Looking back, the trip had been filled with one unexpected incident after another. Yet somehow, she found herself remembering it fondly. Lucas smiled. "It's nothing, Arabella. We're friends." "Friends." Arabella repeated the words softly, as if testing it. A moment later, she seemed to recall something. A faint, almost mischievous glimmer appeared in her eyes. As a friend, she said, I have a gift for you. She paused. Close your eyes first. A gift? And she wanted him to close his eyes? Luca's imagination immediately started running wild. Wait, seriously? His heart skipped a beat. Trying not to look too eager, he obediently shut his eyes. The interior of the car fell silent. Then came the sound of a zipper being opened. Rustle. Rustle. Something was being searched through inside a bag. Luca couldn't help cracking one eye open slightly. The second he saw Arabella digging through her belongings, his excitement deflated. So it's not that kind of gift. For one brief, glorious moment, he'd thought this usually emotionless genius had finally developed some romantic instincts. Apparently not. All right, Arabella said. You can open them now. Luca opened his eyes fully. A sketchbook was being held directly in front of him. His gaze froze. It was a drawing, a remarkably detailed one. The subject was unmistakably himself. In the picture, he was seated beside a hospital bed with his head resting on folded arms, completely asleep. The lines were clean and elegant. Despite being only a sketch, it captured his features perfectly. This is... Lucas stared at the drawing in surprise. No one had ever given him a gift like this before. Arabella lowered the sketchbook slightly. When you fell asleep beside my hospital bed, I drew it. A hint of anticipation entered her voice. Do you like it? Luca looked at the portrait again before nodding firmly. I do. His smile widened. I really do. For some reason, receiving this hand-drawn sketch felt more meaningful than many expensive gifts he'd received before. A small look of satisfaction flashed through Arabella's eyes. Then, without warning, she asked, Did you think I was going to kiss you just now? Cough. Cough. Luca nearly choked on his own saliva. How did this woman's brain work? 1 second they were having a heartfelt moment over artwork. The next second she casually launched a missile directly into his face. Most people at least gave some warning before changing topics. Arabella apparently did not believe in such things. Seeing his reaction, she tilted her head slightly. Based on your facial expression earlier, the probability was quite high. Luca rubbed his forehead helplessly. Can she not analyze everything like a research project? Fortunately, his skin was thick enough to survive the attack. Putting on a wounded expression, he sighed dramatically. Since you've already exposed me, I might as well admit it. He placed a hand over his chest. Yes, I was disappointed. Arabella blinked. So, are you actually going to give me one? For a brief moment, she fell silent. Then she lowered her head thoughtfully and tapped a finger against her chin. She genuinely appeared to be considering the question. After several seconds, she looked back up. Next time. Her voice remained calm. There are too many people watching. Luca froze. Wait, what? He had only been joking. Why was she treating it like a formal proposal? This girl really took everything seriously. Before he could respond, Arabella opened the passenger door. I'll go first. She stepped out, smoothing her white dress. Then she glanced back over her shoulder. Drive safely. With her handbag hanging from one arm, she walked gracefully toward the dormitory entrance. Luca watched her disappear through the gates before finally shaking his head with a laugh. What a strange girl. What Luca didn't know was that the moment his black G-Wagon appeared on campus, San Fierro University's forums had exploded. SFU forum hot topic. The campus belle is dating. Thread number 1. Mysterious Mercedes-Benz G-Class personally escorts Arabella Windsor back to campus. Thread number 2. The campus belle's secret boyfriend exposed. Evidence included. Within an hour, countless rumors had spread across the student forums. Every discussion revolved around one person, Arabella Windsor. The university hadn't seen this much online activity in months. One of the first people to notice the posts was Arabella's best friend, Camille Jose. While scrolling through the forum during class, she immediately recognized the blurry figure stepping out of the vehicle. Wait, Camille zoomed in. That's definitely Arabella. In that car, wasn't it the same black G-Class belonging to the man who had helped Arabella when her Ferrari broke down? A knowing smile spread across her face. Oh, now I understand. She shook her head helplessly. You refused to return to campus with me, because you wanted to find inspiration for sketching. What a terrible liar. Despite the teasing words, she looked genuinely happy. Her ice-cold best friend finally seemed to be opening her heart. Elsewhere, one of Arabella's dormitory roommates had also seen the photos. The moment she recognized the luxury SUV, jealousy flashed across her face. She had been the undisputed beauty queen of her high school. Back then, countless boys had competed for her attention. Everything changed after she entered San Fierro University. The moment Arabella Windsor appeared, she became invisible. Even the wealthy, ambitious men who approached her often did so only to get closer to Arabella. The roommate stared at the screen and clenched her jaw. Arabella Windsor, why is it always you? Her eyes remained fixed on the photograph. Beauty, talent, status, attention. It felt as though Arabella possessed everything she wanted. And now there was apparently a handsome man driving a Mercedes-Benz G-Class personally escorting her back to school. The jealousy in her chest grew stronger. One day, she swore, she would climb into that world herself. Meanwhile, the man at the center of the storm remained completely unaware. Luca drove leisurely along the Riverside Road toward the Elvis Muscov Villa complex. As the G-Wagon approached the estate gates, a security guard immediately stepped forward and saluted. "Welcome home, Mr. Hale." Luca smiled and exchanged a few casual words before continuing through the beautifully maintained grounds. The moment he entered his villa, however, all remaining energy abandoned him. He tossed his keys aside, walked upstairs, and collapsed onto the bed. Within seconds, he was asleep. The trip had been exhausting, but the outcome wasn't bad at all, especially when it came to Arabella. As drowsiness overtook him, one particular thought surfaced in his mind. Next time, did she really mean it? Would she actually let him kiss her the next time they were alone together? A grin slowly appeared on his face. Whatever dream he was having, it was clearly a pleasant one. Before falling asleep, Luca had switched his phone to silent mode. As a result, he had no idea that the device sitting on his bedside table was flashing nonstop. Message after message continued pouring in. By the time he finally woke several hours later, the sun had already begun setting. Still half asleep, he picked up his phone. Then he blinked. 99 plus? Luca stared at the notification count. What happened while I was sleeping? Did the world end? For a second, he genuinely wondered whether he'd somehow slept through an apocalypse. The moment he opened the messages, however, the answer became obvious. Nearly every notification came from Twist Streaming. Different senders, different wording, same topic. The promotional PK tournament for rising streamer Naomi Monroe had officially begun. Lucas smacked his forehead. Oh, damn. With everything that had happened during the trip, he'd completely forgotten. He immediately opened the Twist Streaming app. Hopefully Naomi hadn't already been crushed while he was busy sleeping. Not that it would be a disaster if she lost. After all, he was one of the platform's major shareholders. If necessary, he could create another tournament whenever he wanted. Still, Luca couldn't help smiling as he entered the livestream section. After all, supporting Naomi was a lot more interesting than handling corporate paperwork. Chapter 33. A Token Gesture of 10 Emperors. New Orleans, Twist Streaming Headquarters. The senior management team at Twist Streaming was keeping a close eye on the platform's biggest tournament of the quarter. Inside the executive conference room, real-time statistics flashed across a massive wall display. User activity, gift revenue, retention rates, and engagement metrics updated every second. Romero Dennis sat at the head of the table, watching the numbers climb with visible satisfaction. The tournament's performance had exceeded expectations. Traffic was surging, user spending was strong, and the platform's quarterly targets had already been largely secured. Not bad at all. Then a thought suddenly crossed his mind. Romero turned toward his assistant. "Where's Naomi Monroe?" he asked. "Why haven't I seen her name on the rankings?" Naomi herself wasn't the reason she remained memorable. The real reason was Luca Hale. Romero still vividly remembered the mysterious young man who had casually invested $50 million to acquire 30% of Twist Streaming shares. Anyone capable of spending that kind of money for a single streamer was not an ordinary investor. That was the kind of person people referred to as a true tycoon. His assistant immediately answered. Chairman Dennis, I've been monitoring Naomi's stream as requested. And the assistant hesitated. Her performance today isn't ideal. Romero frowned. How is that possible? Mr. Hale hasn't logged into the platform today. A look of understanding appeared on Romero's face. So that was the problem. Without Luca's support, Naomi's room naturally couldn't compete with the platform's established giants. Meanwhile, the situation wasn't much better inside Naomi's livestream. The scrolling chat was moving so quickly it was almost impossible to read. Where's Sober Tiger? Did the boss forget today's tournament? We've sent him so many messages already. Thank goodness, Naomi barely made it through the qualifiers. Do you think Sober Tiger lost interest in her? Honestly, that's probably what happened. A rich guy like that probably found someone new already. Naomi read the comments but maintained a calm expression. She wasn't worried. Over the past few days, she and Luca had still been chatting regularly. Although they hadn't met in person, their communication hadn't changed at all. More importantly, her instincts told her something else. Luca wasn't the kind of man who would suddenly disappear without a reason. Yes, he was a flirt. A terrible one, actually, but abandoning people after losing interest? That didn't feel like him. If he hadn't appeared today, something important had probably delayed him. As for the tournament itself, Naomi had never expected to win the whole thing. Her original goal had simply been surviving the opening rounds. She had already achieved that. At the moment, however, the second round was nearing its end. The countdown timer continued ticking away. On the screen, Naomi's score looked pitiful compared to her opponents. The gap was enormous. Across from her sat Queen V, a popular streamer known almost as much for her attitude as her appearance. She glanced at Naomi and smiled mockingly. Oh, little sister. Her voice dripped with sarcasm. Where's your wealthy protector today? Should I send you a gift myself? Your score is looking a little tragic. Before Naomi could reply, Queen V actually sent a virtual airplane to her stream. The gesture instantly triggered a flood of praise from her fans. So generous. Queen V is too kind. Our queen has such a big heart. More gifts flooded into Queen V's room. Rockets, airplanes, luxury cars. Special effects exploded non-stop across the screen. Queen V smiled sweetly. Thank you, everyone. Love you all. Then she looked directly at the camera. By the way, viewers on the other side, her smile widened. Why not come visit my stream instead? I promise I'll show you something much more interesting. The implication was obvious. The chat erupted immediately. Even as the final minutes approached, Queen V showed no intention of stopping. Honestly, little sister, maybe streaming just isn't for you. She sighed dramatically. If you're willing to learn, send me a private message later. I might teach you a few things. A moment later, she continued. Anyway, let's finish this quickly. She stretched lazily. I still have another round to prepare for. Unlike some people, I'm very busy. Naomi's viewers were furious. Someone mute her. She's unbearable. Acting this arrogant over $15,000? Sober Tiger used to spend that much before breakfast. Boss, please come save Naomi. Forget it. We already lost. The atmosphere sank lower and lower. The countdown continued. 1 minute remained. 30 seconds. 20. 10. Just as everyone was preparing to accept defeat, a familiar username entered the room. Luca Hale had finally arrived. The moment he saw the nearly finished timer and the massive score gap, he immediately understood what was happening. Good thing I made it in time. Another minute and Naomi would have been eliminated. Then the system announcements exploded across the platform. Twist streaming system alert. Congratulations to user Sober Tiger for unlocking Emperor status in this live stream. Congratulations to user Sober Tiger for unlocking Emperor status ×2. Congratulations to user Sober Tiger for unlocking Emperor status ×3. Congratulations to user Sober Tiger for unlocking Emperor status ×10. Golden light erupted across the screen. Massive animated effects shattered through the interface one after another. The entire live stream froze for a moment. 10 emperors. Back-to-back. That represented well over $100,000 spent in seconds. Then a message appeared. Sober Tiger, Sorry I'm late. Sober Tiger. I'll drop 10 emperors as a small apology. Silence lasted exactly half a second. Then the chat exploded. He's here. Sober Tiger has arrived. Boss is still as terrifying as ever. I thought you'd abandoned us. Turns out Naomi is still the favorite. I officially approve this marriage. $100,000 as a small apology is insane. Naomi, wake up. Your prince has arrived. Even Naomi herself looked stunned. The 10 emperor effects were still filling her screen. For several seconds she simply stared. Then she finally recovered. A bright smile appeared on her face. Thank you, Boss Sober Tiger. Thank you for the 10 emperors. Her eyes sparkled with happiness. Of course, the gifts guaranteed her victory. But the real reason she was smiling wasn't the money. It was because Luca had shown up. On the other side of the PK match, Queen V's expression became increasingly ugly. The moment the first emperor appeared, she had a bad feeling. By the time the 10th one landed, that feeling had become certainty. She was finished. Still, she refused to give up. Putting on a pitiful expression, she faced her camera. Brothers, she pouted. Help Queen V out a little, okay? The emperor effects on the other side are so pretty. I want one too. Unfortunately for her, the biggest spender in her room was merely a wealthy local businessman. Someone worth a few $1,000,000. Generous by normal standards. But compared to someone casually throwing around 6 figures, there wasn't even a comparison. Then, just as despair settled over her stream, a system notification appeared. The user, Sober Tiger, has entered Queen V's live stream. For a brief moment, the entire room fell silent. Chapter 34. Fighting Fire with Fire. Queen V rubbed her eyes and stared at the screen, convinced for a moment that she was seeing things. But she wasn't. The user who had just casually dropped 10 Emperor titles on Naomi's stream had actually entered her room. Her heart immediately began racing. So he isn't only interested in Naomi after all? The thought lit a spark of hope inside her. A spender at Sober Tiger's level wasn't just a wealthy viewer. He was the kind of person every streamer dreamed of attracting. If she could somehow pull him into her circle and keep his attention, earning tens of thousands of dollars every month would be effortless. A dozen schemes flashed through Queen V's mind in an instant. She straightened her posture, adjusted her camera angle, and put on her sweetest smile. Welcome, Brother Sober Tiger. Her voice became noticeably softer. You just gave that little streamer so many emperors. Queen V is honestly jealous. Can't I get one too? As she spoke, she subtly shifted forward, letting her neckline slip just a little lower. At the same time, she quickly sent Luca a private message through the platform. The content was deliberately suggestive. Unfortunately for her, Luca didn't even bother opening it. A notification flashed across his screen. Without hesitation, he tossed it straight into the trash. Then he tapped his phone. A cheap airplane gift animation floated across Queen V's stream. At first, her eyes lit up. Then the accompanying message appeared. Sober Tiger. Why does this stream look like it's struggling to pay the electricity bill today? Here's an airplane. Try to keep the lights on. Sober Tiger. Also, to be honest, I don't think you have much talent for streaming. Why don't you ask Naomi for lessons after the tournament? Sober Tiger. Actually, never mind. Naomi will be busy advancing to the next round. Unlike you, she probably won't have that much free time. The smile on Queen V's face froze, then cracked. The entire room exploded. Luca hadn't come to support her. He had come to publicly roast her. Her cheeks burned with humiliation as thousands of viewers watched the exchange unfold. Meanwhile, Naomi's chat room was having the time of its life. Ha! She's about to cry. This is what true retaliation looks like. Taking notes right now. Professional level counterattack. Big Brother Sober Tiger is defending his girl. Streamer, you're going to have to repay this man somehow. The timer reached 0. The second round officially ended. Naomi advanced. Not only that, but the flood of Emperor gifts launched her straight into the platform's top 10 tournament rankings. The moment her name appeared on the leaderboard, curious users from across Twist streaming began pouring into her channel. One after another. Many arrived simply to see what kind of streamer could attract a spender like Sober Tiger. Then they saw Naomi, her clear complexion, her bright smile, her natural appearance, the absence of excessive filters. Within minutes, follows began flooding in. For many viewers, streamers like Naomi had become surprisingly rare. She felt her excitement rising as the numbers climbed. To celebrate, she sang several songs for her audience. By the time she finished, her follower count had officially surpassed 100,000. Of course, Romero Dennis's decision to place her stream on the platform's premium recommendation page had helped tremendously. Without that exposure, reaching six figures would have taken much longer. Sober Tiger Big Shot, the third round is starting. Why are you asking if he's ready? Didn't he say $100,000 was just a small greeting gift? The boss has already arrived. Luca chuckled before typing a response. Sober Tiger, just playing normally. I'm not worried. The chat instantly erupted. There it is. The confidence. Forget Big Shot. This is final boss energy. Someone check this man's wallet. It has to be illegal. Seeing Luca's message, Naomi finally relaxed and entered the next match. A few moments later, the platform completed the pairing. Her new opponent appeared on screen. King Lux, a massive outdoor lifestyle streamer with more than 3 million followers. The moment his stream connected, Naomi immediately noticed the endless parade of high-level accounts in his chat. This wasn't an individual streamer fighting alone. A powerful guild was backing him. This would be a difficult match. On the opposite side, King Lux's eyes brightened the instant he saw Naomi. She was stunning. Years in the industry had given him a sharp eye, and he could tell immediately that her appearance wasn't dependent on filters. She was genuinely beautiful. A smile spread across his face. What luck! If he played this right, he might not only win the match but also leave a memorable impression on her. Perhaps even arrange a meeting later. The thought pleased him. He adjusted his posture and flashed what he believed was his most charming smile. Hello there. It's a pleasure meeting such a beautiful lady. Naomi immediately noticed the look in his eyes. A faint trace of discomfort flickered through her gaze. Still, she remained polite. Hello. King Lux either didn't notice or chose to ignore her indifference. He continued confidently. Is that your apartment behind you? Naomi nodded. King Lux laughed. Honestly, it looks a little small. He casually picked up his camera. You should take a look at my place. The camera slowly swept across an enormous luxury residence. Expensive furniture, designer decorations, a spacious interior. Finally, the lens paused deliberately on a Porsche 718 key resting on a marble counter. The message couldn't have been clearer. Look how rich I am. Almost immediately, gifts began flooding into his stream. His guild members went to work. His score shot upward. 50,000, 80,000, 100,000. Still climbing. King Lux leaned back with a satisfied smile. He'd seen this countless times before. Most girls acted unimpressed at first. Then they saw the house, the car, the gifts. Sooner or later, their attitude changed. Inside Naomi's chat, viewers were already getting annoyed. God, this guy is unbearable. Does he think owning a Porsche 718 makes him royalty? That's literally the entry-level Porsche. Compared to Sober Tiger, that's pocket change. Then Luca finally spoke. Sober Tiger, there's really nothing impressive about that. Sober Tiger, Naomi already owns a custom Porsche 911. For a moment, the chat stopped moving. Then chaos erupted. What? A Porsche 911? No way. Tell me you're joking. Sober Tiger, not joking. Sober Tiger, we went to the dealership together and bought it. The room exploded again. So this is what a real whale looks like. He gives away 911s like birthday presents. I've seen enough. Sober Tiger wins. By the way, Tiger, when are you going to start sending gifts? The other side already passed 100,000. Looking at King Lux's rapidly growing score, many viewers became nervous. Nobody doubted Luca's spending power. What worried them was timing. If the guild launched a massive final second push, even Luca might not physically have enough time to tap out enough gifts to catch up. Losing because of a timing issue would be painful. Luca read the concern scrolling across his screen. Then he glanced at King Lux's smug expression. A cold smile appeared on his face. He typed a single message. Sober Tiger, I'm not spending anything this round. The entire chat froze. A second later, another message appeared. Sober Tiger, when a guild is intentionally inflating scores in a mid-tier bracket, matching them gift for gift is a waste of money. Sober Tiger, let them celebrate this round. Sober Tiger, I'll settle the score in the next one. Chapter 35. Who's in charge around here? The chat immediately exploded. Sober Tiger, big shot. If we lose this round, we're out of the tournament. What do you mean you'll deal with it in the next round? Boss, you're joking, right? Please tell me this is some kind of strategy. Even Naomi was confused. She stared at Luca's message, trying to understand what he meant. Did he not know how the tournament's elimination system worked? Still, she didn't question him. Whatever decision Luca made, she trusted him completely. Meanwhile, several viewers from King Lux's stream had been lurking inside Naomi's room, monitoring every development. The moment they saw Sober Tiger openly declare that he wouldn't spend a single dollar this round, they nearly burst with excitement. So, what if he was rich? The guy was obviously an idiot. If he wanted to advance, he could wait until next year's tournament. News spread quickly. Within moments, King Lux's moderators had already relayed the information to him. King Lux was delighted. In his eyes, the match was already over. Leaning back in his chair, he adjusted his microphone and flashed Naomi a confident smile. Beautiful lady, it seems the big shot supporting you isn't quite as impressive when things get serious. He chuckled. Why don't you consider joining my guild instead? We have real whales over here. If you sign with us, I can personally introduce you to some of them. His smile widened. In fact, I've already sent you a private message. Why don't you come over to my place later tonight? We can discuss your future in detail. His tone sounded professional on the surface, but the look in his eyes gave away his true intentions. He was already imagining what it would be like to have Naomi all to himself. The moment Luca read those messages, his expression turned cold. Very cold. Without hesitation, he opened the platform's public announcement channel and typed a single message. Sober Tiger, who is currently in charge of operations at Twist Streaming, contact me immediately. Thousands of viewers saw the message. Nobody understood what was happening, but far away in New Orleans, someone certainly did. At Twist Streaming headquarters, Romero Dennis's executive assistant had been monitoring Naomi's stream throughout the tournament. After all, Naomi was the streamer connected to Luca Hale, one of the company's largest shareholders. The instant the assistant saw Luca's message, he immediately informed Romero Dennis. Romero didn't waste a second. Get operations on the line. Now. Less than 2 minutes later, Luca's phone vibrated. Hello? Good afternoon, Mr. Hale. This is Olivia Grant, Director of Global Operations for Twist Streaming. Chairman Dennis instructed me to contact you immediately. Good. Luca's voice was calm. I have 2 directives. Understood, Mr. Hale. First, permanently ban King Lux's account and freeze all associated platform assets. Second, I want Naomi Monroe guaranteed first place in this tournament. Arrange whatever traffic support and promotional resources are necessary. Calculate the cost and send me the number. Olivia didn't hesitate. Understood. Everything will be completed immediately. How could she hesitate? The orders had come from 2 of the platform's most powerful shareholders. Refusing wasn't even a consideration. Back in the live broadcast room, King Lux was still smiling confidently while attempting to coax Naomi into giving him her contact information. Then his screen went black. Instantly, his smile froze. A notification appeared across his monitor. Account terminated due to severe platform violations. His stream disconnected. His account vanished. Before he could even process what had happened, he found himself locked out of the platform entirely. King Lux's face turned pale. Cold sweat began running down his back. What the hell happened? This wasn't a temporary suspension. This wasn't a warning. This was complete annihilation. The worst part was that he had signed an extremely restrictive contract with his guild. If he failed to secure the agreed tournament placement, the compensation penalties would be devastating. His guild wasn't spared either. When senior managers frantically contacted Twist Streaming demanding an explanation, They received only a single response. Your streamer offended someone he never should have offended. That sentence was enough. The guild director immediately understood. His face went white. Their guild might control millions in assets, but compared to the people who actually owned the platform, they were insignificant. Thinking back on King Lux's behavior during the match, the answer became obvious. The idiot had openly flirted with Naomi Monroe on a live stream. The guild director nearly exploded with rage. They had spent enormous amounts of money promoting King Lux and building his reputation. Now everything was gone. Every dollar, every resource, every opportunity, all wasted. There was only one way to recover some of their losses. A lawsuit. The director immediately pulled up King Lux's contract. The clause demanding $5 million in breach compensation suddenly looked very attractive. Meanwhile, Naomi couldn't help smiling when King Lux's screen abruptly went dark. The man had spent the last 10 minutes bragging nonstop. If she hadn't been live streaming, she would have left the conversation long ago. The chat was losing its mind. Wait, did he just get banned? Not suspended. Banned. The official announcement is already on the platform homepage. Oh my God, he's really gone. This happened way too fast. Hold on. One viewer suddenly remembered something. Didn't Sober Tiger post that message right before this happened? The room fell silent. A second later, the theories began flying. Are you telling me he knew beforehand? No way. Think about it. He contacts platform management. 2 minutes later, King Lux disappears. Guys, Sober Tiger didn't predict this. He caused this. The chat exploded. This is terrifying. I finally understand. Other whales spend money. Sober Tiger owns the ocean. Even Naomi couldn't ignore the timing anymore. Picking up her phone, she quickly sent Luca a message. Naomi Monroe. Was that you? Luca Hale. What do you think? Naomi Monroe. How did you do it so quickly? A few seconds later, Luca replied. Luca Hale. I own a significant share of Twist streaming. Luca Hale. It's hard to stop someone when they're one of the owners. Naomi stared at the screen. Her eyes widened. Twist streaming was worth billions. She had known Luca was wealthy. She had never imagined he was one of the people who actually owned the platform. And judging by how quickly management obeyed him, he wasn't some passive investor. He had real power. Naomi Monroe, you really never stop surprising me. Luca Hale. Do you like surprises? A faint blush appeared on Naomi's cheeks. Naomi Monroe. Yes. Luca grinned. His mood instantly improved. After chatting with Naomi a little longer, he opened another conversation and began teasing Sophie through text messages. Several playful exchanges later, Sophie was blushing furiously on the other side of the province. Luca, naturally, felt it was his responsibility to give equal attention to every beautiful woman in his life. As the tournament continued, the effects of Luca's orders became increasingly obvious. Without drawing attention to themselves, numerous platform managers and high-level employees entered Naomi's stream using alternate accounts. Luxury gifts poured in from every direction, round after round, opponent after opponent. No matter how hard other streamers fought, Naomi's numbers remained untouchable. Soon, viewers across the platform reached the same conclusion. Sober Tiger had moved behind the scenes, and once he did, nobody stood a chance. At last, after hours of competition, the final championship match of the grand promotional tournament arrived. The entire platform held its breath. Chapter 36. The Final Coronation. Naomi's final obstacle stood on the other side of the screen. Scarlett Sinclair, one of Twist streaming's biggest stars. With millions of followers and years of experience, Scarlett wasn't just another popular creator. She was a household name on the platform. Last year, she had come within inches of winning the championship, only to lose in the final moments to the tournament's #1 seed. This year, she'd gotten her revenge. The same rival who had denied her the crown last season had already been eliminated by Scarlett earlier in the tournament. As far as she was concerned, the championship trophy was practically hers already. Then she saw her final opponent, Naomi Monroe, a streamer who just a short while ago had been virtually unknown. Scarlett couldn't understand how Naomi had managed to reach the finals, but honestly, she wasn't complaining. A newcomer was far easier to deal with than a veteran. At least, that's what she thought. Adjusting a loose strand of blonde hair, Scarlett looked into the camera and immediately switched into performance mode. Her confident expression disappeared, replaced by a fragile, vulnerable smile. "Guys," she said softly, "the streamer on the other side has a really powerful supporter backing her tonight." Scarlett's honestly a little nervous. She lowered her gaze slightly. "You'll protect me, right?" The effect was immediate. Her loyal fans flooded the chat. "Don't worry, Scarlett. Leave it to us. We'll smash them the second the match starts." A rookie thinks she can challenge the queen? Not happening. Let's teach them what a real top streamer looks like. Across the platform, Naomi's growth had already become one of the biggest stories of the tournament. Thanks to her recent victories, her follower count had exploded past 800,000. Still, Scarlett knew popularity alone wasn't enough to win. Money won tournaments, and she had plenty of people willing to spend it. The moment she minimized her broadcast screen, her fingers flew across her phone. Several private messages were sent in quick succession. "Victor, if you help me secure the championship tonight, dinner is on me." "Leonard, remember that outfit you mentioned? Win this for me, and I'll wear it." "Nathaniel, I just bought something special. Maybe you can come see it for yourself sometime." To her viewers, Scarlett was a flawless goddess. To the wealthy men funding her career, she was something else entirely. Within minutes, more than 20 high-level spenders had received personal messages from her. Scarlett smiled. She knew exactly how this game worked. When the championship round officially opened, she was already imagining herself standing at the top of the leaderboard. Then the gifts started pouring in. The score bars jumped instantly. A massive gap appeared. Scarlett glanced at the numbers and nearly laughed. Just as expected, the visual difference looked overwhelming. Her side had to be crushing Naomi, but before she could celebrate, a frantic message from one of her moderators appeared. "Scarlett, something's wrong. Our side just spent over $300,000. We're still getting destroyed." Her smile froze. "What?" Scarlett leaned toward her monitor. This time she looked carefully, very carefully. Then her face went pale. The massive score difference was real. She'd simply read it backward. The side with the overwhelming lead wasn't hers. It was Naomi's. Scarlett stared at the screen, convinced she had to be seeing things. How? How could a streamer with less than 1 million followers produce numbers like this? Without hesitation, she opened Naomi's stream using a secondary account. The moment it loaded, she stopped breathing. The room looked less like a live stream and more like a gathering of royalty. Emperor accounts, dozens of them, then hundreds. VIP users packed every corner of the viewer list. Luxury gifts exploded across the screen non-stop, one after another, without the slightest pause. The amount of money being thrown around was enough to make most creators retire. At the very top of Naomi's leaderboard sat one name, Sober Tiger, contribution value, $1 million plus. Scarlett felt her throat tighten. $1 million. In a single day. Her hands slowly curled into fists. Jealousy crept into her chest like poison. She knew exactly how much effort it took to convince wealthy men to spend money. Every expensive gift she'd ever received had come with expectations attached. Every donation carried a price. Yet this mysterious supporter had casually spent $1 million on Naomi without hesitation. The comparison felt unbearable. For the first time in years, Scarlett found herself questioning everything. What had all those years of compromise earned her? Money? Fame? Attention? She looked across the split screen at Naomi. Young, beautiful, natural. The audience loved her. The platform loved her. And somewhere behind her stood a man powerful enough to shake the entire industry. Scarlett suddenly felt exhausted. The championship she'd chased for years no longer seemed important. She felt dirty, like she'd spent years clawing her way through mud only to realize someone else had reached the summit without losing themselves. The countdown reached 0. The final results appeared. Naomi Monroe, for $1 million. Scarlett Sinclair wasn't even close. Combined with the previous rounds, Naomi had generated nearly $6 million worth of gifts during a single tournament run. Her follower counts surged again, 3 million, 4 million, 5 million. By the end of the night, Naomi Monroe had officially become one of the biggest creators on the entire platform. Then something unexpected happened. A massive golden animation suddenly exploded across every broadcast room on Twist streaming. The effect was impossible to miss. The entire platform paused to watch. A verified account had entered Naomi's stream. Romero Dennis, chairman of Twist Streaming. The chat erupted. Wait, is that actually Romero Dennis? The chairman himself? Why would he show up personally? Forget Naomi. Look at who's really being honored here. Exactly. Chairman Dennis isn't here because of Naomi. He's here because of Sober Tiger. Many viewers had never heard the name before. Others immediately recognized it. The highest-ranking executive on the entire platform had entered the room in person. Even Naomi was caught off guard. She already knew Luca held shares in the company. Still, seeing the chairman appear publicly was another matter entirely. Her heart raced. Everything that had happened tonight traced back to one person, Luca Hale. If she hadn't lost her airline job weeks ago, if she hadn't met him that day, none of this would have happened. The thought left her both emotional and grateful. A message soon appeared in the public chat. Romero Dennis, you have a wonderful voice. Keep working hard. Naomi smiled brightly. Naomi Monroe, thank you, Chairman Dennis. I won't disappoint you. A few seconds later, another message appeared. Romero Dennis, Mr. Hale, when are you finally coming to New Orleans? We still owe each other a drink. The chat exploded again. Mr. Hale? Chairman Dennis was addressing Sober Tiger directly. Sober Tiger, soon. I'll stop by headquarters when I get the chance. Romero Dennis, good. I'll be waiting. Millions of viewers watched the exchange unfold in stunned silence. Neither man bothered moving to private messages. They chatted casually in front of the entire platform, as though they were discussing weekend plans. The reaction was immediate. The stream's private message system nearly collapsed. Female creators from across Twist Streaming began flooding Luca's inbox. Some introduced themselves. Others sent photos. A few skipped introductions entirely and got straight to their intentions. If Naomi's success had proven anything, it was that catching Sober Tiger's attention could change a career overnight. Unfortunately for them, Luca wasn't interested. After glancing at the endless notifications, he opened his settings menu and disabled private messages altogether. Across the platform, hopeful streamers watched their messages go unanswered and collectively felt their hearts break. Meanwhile, once the championship celebrations finally settled down, Luca picked up his phone and dialed Olivia Grant. After all, he still needed to settle one important matter. Earlier that day, he'd instructed Twist Streaming's operations department to use company resources to help stabilize the tournament rankings. And Luca Hale wasn't the type of person who forgot his debts. Chapter 37. Confrontation in the Hospital Hallway. Olivia Grant had initially estimated that it would take Luca Hale at least a few business days to mobilize and transfer nearly $5 million in liquid capital. To her utter disbelief, the moment she ended the call, the finance department sent an urgent notification confirming that the entire amount had already arrived in the company's accounts. The transfer had been completed almost instantly. Even Olivia, who dealt with high-net-worth clients on a daily basis, was stunned. That kind of liquidity wasn't normal. It meant Luca Hale could casually move millions of dollars with the same ease most people use to pay a utility bill. Ding! Host has successfully spent $4.65 million on Naomi Monroe. Strategic spending threshold achieved. Supreme critical reward activated. Congratulations! Host has received ownership of an entire premium school district residential building. Luca raised an eyebrow. An entire building? Not a penthouse. Not a handful of apartments. A whole building. A grin slowly spread across his face. Growing up, he'd occasionally see local landlords wandering around with oversized keyrings hanging from their belts, collecting rent checks before spending the rest of the afternoon playing cards or drinking coffee. Back then, he'd envied that kind of freedom. Now he had surpassed it. Between the commercial district he already owned, the office tower generating steady revenue, and now an entire school district apartment building, his passive income was becoming absurd. At this rate, Even if he never worked another day in his life, the rent alone would keep pouring in endlessly. Later that evening, Luca was still enjoying a quiet breakfast in the villa when his phone suddenly lit up. Incoming video call. Naomi Monroe. A faint smile appeared on his face as he accepted. The screen instantly filled with Naomi's beautiful face. She was sitting on the edge of her bed, her hair still slightly damp from a shower. Without the heavy makeup she wore during broadcasts, her features appeared softer and more natural. Dressed in a simple silk robe, she looked even more stunning than she did under professional lighting. "Luca," Naomi said softly, her eyes curved into a warm smile. "Am I interrupting some incredibly important billionaire business meeting?" Luca leaned back comfortably. "For you? Never." The answer immediately made Naomi laugh. "How are things on your end?" Luca asked. "I imagine your phone is exploding after last night." "Exploding is putting it mildly." She let out a helpless sigh. "My regional manager has called 14 times already. They want to renegotiate my contract immediately. And my inbox is packed with sponsorship offers. Luxury brands, fashion companies, even a few car manufacturers." She paused. "I haven't replied to any of them." Luca raised an eyebrow. The newly crowned queen of twist streaming is ignoring companies that want to throw money at her? Naomi's smile gradually faded into something far more serious. Her gaze remained fixed on him through the screen. "Because none of this would have happened without you." The room grew quiet. "If you hadn't stepped into my life," she continued softly, "I'd still be worrying about rent and trying to rebuild my life after losing my airline job." Her eyes lowered briefly. "You bought me a Porsche. You protected me when things got ugly. You helped me reach a place I never thought I'd reach." She looked back up. "I wanted the first conversation after everything ended to be with you." For a moment, Lucas simply watched her. There was no calculation in her voice, no manipulation, just sincerity. A feeling of satisfaction settled comfortably in his chest. "Naomi." His tone softened. "You earned that audience yourself." She opened her mouth to object, but Luca cut her off. "My money opened doors. Your talent is what kept people watching." Naomi blinked. A faint blush appeared on her cheeks. "As for those contracts, route everything through Olivia Grant. She'll make sure nobody tries to take advantage of you." Naomi nodded obediently. "Okay. And don't rush into sponsorship deals. Pick the brands you actually like. Let my legal team review the paperwork before you sign anything." "Understood, boss." The playful title made Luca chuckle. A brief silence followed before Naomi suddenly looked away. Then she spoke again, much quieter this time. "By the way, you gave me that Porsche 911. Yes, I still haven't really driven it." Lucas smirked. "And," Naomi bit her lip, "I was hoping you'd be there when I do." The meaning behind her words was impossible to miss. Luca's eyes narrowed slightly. "I have some paperwork to finish at Kanda Hospital tomorrow morning." His voice carried a hint of amusement. "The second I'm done, I'll come find you." A bright smile instantly appeared on Naomi's face. "I'll be waiting." For a brief moment, neither of them said anything. Then Naomi's voice softened into a near whisper. "Don't make me wait too long." The call ended shortly afterward. Lucas stared at the dark screen for a second before shaking his head with a smile. That woman really was becoming more dangerous every day. The next morning, the moment he stepped out of bed, another call arrived. This time from Francis Excel, the villa's property manager. "Good morning, Mr. Hale. A courier package has arrived at the estate. We've already delivered it to your front door." "Got it. I'll take a look." After ending the call, Luca opened the massive front doors of the villa. Outside, Francis sat in a small electric property vehicle loaded with parcels. The largest package among them was a huge sealed cardboard box addressed directly to him. "Good morning, Mr. Hale." Francis smiled warmly. As always, she couldn't help admiring him. Young, wealthy, handsome, the kind of man that naturally attracted attention wherever he went. Unfortunately, Luca simply returned a polite smile, signed the delivery confirmation, and carried the box inside without sparing her a second glance. Watching the villa doors close again, Francis unconsciously touched her cheek. "Am I really that unattractive?" Inside, Luca cut open the package. Dozens of Crimson property ownership certificates were neatly stacked inside. Every document represented a unit within the newly acquired apartment building. The sight was strangely satisfying. His landlord era had officially begun. After loading the certificates into the back of his Mercedes G-Class, Luca set off towards San Fierro Canada Hospital. He still needed to finalize several management documents with Director William Harrington before handing the apartment building over to a professional rental management company. The G-Wagon rolled smoothly into the executive parking area. Luca pulled out his phone and called Harrington. "Director Harrington, where's your office?" "I've just arrived." William Harrington was halfway through a cup of coffee when the call came through. He immediately stood up. "Mr. Hale, you've already arrived? Please wait there. I'll come down personally." "No need," Luca replied. "Just tell me the room number." The old director felt another wave of respect. The more he interacted with Luca, the more impressed he became. Despite controlling enormous wealth, the young man had none of the arrogance usually associated with powerful investors. Even so, when Lucas stepped off the elevator a few minutes later, he still found Director Harrington waiting outside the administrative offices. The distinguished physician stood tall in a spotless white coat, looking decades younger than his actual age. "Director Harrington?" The older man turned. His eyes widened. You're Mr. Hale?" Luca laughed and extended his hand. "Last time I checked." The shock on Harrington's face was impossible to hide. He knew the hospital's controlling shareholder was young. He just hadn't expected this young. As the two men walked through the administrative wing together, countless doctors, nurses, and staff members looked on curiously. Everyone knew William Harrington. Nobody knew Luca, yet the hospital director was clearly treating the young man as an equal. That alone was enough to make people remember his face. Inside the executive office, the meeting lasted more than an hour. Luca had no interest in micromanaging hospital operations. Instead, he focused on long-term strategy, medical research funding, and future expansion plans. The discussion eased many of Harrington's concerns. Most importantly, Luca immediately approved continued funding for the hospital's pediatric assistance program and even doubled its annual budget. That decision alone earned the old doctor's deepest respect. When the meeting finally concluded, Luca left the office and headed down the corridor toward the executive restroom. As he rounded a corner, a furious voice suddenly echoed through the hallway. A striking woman in her mid-30s stormed out of the procurement department, her face flushed with anger. "Sebastian Caldwell." She pointed back toward the office. "You've been taking kickbacks from suppliers for months. Aren't you worried someone will report you?" A loud laugh answered her. "Report me?" A heavy-set man stepped into the hallway, adjusting his tie. His greasy face wore a smug smile as his eyes wandered over the woman's figure. "Go ahead and try." He chuckled. "Ask around. See if anyone here has the guts." The woman clenched her fists. Sebastian continued casually. "Miss Brooks, I've already told you. Getting my signature on your contract isn't difficult." He took a slow step closer. "Tonight, you and I can find a nice restaurant downtown and discuss the details over a few drinks." His smile widened. "Or maybe your boss, Miss Vivian, can come negotiate personally." A disturbing glint flashed across Sebastian's eyes as though he'd just remembered something particularly amusing. Chapter 38. The owner steps in. Luca Hale never expected to witness a scene like this inside a hospital. The corridor outside the administrative offices was spotless and quiet, polished floors reflecting the bright overhead lights. Yet despite the professional setting, the argument unfolding before him felt more like something out of a corporate battlefield. Miss Brooks stood rigidly near the doorway, her expression tight with disgust. As the regional sales director for Octavio Pharmaceutical, she was accustomed to difficult negotiations. But Sebastian Caldwell wasn't negotiating. He was cornering her. What made it worse was the smug confidence written all over his face. "Sebastian Caldwell, do you ever listen to yourself?" Miss Brooks snapped. "Everything coming out of your mouth is disgusting." Sebastian leaned casually against the mahogany doorframe, completely unfazed. A cold smile tugged at the corner of his lips. "Disgusting," he repeated. "I'm being realistic." His eyes narrowed. Your company is tearing itself apart right now. Everyone in the industry knows it. If Chairwoman Vivian loses control of the board, a lot of people beneath her are going down with her. Miss Brooks' expression darkened. Sebastian chuckled. When that happens, let's see how long your current position lasts. The threat was obvious. Canda Hospital was one of the largest medical institutions in San Fierro. Landing its supply contracts would bring enormous revenue to any pharmaceutical company. As head of procurement, Sebastian controlled a considerable amount of influence over who received those contracts and who didn't. That influence had clearly gone to his head. Let me make this simple, Sebastian continued calmly. No purchasing order gets approved without passing through my department. That's the reality. Oh, a voice suddenly interrupted. Judging from the way you're talking, you'd think you personally own the hospital. Both of them turned. A handsome young man strolled down the corridor with his hands in his pockets, looking completely relaxed. Luca Hale. He had originally been heading toward the restroom after finishing his meeting with Director Harrington. Then he'd heard the name Octavio Pharmaceutical. That alone was enough to catch his attention. After all, the system had recently granted him a 15% stake in the company. While he hadn't yet investigated Octavio's internal situation, it was obvious from this conversation that there was much more happening beneath the surface than public reports suggested. Interesting. The deeper the water, the bigger the fish hiding underneath. And Luca had never been the type to avoid deep water. Miss Brooks studied him carefully. She didn't recognize him. Yet something about his composure felt unusual. Most people avoided getting involved when Sebastian started throwing his weight around. This stranger had walked directly into the confrontation without the slightest hesitation. For some reason, she found herself paying closer attention. Sebastian's eyes narrowed. He had noticed Luca standing nearby earlier, but hadn't paid him much attention. Now the guy was inserting himself into business that had nothing to do with him. Bad move. You got something to say, kid? Sebastian asked coldly. Luca smiled faintly. Not much. He took another step forward. I don't know who you are. And honestly, I don't care. The smile vanished. But based on everything I've heard in the last few minutes, I can confidently say you're not qualified to be making decisions inside a hospital. The atmosphere instantly chilled. Several nearby employees stopped walking. Others peeked out from office doors. Then Luca pointed toward the elevators. Pack your things and get out of my building. Silence. Absolute silence. Even the air seemed to freeze. The surrounding staff stared at Luca in disbelief. Had this guy lost his mind? Everyone in the administrative wing knew Sebastian Caldwell. Not because they respected him, because they avoided him. The procurement chief had spent years throwing his influence around, and very few people were willing to challenge him openly. Yet this young man had just told him to get out. A few senior clerks standing near the back exchanged glances. Unlike everyone else, they immediately recognized Luca. He was the same young man Director Harrington had personally escorted into the executive offices earlier that morning. The same young man Harrington had treated with extraordinary respect. Their eyes lit up. Maybe things were about to get interesting. Sebastian's face darkened. The calm arrogance he'd been wearing moments ago disappeared. What did you just say? Luca remained expressionless. You heard me. A dangerous look flashed through Sebastian's eyes. Across the corridor, several staff members instinctively took a step backward. Unlike the loud, arrogant executives people saw in movies, Sebastian was at his worst when he became quiet. You've got guts, he said softly. Most people around here know when to mind their own business. His gaze swept over Luca. Designer clothes, expensive watch, confident posture, clearly wealthy. But Sebastian wasn't impressed. Rich kids appeared everywhere. Money alone didn't earn respect. You should be careful, he continued. My father sits on the executive board. Creating trouble for me isn't going to end well for you. Miss Brooks frowned. There it was. The card Sebastian always played. Not often, but whenever he did, people usually backed off. Luca didn't. Instead, he looked almost amused. I don't work here. The words caught Sebastian off guard. For a brief moment, a victorious smile appeared on his face. Exactly what he expected. Some rich outsider trying to play hero. Pathetic. Then Luca continued. I don't work here because I own the place. The smile disappeared. So let's be precise. Luca's gaze turned icy. I acquired controlling ownership of San Fierro Canda Hospital yesterday, which means this entire facility belongs to me. The corridor exploded into stunned silence. Everyone froze. Miss Brooks' eyes widened. The young man she'd assumed was some wealthy bystander was claiming ownership of one of the most prestigious hospitals in the city. At first, it sounded absurd. Then she remembered something. Director Harrington. The confidence. The way he carried himself. The complete lack of hesitation. Slowly, suspicion began forming in her mind. Who exactly is this man? Behind the crowd, the senior clerks felt realization crash into them. Now everything made sense. Director Harrington hadn't been showing respect to some influential young master. He had been showing respect to the hospital's owner. Sebastian's confidence finally wavered. Only slightly, but it was there. A flicker of uncertainty. Luca looked far too calm, far too certain. Still, Sebastian refused to believe it. No 20-something-year-old could simply buy a hospital of this scale overnight. Impossible. His jaw tightened. Then he pointed directly at Luca. You're lying. The veins in his neck bulged. Spreading rumors inside this hospital won't save you. His voice rose sharply. Do you really think I can't have security drag you out of here right now? Chapter 39. The Prince of Arrogance. I think you're the one being reckless here. The sharp voice echoed from the stairwell before anyone could react. How dare you point at Mr. Hale and threaten him inside his own hospital? The corridor instantly fell silent. Every doctor, nurse, and administrator nearby froze where they stood. They all recognized that voice. Director William Harrington. The respected director stepped into view, his expression darker than anyone had ever seen it. His gaze landed on Sebastian, and the temperature in the hallway seemed to drop several degrees. Then he turned toward Luca. Mr. Hale, are you all right? Did this man cause you any trouble? The respectful tone hit harder than a slap. A ripple spread through the crowd. Until this moment, some people had still held on to the hope that Luca was bluffing. That hope vanished the second Director Harrington addressed him with such obvious respect. The young man standing in front of them really was the owner of San Fierro Canda Hospital. Sebastian's face lost color. A few seconds earlier, he had still been riding on anger. Now his thoughts were racing. Director Harrington knew him, knew his father. There was no possibility the director would publicly support some random stranger. Which meant Luca hadn't lied. The hospital really belonged to him. The realization settled into Sebastian's mind piece by piece, each one heavier than the last. Then he remembered something. The security call. His stomach dropped. Almost on cue, several security guards hurried down the corridor. Mr. Caldwell, what's the problem? The lead guard asked. Sebastian opened his mouth. Nothing came out. The guard followed his gaze and immediately spotted Director Harrington standing beside Luca. Recognition flashed across his face. A few moments later, his radio crackled. The voice coming through was loud enough for everyone nearby to hear. Security. Remove Sebastian Caldwell from the premises immediately. Suspend all facility access, pending investigation. The hallway became deathly quiet. Sebastian stood frozen. The very people he had summoned were now looking at him instead. For the first time, genuine fear appeared in his eyes. Mr. Hale. His voice came out hoarse. I made a mistake. Luca looked at him without emotion. Sebastian swallowed hard. I didn't know who you were. You threatened someone in a hospital corridor, abused your position, and thought you were untouchable, Luca said calmly. His voice wasn't loud. It didn't need to be. Who I am isn't the problem. Sebastian's face went pale. Mr. Hale, please. I already told you. Luca's eyes were ice cold. You don't belong here. He turned away. That simple gesture hurt far more than any shouting could have. Director Harrington. Yes, Mr. Hale. Launch a full investigation into Sebastian Caldwell and Vice President Caldwell. If there's evidence of corruption, bribery, procurement fraud, or abuse of authority, hand everything over to the proper authorities. Understood. The security guards stepped forward. This time, Sebastian didn't resist. The fight had completely left him. As he was escorted away, Dozens of employees watched in silence. Nobody pitied him. For years, he had ruled the procurement department through intimidation and connections. The only surprising thing was that his downfall had finally arrived. Luca watched him disappear around the corner before quietly exhaling. No matter the industry, there always seemed to be people who mistook borrowed authority for their own. Miss Brooks. Luca shifted his attention toward the stunned woman standing nearby. Could you wait here for a few minutes? I need to discuss something with Director Harrington first. After that, I'd like to speak with you. Miss Brooks blinked. Of course, Mr. Hale. As she watched Luca walk away with Director Harrington, her thoughts became increasingly chaotic. Why would someone like him want to talk to her personally? The more she thought about it, the warmer her face became. Surely she was overthinking things, right? A few minutes later, Luca and Director Harrington arrived at a quiet garden behind the administrative building. The noise of the hospital faded into the distance. Leaves rustled gently overhead. For a while, neither man spoke. Eventually, Luca broke the silence. You set that up. It wasn't a question. Director Harrington gave a tired smile. So you noticed. You weren't exactly subtle. The old director sighed. Mr. Hale, I owe you an apology. Luca waited. The Caldwell family has accumulated far too much influence inside the procurement system. Complaints disappear. Investigations stall. Every attempt to deal with them runs into obstacles. His expression grew helpless. I was running out of options. Luca remained silent. Director Harrington continued. When I learned an Octavio representative would be meeting Sebastian today, and that you would be visiting the hospital at the same time, I saw an opportunity. You used me as the hammer. A bitter smile appeared on Harrington's face. Essentially, Luca wasn't particularly angry. The truth was, he had already planned to deal with Sebastian the moment he heard that conversation. Still, nobody enjoyed being maneuvered without their knowledge. After a moment, he nodded. I understand why you did it. Relief visibly appeared on Director Harrington's face. Thank you, Mr. Hale. Just make sure the investigation is thorough. It will be. When Luca returned to the lobby, Miss Brooks was still waiting exactly where he'd left her. Now that things had settled down, he finally had the chance to look at her properly. She wasn't the breathtaking, flawless type like Naomi Monroe or Arabella Windsor. But she was undeniably attractive. Very attractive. Her features were elegant and mature, carrying the confidence of an accomplished professional woman. More importantly, her figure was enough to make most men lose their train of thought. The fitted business attire she wore did absolutely nothing to hide her naturally curvy proportions. No wonder Sebastian had been so obsessed. Unfortunately, Luca realized he had been staring for slightly too long. Mr. Hale. Miss Brooks folded her arms across her chest and raised an eyebrow. Would you mind not looking at me like that? Luca blinked, then coughed awkwardly. Sorry. Even he had to admit that was a little embarrassing. He already had enough women complicating his life. Why was he standing in a hospital lobby, openly admiring a beautiful married woman? Meanwhile, a faint blush had appeared on Miss Brooks's face. The situation would have felt completely different if the man staring at her had been some overweight middle-aged executive. But Luca Hale was young, wealthy, confident, and ridiculously handsome. That made things much more complicated. Luca quickly changed the subject. It's almost lunchtime. How about I treat you to a meal, and we discuss Octavio Pharmaceuticals' business with the hospital? A meal. Just the two of them. Miss Brooks immediately became suspicious. Discuss business? Over lunch? Was that really all he wanted? Her imagination instantly started running wild again. Still, Octavio desperately needed this contract. Refusing wasn't an option. All right, Mr. Hale. Great. Lucas smiled and started walking toward the parking lot. I also need to stop by a real estate management company afterward. Today's schedule is packed. Miss Brooks nearly missed a step. A real estate company? After lunch? Her heart skipped a beat. He's already thinking about arranging a place for me? The thought nearly made her trip over her own heels. Looking at Luca's tall figure walking ahead under the afternoon sun, she took a deep breath and followed after him. Whatever happened during lunch, she would deal with it when the time came. Chapter 40. A strategic dinner invitation. Is there anything specific you would like to eat? Luca Hale asked casually, one hand resting lightly on the steering wheel as the luxury SUV glided through the city traffic. Miss Brooks shook her head almost immediately. I'll leave the choice entirely to you, Mr. Hale. All right, then we'll head straight to the San Fierro Grand Hotel. His tone was calm, matter of fact, but the destination itself made something in her pause. A hotel, private dining, just the two of them. Her thoughts began to shift before she could fully stop them. A closed space, no staff hovering nearby, a man who already held control over hospitals, and possibly far more than she had managed to confirm. Her grip on her handbag tightened slightly. I'm not sure that would be appropriate for a first meeting, she said carefully, keeping her voice steady. Luca glanced at her, genuinely confused rather than offended. It's only lunch. The hotel has one of the best kitchens in the city. There's nothing inappropriate about it. The sincerity in his voice made the situation feel even stranger. Miss Brooks didn't answer right away. Her mind worked through possibilities she didn't want to admit out loud. Is he deliberately pushing boundaries? Or is he really this direct? She swallowed. If you insist, I'll follow your lead. Luca didn't press the matter further. He simply adjusted the route. As they approached the San Fierro Grand Hotel, the traffic thinned and the building soon came into view, towering and refined against the skyline. At the gate, a security guard straightened instantly and raised a crisp salute. Good afternoon, Chairman Hale. Luca gave a small nod through the tinted window and drove through without hesitation. Inside the car, Miss Brooks went still. Chairman. Her gaze shifted slowly toward him. So, it's not just the hospital. She didn't finish the thought, but the implication settled heavily in her chest all the same. The car rolled to a smooth stop at the VIP entrance. General Manager Roman Pierce was already waiting outside. Chairman Hale, he said respectfully the moment Lucas stepped out. Behind him, hotel staff stood in disciplined rows before bowing in unison. Good afternoon, Chairman Hale. Miss Brooks felt her breathing tighten slightly. This wasn't standard executive courtesy. This was structure, authority, absolute hierarchy. Lucas stepped out as if this level of reception was routine, then gestured lightly for her to follow. The hotel interior was even more extravagant than she had imagined. Warm gold accents reflected softly across polished marble floors, and every detail felt deliberately refined rather than excessive. As they walked toward a private dining suite, Miss Brooks stayed a half step behind, her mind moving faster than her feet. He isn't just influential, he's positioned at the top of multiple systems. The thought didn't fully settle, but it had already taken root. Inside the private suite, the doors closed quietly behind them. The room was calm, lit by soft ambient lighting. The faint clink of tableware being arranged outside the doors was the only sound that lingered. The receptionist who had escorted them in hesitated for a moment before leaving. Her eyes lingered on Miss Brooks just a second too long. So this is the kind of woman he brings, mature, composed. She really hit the jackpot. She glanced down at herself briefly, a small flicker of reluctant envy passing over her expression before she stepped out. Luca took his seat and immediately set aside any small talk. During the incident at Canada Hospital, I heard Sebastian Caldwell mention internal conflict within Octavio Pharmaceutical. Explain it in detail. Miss Brooks blinked. That was not what she had prepared herself for. Throughout the day, she had braced for negotiation tactics, pressure, or something more personal disguised as business. She had mentally prepared responses for all of it. But none of that came. Only business. She exhaled slowly, tension easing slightly, though something else quietly replaced it. Relief. And something more complicated she didn't immediately want to examine too closely. So that's it. He really is just here for the deal. A small, reluctant thought followed. Strangely, I don't think I would have completely hated it if he was interested. She pushed the thought aside before it could linger. Mr. Hale, she said, returning fully to professional composure, it's exactly as you suspected. She continued briefly. The founder of Octavio Pharmaceutical had fallen seriously ill and stepped down. His daughter, Vivian, inherited the chairwoman position. But the transition had not been smooth. A faction led by Benjamin Caldwell, the second-largest shareholder, had begun steadily undermining her authority leveraging influence within the board and exploiting shareholder divisions. What started as political tension had evolved into calculated internal sabotage. Most recently, Benjamin had used his influence over procurement channels to push the San Fierro Canada Hospital into cutting Octavio's supply contract. A deliberate move designed to weaken Vivian's standing ahead of the upcoming board review. That contract had been stable for over a decade, Miss Brooks added quietly. Losing it now puts her position at serious risk. Luca listened without interruption, expression unreadable. Was there any issue with product quality or delivery, he asked. None, she replied immediately. Everything meets specification. The termination is purely administrative pressure. He leaned back slightly, already piecing the structure together. So it's a controlled choke point, he said calmly. A brief pause, used to force a leadership collapse before the vote. Exactly, Miss Brooks confirmed. Silence settled between them for a moment. The meaning of the situation had shifted. It was no longer just corporate instability. It was a coordinated power play disguised as business operations. Lucas set his glass down gently. Then this is simpler than it looks. His voice was quiet, but decisive. Across the table, Miss Brooks realized something with uncomfortable clarity. Whatever she had expected when she walked into this lunch had been wrong from the start. He wasn't here for her. Not for charm. Not for pressure. Not for anything personal. Just leverage. Just structure. Just control. And for the first time that day, she looked at him differently. Not as a threat. Not as a suitor. But as something far harder to categorize. And that uncertainty lingered longer than she expected. Chapter 41. Naomi's First Kiss. Luca Hale happened to hold influence on both sides of the deal. As the owner of San Fierro Canada Hospital and a major shareholder of Octavio Pharmaceutical, he had already intended to restore cooperation between the two companies the moment he realized the contract cancellation had been politically motivated rather than business-related. Even so, Miss Brooks was still surprised by how quickly he made the decision. There had been no endless meetings, no bureaucratic delays, and no weeks of negotiations. With a few words from Luca, the partnership that had lasted more than a decade was back on track. The problem wasn't completely solved. Vivian still had enemies on the board, and Benjamin Caldwell's faction remained a serious threat. But securing Canada Hospital's business removed one of the biggest pressures weighing on her ahead of the upcoming vote. After lunch, Luca and Miss Brooks exchanged farewells outside the hotel entrance before heading their separate ways. Checking the time on his dashboard, Luca smiled faintly. Originally, he and Naomi had agreed to take her new Porsche out for a drive tomorrow. But since he was already heading to inspect the apartment building he had recently acquired, he figured there was no reason to wait another day. A quick message was all it took. The moment Naomi received his invitation, she immediately agreed. By the time Luca arrived outside her apartment complex, she was already waiting near the curb. The afternoon sunlight fell softly across her shoulders, catching the dark blue strands of her hair. She had clearly spent time getting ready. The moment she spotted his vehicle, her eyes lit up. "Well," Naomi asked with a bright smile as she walked over. "How do I look today?" Luca stepped out and looked her over. "You look beautiful." The smile on Naomi's face widened instantly. Unable to resist, Luca wrapped an arm around her waist and pulled her into his embrace. Naomi let out a small sound of surprise as her body pressed flush against his. The warmth of his chest, the familiar scent of his cologne, and the steady strength of his arms quickly dissolved her initial embarrassment. His hand rested possessively at the small of her back, fingers gently tracing the curve of her waist through the thin fabric of her top, sending a subtle shiver up her spine. Still, she glanced around at the pedestrians passing nearby. "Luca," she whispered. "Doing this in public isn't exactly a good idea." "Oh." Luca raised an eyebrow. "And why not?" A faint blush spread across her cheeks. "We're not officially together yet. Couples are supposed to do things like this." Despite her words, her arms remained comfortably around his neck, her fingers lightly playing with the hair at his nape. Luca fought back a smile. "So you're saying you want me to become your official boyfriend?" He deliberately sounded shocked. Naomi froze. The smile she had been wearing faded slightly. Her lips pressed together, and a trace of disappointment flashed across her face before she could hide it. Luca, that's not funny. She wasn't angry, just visibly deflated. The change was so obvious that Luca immediately regretted teasing her. Before she could say anything, he reached up and gently ruffled her hair. You already called my mother Mom during our last video call, he said with a chuckle. How are you still trying to classify yourself as just a girlfriend? For a second, Naomi stared at him. Then her eyes narrowed. Humph. The corners of her lips betrayed her almost immediately. You are seriously annoying. Her smile returned. A genuine one this time. Looking at her, Luca couldn't help thinking that if he had to describe someone's first love in human form, Naomi would probably be the closest example. Her innocence felt effortless. Before he could stop himself, his gaze drifted toward her lips. Naomi immediately sensed something dangerous. Luca, don't you The rest of the sentence disappeared. Luca leaned forward and captured her lips in a slow, deep kiss. His hand slid up her back, drawing her closer as his mouth moved against hers with unhurried hunger. Naomi melted into him, a soft, breathy escaping her as one hand tightened around the back of his neck. The kiss lingered, growing warmer and more intimate, his tongue gently teasing the seam of her lips until she parted them with a quiet sigh. Heat bloomed between them, her body pressing instinctively closer to his solid frame. Several moments later, they finally separated, both breathing unevenly. Naomi's face was completely red, her lips slightly swollen and glistening. Yet the first thing she saw was Luca standing there with an infuriatingly satisfied smile. And you're still laughing? She lightly smacked his shoulder. This is entirely your fault. Luca laughed softly. You should learn to breathe through your nose. Naomi rolled her eyes. Not everyone is as experienced as you. The words slipped out before she could stop them. Luca immediately fell silent. That reaction alone told her everything she needed to know. A tiny flicker of jealousy surfaced, only for a moment. Then it faded. Naomi had long accepted that someone like Luca wasn't going to arrive at adulthood with a completely blank romantic history. Dwelling on it would only make herself miserable. So, she said, changing the subject, where exactly are we going today? You only told me to get ready. Luca looked at her with exaggerated surprise. You're saying you're ready to skip straight to that stage already? Naomi blinked. Then her face turned bright red. You big dummy. She punched his shoulder again. Sometimes she genuinely wanted to look inside Luca's brain just to understand how he managed to interpret everything in the worst possible way. Luca laughed loudly. I'm joking. He grabbed her hand before she could hit him a third time. I recently acquired a residential building and need to sort out the leasing arrangements. I figured I'd bring you along. Naomi nodded. Then her eyes suddenly brightened. Wait. She pointed toward the parking garage. What about the Porsche? The Porsche? The one you bought for me. A small smile appeared on her face. We were supposed to take it for a drive tomorrow. She hesitated for a moment. Honestly, I wanted the first drive to be with you. Luca paused, looking at the hopeful expression in her eyes. Refusing wasn't really an option. All right. Naomi immediately cheered. A few minutes later, the G-Wagon remained parked while a sleek Porsche 911 rolled out of the apartment complex instead. Naomi looked far happier sitting behind the wheel. As they drove through the city, she suddenly asked, So how many apartments are in this building? Luca glanced at her. Why? Because I've been thinking about moving recently. Maybe I can rent one from you. Luca instantly realized she had misunderstood. If you like the place, you can just choose a unit and move in. Naomi frowned. What do you mean choose a unit? Luca smiled. When I said property, I wasn't talking about one apartment. Naomi looked over. What are you talking about then? The entire building. Silence. The Porsche continued rolling forward. Naomi blinked once, twice. Then she slowly turned her head. The entire building? Every apartment in it. Naomi stared at him. For several seconds, she couldn't think of a single thing to say. Luca, meanwhile, remained completely calm. When we get there, just pick whichever unit you like. Only then did Naomi finally recover. A grin spread across her face. Well then, let's hurry up and go see my future apartment. Laughing, Luca gave her directions as the Porsche headed toward the school district. Chapter 42. The class group chat explodes. San Fierro University Town was one of the city's busiest districts. Several major universities and colleges were concentrated in the area, including San Fierro University and San Fierro Normal University. With tens of thousands of students moving through the district every day, the surrounding commercial sector had flourished alongside them. As a result, property prices in the area ranked among the highest in the city. Emerald Horizon Tower was one of the most prestigious residential complexes in the entire district. The Porsche 911 rolled to a stop at the entrance gate. Behind the wheel, Naomi lowered the window while the security guards approached. "Good afternoon, ma'am, sir," one of them said politely. "Visitor vehicles require owner verification before entry. We can contact the property office for you if necessary." Luca reached into the storage compartment and pulled out a property ownership certificate. "I'm the owner," he said casually. "Also, let your property manager know I've arrived. I need to discuss a few things with him." The guard accepted the certificate and glanced down at it. A second later, his eyes widened. Building number 6. The entire building. He looked back at Luca, then at the stack of documents still sitting inside the compartment. For a moment, he honestly wondered whether every unit deed in the tower was sitting in that box. "Of course, sir." His attitude immediately became more respectful. The barrier lifted, and Naomi guided the Porsche smoothly into the residential complex. Meanwhile, the property management office received the call. The manager nearly jumped out of his chair. Ever since news had spread that someone had purchased the entire building the previous day, everyone in the office had been curious about the mysterious buyer. Now that person had actually arrived. Daniel Mercer quickly straightened his suit and hurried toward building number 6. Meanwhile, Luca and Naomi were touring the apartments. The renovations exceeded expectations. After viewing several layouts, Naomi finally stopped inside an apartment on the 22nd floor. Her eyes brightened immediately. "I want this one." Luca glanced around and nodded. "Good choice." A few minutes later, the elevator doors opened again. A man in a tailored suit was already waiting outside. "You must be Mr. Hale. I'm Daniel Mercer, Chief Property Manager of Emerald Horizon Tower. It's a pleasure to finally meet you." Before he could continue, Lucas stared at him for a second and suddenly laughed. "Daniel Mercer? No way." Daniel blinked. Then he got a proper look at Luca's face. His eyes widened. Luca Hale. Now it was his turn to be stunned. When the security office had informed him that the building's owner had arrived, he had imagined some middle-aged business magnate. Never in his wildest dreams had he expected to see an old university classmate stepping out of the elevator. For a few seconds, Daniel simply stood there. The two of them had graduated from the same university only a few years ago. Most of their classmates were still working ordinary jobs, building their careers one step at a time. Yet Luca now owned the entire building they were standing inside. The difference was so absurd that Daniel struggled to process it. His gaze shifted toward Naomi. She stood quietly beside Luca, elegant and stunning enough to make even seasoned celebrities seem ordinary by comparison. Luca's girlfriend, he thought. Honestly, they looked perfect together. "Luca," Daniel finally said, "you really own this whole building?" "Yeah." Luca answered so casually that Daniel almost laughed. "You've become ridiculous." Luca chuckled. "We can catch up later. I actually called you over because I need someone to handle leasing." Daniel immediately became serious. Luca explained that he intended to keep the apartments between the 20th and 25th floors for personal use while leasing the remaining units. Without much discussion, he handed management of the rentals directly to Daniel's department. Daniel's heart skipped a beat. This wasn't a small contract. It was a huge opportunity for both him and the company. "Don't worry," Daniel said firmly. "I'll personally oversee everything." "I know you will." After finalizing the details, Luca and Naomi left the building together. Daniel watched them disappear into the distance before finally letting out a long breath. Some people really did seem to win at life. The moment he returned to his office, he pulled out his phone and opened their old university group chat. "Daniel Mercer. Guess who I just ran into today? Barrett Vance. A celebrity? Natalia. Some esports champion? Daniel Mercer. One of our classmates. Barrett Vance. Then stop playing around and tell us. Daniel Mercer. Fine. Here's a hint. He's ridiculously handsome. The group chat instantly exploded. There had been plenty of attractive guys in their year, but only one person fit that description so perfectly that everyone thought of him immediately. Luca Hale. Even back in university, Luca had been the undisputed campus heartthrob. Daniel's phone was flooded with messages. Nathan Reed. No way. Natalia. You're serious? Barrett Vance. What the hell happened to Luca? Daniel couldn't help laughing. Daniel Mercer. Not only is it him, but he just bought an entire building at Emerald Horizon Tower. The chat fell silent for several seconds. Then chaos erupted. Nobody could quite believe it. Among those reading the messages was Amelia Grant. Thousands of miles away, she stared at her phone in stunned silence. Back in university, she had genuinely liked Luca, but she had never pursued him. At the time, Luca came from an ordinary background, and Amelia had been too focused on the kind of future she wanted for herself. So she buried those feelings and moved on. Looking back now, she couldn't help feeling a pang of regret. She had never expected Luca's life to change so dramatically. For a brief moment, she even considered sending him a message. Then another notification appeared. Daniel Mercer. And his girlfriend is unbelievably beautiful. Amelia's fingers froze above the screen. A trace of jealousy flashed through her chest. After a few seconds, she quietly locked her phone and placed it on the bed beside her. She wasn't going to message him today. Not like this. But as she stared out the window, one thought lingered in her mind. If I ever get another chance to meet him, this time, she wouldn't walk away so easily. Chapter 43. The Grand Hotel's Auction. After wrapping up the housing paperwork at the agency, Luca Hale and Naomi Monroe headed to San Fierro University Town for dinner. The evening streets were lively as always. Students crowded the sidewalks. Laughter mixed with the aroma of grilled skewers and fried snacks, and the rows of outdoor food stalls buzzed with activity. Naomi parked her Porsche 911 by the roadside and stepped out first. Luca followed behind her, completely unaware that someone nearby had already noticed them. A young woman in fashionable designer clothing stood across the street, her gaze fixed on the pair. Every now and then, a curious smile appeared on her lips. Rebecca Palmer had originally come to the area for a date. Dressed carefully for the occasion and wearing flawless makeup, she had been strolling through the food street when she spotted a familiar face through the Porsche's windshield. Most people wouldn't have recognized him so easily. Rebecca, however, was Arabella Windsor's roommate. Over the past few weeks, she'd seen Luca Hale's face countless times on school forums and gossip pages. The moment she saw him, she knew exactly who he was. At first, she assumed he had come to meet Arabella. Then she saw him sitting in the passenger seat. Her surprise only grew when the driver's door opened and a stunning young woman stepped out. Rebecca froze. The woman was beautiful, elegant, and carried herself with natural confidence. More importantly, the way Luca looked at her and the easy intimacy between them made their relationship obvious at a glance. Without hesitation, Rebecca pulled out her phone and snapped several photos. Interesting. Everyone at the university assumed Luca and Arabella were together. But looking at the scene before her, Rebecca wasn't so sure anymore. If anything, this woman looked far more like Luca's actual girlfriend. Could it be that everyone had misunderstood from the beginning? Could Arabella be the side chick instead? The thought made Rebecca's eyes light up. As she continued watching, her attention gradually shifted away from the scandal and onto Luca himself. Handsome, rich, confident. He was exactly the kind of man she liked. Rebecca had always been proud of her appearance. While she couldn't compare herself to top-tier beauties like Arabella, she still considered herself attractive enough to turn heads wherever she went. And in her experience, very few wealthy young men could resist a beautiful woman willing to take the initiative. A moment later, her phone rang. "Hello? Becca, have you arrived yet?" A man's voice asked eagerly. "I'm almost there. I'll pick you up in a few minutes." Rebecca's expression immediately soured. An Audi A4. Just hearing about the car irritated her now. Compared to the Porsche and luxury vehicles she'd seen around Luca, it suddenly felt painfully ordinary. "Matthew, Her voice was calm. You don't need to come anymore. Huh. Let's break up. The other side fell silent. Becca, what are you talking about? I'm serious. Without waiting for an answer, Rebecca ended the call. Her eyes returned to Luca. Watching him open the passenger door for Naomi, a greedy smile slowly spread across her face. Since Arabella isn't the real girlfriend, doesn't that mean I have a chance to? Rebecca wasn't foolish enough to dream about marriage. But being close to a man like Luca, that was more than enough. And she was confident in her ability to make herself noticed. The next morning, Luca was awakened by the ringing of his phone. As he sat up, a faint ache pulsed through the left side of his lower back. It wasn't particularly painful, so he ignored it. Moments later, 2 calls arrived one after another. One was from Roman Pierce, general manager of the San Fierro Grand Hotel. The other was from Jared Prince, general manager of the San Fierro building. Both calls concerned the same event. A charity auction gala hosted by the San Fierro Red Cross Society would be held that evening at the Grand Hotel. The annual event attracted many influential business figures from across the city and served as one of San Fierro's most prestigious social gatherings. Since he had no plans for the evening, Luca agreed to attend. As for his date, the choice was obvious. Naomi Monroe. Night fell. Under the glow of city lights, Naomi drove her Porsche 911 toward the entrance of the San Fierro Grand Hotel. She wore a fitted purple evening gown that perfectly complemented her figure, while Luca appeared equally sharp in a tailored Armani suit. Together, they attracted more than a few glances as they stepped onto the red carpet. Good evening, Chairman Hale. A hostess approached with a professional smile and handed over a gold invitation card. The charity gala is being held on the 9th floor. Thank you. Luca accepted the invitation before taking Naomi's hand and leading her toward the executive elevators. As soon as they entered, a young man wearing designer glasses smiled and greeted them. You're here for the auction too? He looked to be in his early 20s and carried himself with the easy confidence of someone who had never lacked money growing up. That's right, Luca replied. The young man extended his hand. Austin Silva. I'm representing my father's investment company tonight. Luca Hale. The two shook hands. And this is my girlfriend, Naomi Monroe. Austin blinked. The name sounded familiar. A second later, realization struck him. Wait. His eyes widened. Your little Naomi from Twist Streaming? Naomi smiled politely. Yes. Nice to meet you, Mr. Silva. Austin looked genuinely surprised. He had watched a few of Naomi's streams before. Like many people, he'd assumed the camera and filters were doing part of the work. Seeing her in person completely shattered that assumption. Even among the influencers, models, and socialites he'd met over the years, very few left the same impression. Austin immediately turned toward Luca. Damn, brother. He patted Luca's shoulder with obvious envy. You're living the dream. Luca laughed. I know. The moment the words left his mouth, his smile stiffened. Hiss. A sharp pain suddenly shot through the lower left side of his back, much stronger than the dull ache he'd felt that morning. His brows immediately furrowed. Chapter 44. The slap heard across the gala. Luca Hale's arrival at the charity gala didn't attract much attention at first. Naomi Monroe, however, was a different story. The moment she entered the ballroom beside him, countless eyes drifted in their direction. Her elegant purple evening gown, paired with her calm and confident demeanor, made her stand out effortlessly among the crowd. Some younger guests quickly recognized her as the streamer who had recently dominated the rankings on Twist, but few dared approach. Anyone capable of attending an event of this level understood one thing. Naomi wasn't alone. Walking arm in arm with her was a young man whose identity clearly wasn't ordinary. As they made their way through the ballroom, Luca felt a faint ache stir again in the lower left side of his back. It wasn't nearly as painful as the sharp stab he'd experienced earlier. Probably just muscle strain. He adjusted his posture slightly and chose to ignore it for the time being. Big bro Luca, what paddle number did they give you? Austin Silva asked curiously. Only then did Luca glance at the invitation card in his hand. Number 7. Number 7? Austin nearly snatched the card from him. After confirming the number for himself, he let out a slow breath. His father's company was one of the largest building materials suppliers in San Fierro, yet their paddle number was only 25. Anyone seated in the single digits wasn't an ordinary guest. Austin looked at Luca again, suddenly realizing he might have underestimated him. Naomi remained linked to Luca's arm as they followed an attendant toward the front row. Their arrival immediately drew curious glances from nearby business executives and charity officials. The first 10 seats were typically reserved for the most influential guests in attendance. Yet Luca looked younger than most of the heirs sitting farther back. Naturally, people began speculating about his background. "Mr. Hale, I didn't expect to see you here." A familiar voice sounded from behind. Luca turned and smiled. "Director Brooks." Miss Brooks had traded her professional business attire for a sophisticated evening gown. The tailored silk dress highlighted her mature figure, making her stand out in her own right among the guests. When her gaze landed on Naomi, a look of understanding flashed through her eyes. So that was why Luca had remained so restrained during their previous encounter. With someone like Naomi by his side, it was no surprise he hadn't shown much interest in other women. Throughout her years in the corporate world, Miss Brooks had only encountered 2 women who could leave such an impression. One was Naomi, the other was Vivian. "Did your company receive an invitation as well?" Luca asked. Miss Brooks shook her head with a smile. "Not me. A sales director isn't important enough for an event like this. Chairwoman Vivian asked me to attend on her behalf." Luca nodded. "That makes sense." Despite Octavio Pharmaceuticals' internal struggles, it remained one of the city's most influential pharmaceutical companies. Vivian receiving an invitation was hardly surprising. Unfortunately, someone else decided to join the conversation. "Director Brooks, do you know this beautiful lady?" A loud voice interrupted from beside her. A short young man dressed in flashy designer clothing stepped forward, staring openly at Naomi. The moment the young man, Tristan Caldwell, saw her, he felt like attending tonight's gala had finally been worth it. He had only come because his father forced him to. Now he had discovered a woman who rivaled even Vivian in his eyes. His father was still fighting for control of Octavio Pharmaceutical, and winning Vivian over would take time. Until then, Tristan saw no reason not to pursue another beauty who had caught his attention. As for Luca, Tristan barely acknowledged his existence. He didn't recognize Luca from any of San Fierro's elite social circles, so he immediately dismissed him as some fortunate pretty boy. The moment Tristan appeared, Miss Brooks felt her stomach drop. She had completely forgotten this nuisance was part of the delegation accompanying her tonight. Tristan's reputation throughout the industry was infamous. He chased women aggressively, relied on his family's influence to get what he wanted, and discarded people the moment they stopped entertaining him. "Hello, beautiful." Tristan flashed what he believed was a charming smile. "My name is Tristan Caldwell. My father is the general manager of Octavio Pharmaceutical." He stepped directly in front of Naomi, confident, smug, certain that his family name alone would impress her. Naomi didn't even look at him. Instead, she calmly leaned her head against Luca's shoulder. Luca wrapped an arm around her waist. Heh. Tristan's expression darkened instantly. In his mind, he had already claimed Naomi the moment he saw her. Watching her openly ignore him while cuddling another man felt like a direct insult. "Miss, did you not hear what I said? Let me explain who I am again." Before he could continue, Luca slowly turned his head. His gaze was cold. "Do you always talk this much?" The entire row seemed to go quiet. "Nobody here cares who you are. Sit down and shut up." Tristan froze. Then his face turned red with fury. "Who the hell do you think you're talking to?" He slammed a hand onto the armrest and shot to his feet. Truthfully, he had already wanted an excuse to deal with Luca. Now Luca had handed him one. Luca looked up at him calmly. "Who am I?" A faint sneer appeared on his lips. "If I said I could have you removed from this ballroom right now, would your tiny brain be capable of believing it? If not for Miss Brooks, Luca would have already thrown this idiot out himself." Miss Brooks hurriedly grabbed Tristan's sleeve. "Young Master Caldwell, please sit down." She turned toward Luca with visible panic. "Mr. Hale, I'm terribly sorry. Please forgive him." Then she looked back at Tristan. "This is Mr. Luca Hale, the owner of the entire Kanda Hospital network." The moment she revealed Luca's identity, several nearby guests looked over in surprise. Even Tristan paused briefly. Feeling Naomi gently tug at his sleeve, Luca's expression softened slightly. For Miss Brooks's sake, he was willing to let the matter go. Unfortunately, Tristan clearly lacked the intelligence to recognize an opportunity when he saw one. He pointed a finger directly at Luca. "So you're Luca Hale?" His eyes blazed with anger. "You're the bastard backing Vivian. You're the reason that contract was restored. I've been looking for a chance to settle accounts with you for a long time." The final word had barely left his mouth. Smack! The sharp sound echoed across the VIP section. Tristan's head snapped sideways. A bright red handprint instantly appeared on his face. Chapter 45. The Winter Lotus Emerald Necklace. "You actually dare to hit me?" Tristan Caldwell clutched his burning cheek, staring at Luca Hale in utter disbelief. Growing up, he had always been the one humiliating others. Nobody had ever dared lay a hand on him, let alone strike him in front of half the city's elite. The surrounding guests turned their attention toward the confrontation. Yet despite the tension in the air, nobody stepped forward to intervene. They were all curious to see how this would unfold. The auction hadn't even begun, and a conflict had already erupted in the front row. On one side was the son of Octavio, Pharmaceuticals general manager. On the other sat the mysterious new owner of Kanda Hospital. Neither was someone ordinary people could afford to offend. Even Austin Silva, seated several rows away, straightened in his chair and looked over. Luca remained perfectly calm. "That's right." A faint smile tugged at his lips. "I hit you. So what are you planning to do about it?" His gaze turned cold. Some people refuse to listen until they're taught a lesson. Truthfully, Luca had no interest in wasting time on someone like Tristan. But the fool had repeatedly crossed the line in front of Naomi. Humiliation burned through Tristan's chest. He had already lost face in public. If he didn't retaliate now, how could he continue showing his face in elite circles? "You bastard!" With a roar, Tristan threw a punch at Luca. Gasps erupted around them. But before the fist could even reach its target, Luca casually reached out and caught Tristan's wrist. The movement was so effortless it looked almost lazy. Tristan froze. Luca glanced down at the expensive watch on his wrist. "Nice watch." He nodded approvingly. "Looks expensive." For a split second, Tristan almost thought Luca was complimenting him. Then Luca's grip tightened. "Shame the person wearing it isn't worth nearly as much." Aya! Pain shot through Tristan's arm as finger marks appeared on his wrist. Before he could react, Luca shoved him backward. Thump! Tristan stumbled several steps before collapsing awkwardly into his seat. The entire row fell silent. Luca dusted off his sleeve. "Remember this." His voice was calm, but the warning carried a chilling weight. "This is the last bit of patience you'll get from me. Try my luck again, and you'll regret it." For the first time that night, genuine fear flickered through Tristan's eyes. The pressure radiating from Luca was suffocating. Still, his pride refused to let him submit completely. "Fine." He lowered his head. "I understand." On the surface, he appeared to surrender. But the moment Luca turned away, Tristan quietly pulled out his phone beneath the table. A vicious light flashed through his eyes. Luca noticed it immediately. Still plotting. He wasn't surprised. People like Tristan never learned from a single loss. Unfortunately for him, the San Fierro Grand Hotel belonged to Luca. If Tristan wanted to make trouble here, Luca would happily teach him what real regret felt like. The disturbance ended as abruptly as it had begun. Many of the guests exchanged glances. No one had expected the notoriously arrogant Tristan Caldwell to back down so quickly. Regardless of what happened next, Luca Hale had already made a memorable first impression tonight. Of course, some of the older tycoons quietly shook their heads. They knew the Caldwell family well. This wasn't over. Fortunately, the tension eased when a graceful middle-aged woman in a tailored silk cheongsam stepped onto the stage. The ballroom lights focused on her. She offered a warm smile. "Good evening, distinguished guests. I am Vivian Croft, and I'll be hosting tonight's charity auction." After a brief introduction, the event officially began. One luxury item after another was presented on stage. Designer jewelry, rare watches, limited edition collectibles. The bidding remained lively, but Luca never raised his paddle. Watching from nearby, Tristan sneered inwardly. So that's all he is. Acting tough is free. Spending money isn't. As item after item passed by, Tristan became increasingly convinced that Luca was nothing more than a man putting on a show. Then the next piece appeared. The moment the velvet display case was unveiled, Luca's eyes finally sharpened with interest. Under the spotlight rested an exquisite emerald necklace. The centerpiece resembled a blooming winter lotus, carved with extraordinary craftsmanship. Beside him, Naomi's elegant neck and flawless complexion immediately came to mind. This was the finest piece of the night. Vivian smiled. Our next item is the Winter Lotus Emerald Necklace, handcrafted by world-renowned master artisan Elias Whitmore. A murmur swept through the ballroom. Elias Whitmore? That's one of his works? No wonder it looks incredible. The opening bid started at $200,000. Hands immediately shot into the air. The price climbed rapidly. $300,000, $400,000, $600,000, $800,000. Just as another bidder prepared to continue. $2 million. Luca calmly raised his paddle. The room fell silent. Every head turned towards seat number 7. Even Naomi stared at him in surprise. The necklace's market value was nowhere near $2 million. Yet Luca had casually added more than $1 million in a single bid. Seeing everyone's reactions, Luca smiled. It's a charity auction. He shrugged lightly. Consider it my contribution. No further bids followed. The auctioneer recovered first. $2 million going once, going twice, going 3 times. Bang. Sold. Congratulations to Mr. Luca Hale for acquiring the Winter Lotus Emerald Necklace for $2 million. Applause filled the ballroom. Even Tristan was stunned. $2 million. Just like that. For the first time, uncertainty crept into his mind. Who exactly is this guy? Before the auction even ended, Luca completed the payment through the VIP terminal. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully spent $2 million on Naomi Monroe. Critical hit reward triggered. Reward, Koenigsegg 1:1. Luca's eyes brightened. A Koenigsegg 1:1. Only a handful existed worldwide. Even billionaires couldn't simply buy one whenever they wanted. That reward was worth far more than the money he'd just spent. A few minutes later, a staff member carefully delivered the necklace. The emerald glowed beautifully beneath the ballroom lights. Luca turned toward Naomi. Come here. Naomi obediently brushed her hair aside. Luca lifted the necklace and gently fastened it around her neck. The emerald rested against her fair skin like it had been made specifically for her. The surrounding guests couldn't help admiring the sight. Naomi looked breathtaking. Her heart swelled with happiness. Although she had suspected Luca wanted the necklace for her, actually wearing it was an entirely different feeling. Luca, her voice softened. This is too expensive. $2 million for a necklace. Luca adjusted the clasp and smiled. Then he looked into her eyes. Compared to you? He shook his head. $2 million isn't worth mentioning. Naomi's face flushed. The warmth in his voice dissolved the last of her resistance. Without thinking, she wrapped both hands around his arm and leaned closer. The rest of the auction passed quickly. Eventually, guests began leaving the ballroom. As he stood up, Tristan cast one final venomous glance toward Luca. A cold smile appeared on his face. Then he turned and disappeared into the crowd. Chapter 46. The Trap Backfires. Bro Luca, that troublesome Brad is probably waiting downstairs to pull something. Austin Silva warned in a low voice as he caught up to Luca. He had seen the look on Tristan Caldwell's face before the man stormed out of the ballroom. It was the expression of someone planning revenge. Austin had no business ties to the Caldwell family, nor did he depend on Octavio Pharmaceutical for anything, so he wasn't particularly worried about offending Tristan. Luca merely smiled. It's fine. His calm demeanor never changed. In his eyes, Tristan was nothing more than an angry rich kid throwing a tantrum. Seeing Luca so relaxed eased Austin's concerns considerably. Anyone who could casually sit in seat number 7 at tonight's auction certainly wasn't lacking in confidence or connections. The elevator doors opened onto the Grand Hotel lobby. Before they had taken more than a few steps, a sharply dressed middle-aged man approached them with hurried strides. Chairman, General Manager Roman Pierce stopped in front of Luca and lowered his head respectfully. Benjamin Caldwell's son has gathered several men outside. Judging from their positioning, they're likely waiting to make a move against you. Roman spoke as casually as if he were discussing the evening weather. Austin froze. Chairman? He knew exactly who Roman Pierce was. The man practically ran the San Fierro Grand Hotel. Before he could recover from the shock, Roman continued with obvious pride. As owner of both the San Fierro Grand Hotel and the entire San Fierro Commercial Street, there's no need for you to concern yourself with such matters, Chairman. Austin sucked in a sharp breath. Canda Hospital, Commercial Street, the Grand Hotel, and the San Fierro Building. One after another, the city's most valuable properties kept turning out to belong to Luca Hale. For the first time, Austin realized the man standing beside him wasn't merely rich. He was one of San Fierro's hidden giants. Bro, Luca. Austin shook his head with a helpless laugh. You're honestly incredible. A burst of mocking laughter echoed through the lobby. Sorry to interrupt your evening, Luca Hale, but if that pretty face of yours doesn't want to get rearranged tonight, I'd suggest walking outside right now. Leaning casually against the golden-framed entrance stood Tristan Caldwell. The swelling on both sides of his face was still visible. The sight only made his hatred burn hotter. Luca had humiliated him in front of the entire city's elite. Those two slaps had stripped away every bit of his dignity. No matter what happened tonight, he was going to make Luca pay. And as for Naomi, his eyes drifted greedily toward her. The more he looked at her, the more obsessed he became. Hey, gorgeous, Tristan said with a disgusting grin. Behave yourself tonight, and maybe I'll have my men go a little easier on your boyfriend. He could tell Naomi genuinely cared about Luca. In Tristan's mind, that made her easy to manipulate. Unfortunately for him, Naomi didn't even bother looking his way. Her lips parted slightly. Scram. The single word hit harder than a slap. Tristan's face twisted. Good. Very good. You'll regret that. Turning toward Roman Pierce, he forced himself to calm down. Manager Pierce, you've seen everything. I'm not causing trouble inside your hotel. Just have your people escort Luca Hale outside, and my men will handle the rest. For all his arrogance, Tristan wasn't completely stupid. The owner of Commercial Street was someone even his family didn't want to offend recklessly. He had no intention of causing a fight inside the hotel itself. This was his way of giving Roman some face. Luca glanced at Roman with amusement. Manager Pierce, what do you think? A bead of sweat formed on Roman's forehead. This idiot really had no idea who he was talking to. Chairman, please don't concern yourself. We'll handle everything. Roman bowed respectfully. The sight stunned Tristan. Roman Pierce was one of the most influential managers in San Fierro. Yet he was bowing to Luca? What kind of status did that require? Before Tristan could process the thought, Roman suddenly turned around. His expression became ice-cold. Security! The shout echoed throughout the lobby. Restrain this idiot immediately. I'd like to know who gave Benjamin Caldwell's son the courage to threaten our boss. Our boss? Tristan's eyes widened. The color drained from his face. He stared at Luca in disbelief while Luca simply looked back with a faint smile. At that moment, the truth hit him. Luca wasn't just the owner of Canda Hospital. He wasn't just some mysterious billionaire. He was Roman Pierce's boss, the actual owner of the San Fierro Grand Hotel. The man Tristan had mocked and provoked all afternoon was the very person controlling the ground beneath his feet. Before he could react, several security guards tackled him to the marble floor. Let me go, Tristan roared, struggling violently. Luca Hale, don't think my family is afraid of you just because you own a hotel. Luca walked over slowly. Then, without warning, he drove a kick into Tristan's stomach. Know your place. The simple words carried a chill that silenced the entire lobby. Even Roman Pierce felt a shiver run down his spine. Luca rarely showed this side of himself. Most people only saw the handsome young billionaire with an easy smile. Very few ever saw what happened when someone crossed a line, and nobody wanted to be the next person to find out. Luca turned toward Roman. Manager Pierce. Roman straightened immediately. Chairman, take care of young Master Caldwell and all the people waiting outside. Any medical bills can be sent to me. Luca had already noticed the rough-looking thugs loitering beyond the glass entrance. Roman nodded. Understood. I'll make sure it's handled. As he spoke, he shot a meaningful glance toward the security captain. The captain immediately understood. A few minutes later, with the situation settled, Luca walked out of the San Fierro Grand Hotel alongside Naomi. His fingers lazily spun his car key fob as they headed toward the parking area. Just then, his phone began vibrating inside his suit pocket. An incoming call. Luca glanced at the screen. His eyes narrowed slightly. Chapter 47. The $10 million Car. Hello, Mr. Hale. I am Benjamin Caldwell. A deep, steady voice came through the phone. Heh, I've long admired Manager Caldwell's work. Luca Hale replied with a relaxed chuckle. The Caldwell family was clearly well-connected. Less than 30 minutes after the incident at the charity auction, Benjamin had already obtained Luca's private number. After a brief pause, Benjamin spoke again in a measured tone. It is an honor to finally establish contact with you, Mr. Hale. If your schedule permits, I would like to invite you to dinner sometime in the near future. Luca raised an eyebrow. If this call was merely about cleaning up the mess Tristan had created tonight, there was no need for a formal meeting. Luca had never been someone who held grudges over every minor offense. A sincere apology and proper discipline would be enough. So, why was Benjamin reaching out personally? The answer appeared almost immediately. Benjamin had probably discovered that Luca was now one of Octavio Pharmaceuticals' major shareholders. A faint smile appeared on Luca's lips. Manager Caldwell, a banquet won't be necessary. To be honest, as long as your son stays out of trouble and doesn't provoke me again, I have no interest in interfering with Octavio Pharmaceuticals' internal affairs. Whether Benjamin eventually seized complete control from Vivian or failed in the attempt was none of Luca's concern. He was an investor, not a politician. As long as the company remained profitable, his shares would continue generating substantial returns. Benjamin released a silent breath of relief. Earlier that evening, when he learned that the person Tristan had offended was none other than Luca Hale, one of the company's most influential shareholders, he had nearly exploded with rage. If he had been standing in the hotel lobby at that moment, he might have personally dragged Tristan home by the collar. Fortunately, Luca showed no interest in participating in the company's power struggle. Otherwise, years of Benjamin's planning and maneuvering could have collapsed overnight. Mr. Hale truly lives up to his reputation, Benjamin said with genuine admiration. To possess such vision and restraint at your age is remarkable. The atmosphere between them eased considerably after that. The two exchanged a few more polite pleasantries before ending the call. As the G-Class rolled through the city streets beneath the glow of the evening lights, Lucas sat quietly in the passenger seat, gazing out the window. Today's events had allowed him to see Benjamin Caldwell more clearly. The man wasn't simply ambitious. He was cold, calculating, and extraordinarily disciplined. Throughout the entire conversation, Benjamin had never once mentioned Tristan by name. Not a single word of concern, not a single attempt to defend him. It was as though his own son didn't exist. Most fathers would have at least addressed the conflict directly. Benjamin hadn't. That told Luca everything he needed to know. Men like Benjamin viewed people the same way they viewed assets. Useful pieces were kept. Problematic pieces were discarded. Family, loyalty, emotions, all of it came second to profit and power. That kind of person was far more dangerous than someone openly ruthless. By the time the G-Class returned to the villa, the night had grown quiet. Luca helped Naomi settle into one of the upstairs guest suites before retiring to his own room, maintaining a respectful distance despite spending the evening together. The next day, he slept until nearly noon. Halfway through lunch with Naomi, his phone suddenly rang. The caller ID displayed a contact from Koenigsegg's regional distribution office. At the same time, Frances Excel was conducting her usual inspection rounds around the Elvis Muscov Villa complex. The peaceful atmosphere was shattered by the distant roar of a powerful engine. Her head snapped toward the entrance. A low-slung black hypercar glided through the security checkpoint, its carbon fiber body gleaming beneath the sunlight. Frances froze. That's a Koenigsegg? Her eyes widened further when she recognized the model. A Koenigsegg 1:1, one of the rarest hypercars ever built. The vehicle looked almost unreal as it sat before the gates, its aggressive lines and exposed carbon weave making it seem more like a machine from the future than something that belonged on a public road. Who owned something like that? Which resident of the villa complex had enough wealth and influence to casually purchase a $10 million automotive masterpiece? Unable to look away, Frances remained rooted to the spot. Back inside the villa, Luca had already stood up from the dining table. The moment he received confirmation that the vehicle had arrived, a genuine smile spread across his face. No matter how wealthy a man became, there were some things that never lost their appeal. A legendary hypercar was one of them. Although he could easily afford vehicles worth tens of millions, Luca had never felt a strong desire to buy one. His Mercedes G-Class was more than sufficient for daily use. But the Koenigsegg 1:1 was different. It wasn't simply expensive. It was legendary. What happened? Naomi asked curiously. Why do you suddenly look so happy? Luca grinned. Come with me and I'll show you your man's new toy. Ignoring the unfinished meal, he grabbed her hand and headed for the entrance. Several minutes later, they arrived at the estate gate. A refined, middle-aged man in a tailored suit immediately stepped forward. Good afternoon, Mr. Hale. My name is Christian Falk, Regional Manager for Koenigsegg North America. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. Christian had expected a young client. He had not expected someone this young. Looking at Luca, then at the breathtaking woman standing beside him, Christian couldn't help feeling impressed. Young, handsome, extraordinarily wealthy. Some people seemed favored by heaven itself. After exchanging greetings, the two completed the delivery paperwork. Off to the side, Frances watched everything unfold in stunned silence. The owner of the Koenigsegg 1:1 was Luca Hale. The realization alone was enough to leave her speechless. At that moment, she became completely certain that Luca was the most powerful resident in the entire Cloud-Top Dragon View community. She had originally intended to walk over and greet him. Then she saw Naomi. The radiant smile on the woman's face said everything. Frances finally understood why Luca had never shown interest in her. Compared to Naomi, she simply couldn't compete. Letting out a quiet breath, she pushed aside her lingering thoughts and silently turned away, returning to her duties. Chapter 48. A Day Off. The low, controlled growl of the Koenigsegg 1:1 softened into a smooth cruise as Luca guided it along the private road circling the estate's artificial lake. Sunlight filtered through the trees, slicing across the black carbon body in shifting reflections that flickered like broken glass across its surface. Inside the passenger seat, Naomi Monroe sat quietly with her hands resting on her lap, still adjusting to the reality of being inside something like this. Luca, this car is insanely expensive, isn't it? She asked after a moment. Luca glanced ahead casually, one hand steady on the wheel. A little over 10 million. Not bad for a weekend drive. Naomi blinked. For a second, she genuinely wondered if she had misheard him. $10 million. Said like it was a minor upgrade. A small, breathy laugh escaped her as she shook her head. What unsettled her wasn't even the number anymore. It was how effortlessly Luca kept raising the ceiling of what she thought was possible. Every time she adapted to his world, it expanded again. He wasn't just wealthy. He existed beyond the scale she had learned to measure wealth with. After a short silence, Luca spoke again, his tone shifting slightly. I never properly celebrated your streaming competition win. Naomi turned toward him. So today is for that. No work, no distractions. His eyes flicked briefly to her. Pick anywhere you want to go. Naomi blinked, caught off guard by the simplicity of it. Luca wasn't the type to leave decisions open like that. He usually just handled everything. She thought for a moment, lightly tapping her fingers against the seat. Somewhere we can just relax? She asked. Yeah. Her gaze softened as she looked out through the window. Then an amusement park. There was no hesitation from him. All right. A brief pause followed. Then his voice lowered slightly, almost quieter. I used to go to places like that with my younger sister. Naomi looked at him again, catching the subtle shift in his expression. Not the businessman. Not the untouchable billionaire. Just someone remembering something simple. That sounds nice, she said softly. A short while later, they had changed into far more casual clothing. No tailored suits, no polished executive presence. Just simple, comfortable outfits that made them look like any ordinary couple spending the day outside. For Luca, it felt strangely unfamiliar. Lighter. Like stepping out of a role he hadn't realized he was constantly performing. No meetings. No systems. No voices pulling at his attention. Just space. Just time. A rare kind of quiet. The amusement park came into view in the distance, already alive with movement and sound. Bright colors, distant laughter, and the constant rhythm of rides spilling into the air. Even before they fully parked, attention naturally shifted toward them. Not because they tried to stand out, because they did. Luca stepped out first, then walked around to open Naomi's door without thinking twice about it. It was automatic, like muscle memory rather than intention. When Naomi stepped out, nearby visitors slowed slightly, curiosity pulling their attention. Then they saw the car properly, and recognition spread instantly. A Koenigsegg 1:1 didn't need explanation. Even those unfamiliar with cars understood it was something on another level entirely. Near the entrance, a small group of young visitors stood by the ticket area, chatting loosely. One of them, a girl who had been laughing moments earlier, suddenly went quiet. Amelia Grant. Her gaze drifted past the crowd. At first, she only noticed the car. Then she saw the man standing beside it. Her expression shifted subtly. No way. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she tried to confirm it. The silhouette was familiar. Not because she had seen him recently, but because she had spent too long trying not to think about him. Luca Hale. A memory from college that had never fully disappeared, only buried under time. Her first reaction wasn't excitement. It was calculation, because people like that didn't belong in ordinary assumptions anymore. Then her attention shifted again. Naomi Monroe had stepped out on the other side. Elegant, effortless, standing close enough to him that the meaning was obvious without a word being said. Amelia paused for just a fraction longer than she intended. So that's the kind of woman he's with now. A quiet breath left her lips. Not jealousy. Not yet. Something more complicated. Something that arrived too late to be useful. She turned slightly to her friends. I'll catch up with you later, she said casually. Where are you going? One of them asked. I just saw someone I know. Before they could press further, she was already walking away. Unhurried. Certain. At the ticket entrance, Luca and Naomi waited as staff processed their entry. Naomi glanced around, visibly enjoying the atmosphere. This actually feels normal, she said. Luca gave a light hum. That's the point. Just then, her phone buzzed. She checked it, and her expression shifted slightly. Sorry, I need to take this. She stepped aside, speaking quietly. The call was short, but when she returned, a faint trace of apology lingered in her expression. My manager. There's a sponsorship deal they want me to sign in person today. It's urgent. She exhaled softly, clearly conflicted, eyes drifting briefly toward the park entrance before returning to him. I'm really sorry. I wanted to stay. Luca shook his head once. It's fine. Go. Naomi hesitated. You should still stay and relax, okay? Don't cancel your whole day because of me. He looked like he might object, but she gently cut him off. I mean it. Today was supposed to be your break too. A brief silence settled between them. Then Luca nodded. All right. Naomi relaxed slightly, stepping closer for a moment. Text me later. Yeah. She gave him a small smile, then turned and walked back toward the parking area, blending into the flow of visitors until she disappeared. Luca watched her go a moment longer than usual, then exhaled and turned toward the ticket line. That was when he noticed someone nearby who had clearly just approached. Luca. Familiar. Casual. Enough to make him pause. He turned slightly. Amelia Grant, A former classmate from college stood a short distance away, hands resting loosely behind her back. She wore an easy smile, casual enough to seem natural, controlled enough to feel intentional. "Didn't expect to see you here," she said lightly. "I came with a friend, but she ditched me." A small shrug. She found something more interesting. Her eyes flicked briefly toward where Naomi had left, then returned to him without lingering. No awkwardness, no forced emotion, just measured calm. "So," she added, "you alone too?" Luca's expression stayed steady. "Not exactly," he said. "I came with someone. She just had to leave." A pause. Then Amelia smiled slightly wider, as if the situation had quietly worked in her favor. "Same situation, then." She tilted her head. "Since we're both suddenly free, we might as well not waste the day. You still remember how to have fun, right?" A light, teasing edge sat in her voice. Not quite flirting, more like familiarity being carefully reopened. Luca studied her for a moment, not wary, just thinking. Then he gave a small shrug. "Yeah, I think I can manage that." Amelia's expression softened slightly. Not victorious, just quietly satisfied. "Good," she said, "because I already know where we're starting." She turned toward the park entrance, as if the day had already decided its next step. Chapter 49. Too Deep, Too Hell. Amelia didn't rush. That was the first thing Luca noticed. She walked a few steps ahead with her hands loosely clasped behind her back, moving with the kind of quiet confidence that didn't need attention to exist. She wasn't waiting for him to catch up, nor was she trying to lead him anywhere in particular. Somehow, it felt as though she'd simply assumed he would walk beside her. And he did. The amusement park stretched around them in a riot of color and sound. Children darted between attractions clutching oversized balloons. Laughter drifted through the air alongside the distant screams of roller coaster passengers. The scent of fried dough, caramel, and grilled food mixed together beneath the warm afternoon sun. For a while, neither of them spoke. Surprisingly, it wasn't awkward. Amelia glanced sideways at him. "You always had this habit back in school." Luca raised an eyebrow. "What habit?" "Pretending you weren't paying attention when you actually were." A faint smile touched his lips. "That sounds like something people say when they weren't sure I was listening." Amelia laughed softly. "I was sure. You just didn't talk much." They continued through the crowd, weaving around families and groups of excited teenagers. After a moment, Amelia added, "I used to wonder whether you just weren't interested in people or if you were really selective about who you let into your circle." Luca glanced at her. "Probably the first one." "That's surprisingly honest." "It's also probably true." That earned another laugh from her. As they walked, Amelia occasionally pointed out things she remembered. An old game booth that somehow hadn't been replaced. A snack stall with the same faded sign from years ago. A ride she'd been convinced would disappear after every renovation, and somehow never did. Nothing about the conversation felt forced. There was no awkward catching up, no desperate attempt to impress one another. Just two former classmates sharing pieces of memory while wandering through a crowded park. Luca found himself listening more than he expected. Not because he was nostalgic, more because Amelia had a way of speaking that made ordinary things feel strangely easy to listen to. After a while, her expression softened. "You know," she began, "there's actually something I regret." Luca glanced at her. "That sounds serious." "It isn't." She paused. "Well, maybe it is." Her gaze drifted upward toward the steel framework of a roller coaster cutting across the sky. Backlit by sunlight, the tracks looked almost endless. "In college, I kept telling myself there would be another chance." "Another chance for what?" She smiled faintly. "To talk to people, to get to know them better. Another class, another conversation, another excuse to walk over and say hi." Her shoulders lifted slightly. "The funny thing is, I wasn't even busy most of the time." "So what stopped you?" Amelia considered the question. Hesitation, probably. Her smile carried a trace of self-mockery. "You get used to thinking opportunities will still be there tomorrow." A few seconds passed. Then one day you realize every time you said later, you were actually making a choice. Luca hummed quietly. They usually don't stay forever. No. Amelia's smile grew softer. They really don't. For a brief moment, she looked at him. Back then, Luca had always seemed distant. Not unfriendly. Not unapproachable. Just difficult to reach. Looking back now, she realized the distance had never been created by him. It had been created by time, and by her own reluctance to take a step forward. Fortunately, she wasn't the type to keep repeating the same mistake. A small smile tugged at her lips. Yeah, that's exactly what you'd say. Several minutes later, they arrived in front of one of the park's most famous attractions. A massive sign towered overhead. Too deep to hell. The steel tracks twisted high above them like a giant metallic serpent. Amelia tilted her head. This one's still popular? Luca looked up. Looks like it. She turned toward him, amusement flashing in her eyes. Wanna go? He shrugged. Sure. The queue moved surprisingly fast. Families, couples, and groups of friends shuffled forward while music drifted from overhead speakers. Every few minutes, the roar of another departing train echoed through the station. Amelia remained beside him the entire time. Close enough to talk comfortably. Far enough not to seem deliberate. You been on one of these recently? She asked. Not really. Too busy. Something like that. She nodded. I used to think you'd grow up into one of those people who never had time for fun. Luca glanced at her. And now? Amelia smiled. Now I think I was half right. Before he could respond, attendants waved them forward. They took their seats side by side. A moment later, the restraints locked into place with a heavy metallic click. The train began its ascent. Slowly, steadily, the ground shrank beneath them while the sounds of the park gradually faded into the distance. Amelia leaned back against her seat. This is always the trick. Luca looked over. The trick, making you relax before it tries to kill you. A laugh escaped him. You sound experienced. I am. The climb continued. Higher, higher. The wind strengthened around them. Below, the amusement park became a colorful patchwork of moving figures and bright attractions. At the very top, everything seemed to pause. For one brief second, the entire world hung suspended. Then the drop came. The train plunged forward. Wind exploded past them. The tracks blurred. Screams erupted from every direction as gravity seemed to vanish beneath their feet. Amelia shifted closer during the first violent descent. Her shoulder bumped lightly against his arm. At the same time, her hand reached for his sleeve and closed around the fabric. Not tightly, just firmly enough to stay there. The movement felt natural, like someone reaching for balance during a sudden drop. Luca barely reacted. In his mind, it was a perfectly ordinary response. People reached for stability when the world suddenly tilted sideways. The train rocketed through a sharp turn. Then another. Only after the ride leveled out did Amelia slowly release her grip. She brushed a loose strand of hair behind her ear and laughed breathlessly. Okay, that's still more intense than I remembered. Luca nodded. Yeah. As always, his answer was short. Amelia studied him for a second. His expression hadn't changed much. If anything, he looked calmer now than when they'd boarded. A helpless smile appeared on her face. Some things really never changed. Let's find something a little less life-threatening next. This time, Luca laughed openly. The sound surprised even her. For a moment, she simply listened. Then a faint sense of satisfaction settled in her chest. Some opportunities disappeared forever. Others appeared again when you least expected them. Back in college, she'd convinced herself there would always be another chance. Now she knew better. And this time, she had no intention of letting distance do the deciding for her. Chapter 50. The Rabbit Plushie. The sunlight had shifted noticeably by the time they left the roller coaster area, bathing the amusement park in a warm golden glow. The earlier rush of adrenaline had faded, replaced by a relaxed afternoon atmosphere. Laughter drifted through the air from nearby attractions while cheerful music played from hidden speakers. Children ran past carrying oversized plush toys, and the scent of popcorn, fried dough, and caramelized sugar lingered around every corner. Amelia walked beside Luca, matching his pace effortlessly. So, she said, glancing at him from the corner of her eye. "Are you always this calm after almost getting your organs rearranged on a roller coaster?" Luca looked at her. "It wasn't that bad. That's what they all say." A smile tugged at her lips. "The next thing I know, you'll be telling me you were relaxed the whole time." "I was." Amelia stared at him for a few seconds. "You're impossible." Luca merely shrugged. They continued down the winding pathway. Crowds moved around them in every direction, creating a lively sea of motion. Every now and then, Amelia would point out something that caught her attention, whether it was a strange-looking food stand or a game booth with an absurdly oversized prize hanging above it. Eventually, one particular stall made her stop. A bottle toss game. Bright lights framed the booth while colorful prizes lined the shelves behind it. Rows of glass bottles sat neatly arranged on a platform, waiting to rob unsuspecting customers of their money. Amelia immediately smiled. "Oh." Luca followed her gaze. "You know this one? I've seen it 100 times." Her eyes lingered on the setup. College trips, festivals, carnivals. A brief pause. "I never actually won anything, though." Luca looked at the bottles. "Sounds like a skill issue." Amelia turned toward him. "Excuse me?" He nodded toward the game. "You heard me." A dangerous glint appeared in her eyes. She studied him for a moment. "You look like someone who'd be terrible at this." Luca raised an eyebrow. "That sounds completely random." "It's not random." "What is it then?" "A professional observation." "Based on what?" Amelia crossed her arms. "You just look like you suck at carnival games." Luca laughed. "That's rich coming from someone who's never won." Yes, I have." "You literally just said you haven't." "Details." Luca shook his head. "Go on then. Prove it." "Maybe I will." She stepped toward the booth before he could say anything else. The attendant handed her several balls with the practiced smile of someone who had watched countless customers lose. Amelia rolled her shoulders dramatically before stepping into position. Her first throw missed completely. The balls sailed past the bottles without touching a single one. Luca said nothing. That somehow made it worse. Amelia grabbed the second ball. This one clipped the edge of a bottle and bounced harmlessly away. The third throw flew wide enough that the attendant instinctively leaned aside. Luca finally spoke. "Impressive." Amelia slowly turned her head. "What part?" "The consistency." She narrowed her eyes. The fourth throw missed too. A long silence followed. Then Amelia puffed out her cheeks and looked down at the remaining balls. "This game is rigged." Luca leaned slightly closer to inspect the bottles. "Really?" "Absolutely." "Couldn't possibly be user error?" "Definitely not." Luca nodded thoughtfully. "Interesting theory." Amelia gave him a flat look. "You're enjoying this way too much." "I'm observing." "That's worse." She sighed dramatically before turning fully toward him. "Help me." The request wasn't pleading. If anything, it sounded like she had already decided he was going to do it. Luca looked at the booth, then at her. "Why should I?" "Because I want the prize." A brief pause followed. Then her voice softened just slightly. "And because I know you're better at this than you're pretending to be." Luca rolled his eyes. "Move over." Amelia stepped aside with a victorious smile. The attendant handed Luca a ball. He casually weighed it in his hand before looking at the arrangement. One glance. One throw. Crash. The entire stack collapsed. The bottles scattered across the platform. For a moment, even the attendant looked surprised. Amelia slowly turned toward Luca. "Okay." She pointed at him. "That was annoying." Luca smirked. "Skill issue." "Don't start." The attendant quickly recovered and reached behind the counter. "Congratulations, sir. Pick any prize." Luca's gaze swept across the shelves before selecting a small plush rabbit. He accepted it before turning toward Amelia. "Still want the prize?" Obviously. The moment he handed it over, Amelia took it with both hands. The rabbit wasn't particularly special. It was small, soft, and probably cost only a few dollars to manufacture. Yet she found herself smiling anyway. Her fingers absent-mindedly brushed across the plush fabric. "Don't tell me you're getting attached already," Lucas said. Amelia immediately hugged the rabbit against her chest. "Maybe I am. It's a carnival toy." It's my carnival toy. Luca laughed. Amelia looked away before he could notice the smile lingering on her lips. The toy itself wasn't important. The fact that Luca had won it for her was. Not even a thank you? Luca asked. Humph. Amelia puffed out her cheeks and deliberately turned her head away. Then, in a voice barely above a whisper, "Thank you." Luca cupped a hand behind his ear. "Sorry, what was that?" Her eyes widened. "You heard me." "I don't think I did. You should get your ears checked." "I'm concerned now." "Good." Luca chuckled. The playful exchange continued as they left the stall and wandered deeper into the park. For a while, neither of them said much. The silence wasn't awkward. If anything, it felt comfortable. Amelia occasionally glanced down at the plush rabbit in her hands. Every time she did, the corners of her lips lifted slightly. Eventually, she spoke again. "You know." Luca looked over. "Back then, I thought there'd always be more time." He listened quietly. More chances to meet people. More chances to have conversations. Her gaze drifted toward the crowd moving around them. More chances to figure out what actually mattered. A faint laugh escaped her. "I think I got a little too comfortable believing opportunities would wait for me." Lucas slid his hands into his pockets. "They usually don't." "No." Amelia nodded. "They really don't." For a few seconds, neither of them spoke. Her eyes briefly moved toward him. Back in college, Luca had always seemed distant. Not unfriendly. Not cold. Just difficult to reach. At least that was what she had told herself. Looking back now, she realized that wasn't entirely true. The distance had never come from Luca. It had come from hesitation, from waiting, from assuming there would always be another opportunity later. A small smile appeared on her face. Fortunately, she wasn't planning to make that mistake twice. "You always sound like you've already learned these lessons." Luca thought for a moment. "I didn't." Amelia raised an eyebrow. "No. No." His expression remained calm. "I just learned them early enough to stop being surprised." Something about that answer made her pause. Not because it was profound, because it sounded real, like experience speaking rather than philosophy. She found herself smiling again. Still unfair. Luca glanced at her. "What's unfair?" "You." He laughed. "I'll take that as a compliment." "You should." They passed another row of game stalls, but this time Amelia didn't stop. Instead, she walked a little closer beside him. Not enough for anyone else to notice. Not enough for Luca to think anything of it. Just enough that the space between them felt smaller than before. The afternoon sun continued to sink slowly across the sky as the two of them disappeared deeper into the colorful maze of attractions, carrying with them a simple plush rabbit, an easy conversation, and a few memories neither of them had expected to make that day.